Deadly Women Being Interrogated, Part 2. First up, the case of Angela Stoldt, who, when pushed to extreme circumstances, responded with one of the most horrifying displays of violence I've ever seen.
What could drive a loving mother to commit one of the most horrifying crimes of the 21st century? Money, deception, an ice pick, a simmering pot. All of these and more collide in a tragic tale that's both heartbreaking and gut-wrenchingly gruesome. Our story takes place in a small commuter city in Florida between Daytona Beach and Orlando named Deltona. With a mixed demographic of both working and retired people, Deltona residents come and go often, but sometimes they leave, never to return again. And that's exactly what brought Volusia County deputies to the home of 36-year-old James Schaefer on the afternoon of April 4th, 2013. His family hadn't heard from him since before work a few days prior, which was extremely unusual. In fact, the overall circumstances were unusual enough for James's father to file a missing persons report. James, affectionately known as Jimmy, worked as a limousine driver and was often requested by name by patrons booking a chauffeur. On the night of April 2nd, he was scheduled to drive a group from Kissimmee to Tampa and then back. Jimmy completed the trip, and at around 3 a.m. on April 3rd, he returned to the main facility to turn in his trip report, the money from the booking, the limo, and its keys before getting into a dark-colored vehicle with another individual. Whoever picked him up didn't bring him back home. This was the last anyone ever saw of James Schaefer. Police set out to canvass the neighborhood, and it turned out that one neighbor appeared to hold the key to the mystery, 40-year-old Angela Stoldt. Over the previous 6 years, Angela and James had become close friends. Angela was a night owl, and since James worked the night shift, he would often go to her house after work to drink together. But while their friendship was blossoming, Angela's marriage was crumbling. Eventually, in 2011, Angela's husband abandoned the family completely, leaving her in dire financial straits. For support, she turned to help from her family and the government, and occasionally did some bookkeeping for James. But there was one particular thing that Angela did for James that turned the tide of the investigation. Angela Stoldt was one of the few that knew the truth of James's financial situation, and Angela Stoldt was also the payee on James's Social Security account. She would go on to tell investigators that, for a variety of reasons, the Schaefer family didn't have a bank account, even though James received a disability check for roughly $1,200 a month from Social Security. James had trouble managing his own funds, and Angela was happy to help a friend in need. The pair agreed that they would open a joint bank account, which would have the check deposited into it every month, and Angela would get $100 for her help in facilitating that. Investigators asked Angela if she had any information on James's whereabouts, but she hadn't seen him in a few days. Promising to let them know if she heard from him, detectives took the information gathered and continued their investigation. Finding the arrangement between Angela and James quite odd, Volusia County investigators dug further into James's finances. Did James actually have a reason to disappear? They would uncover that James's grasp on his money was worse than previously assumed. He had an issue with owing people money. Rent was months behind. The water to the house he shared with his longtime girlfriend and children had been shut off, and James's gambling addiction indebted him to a local bookie. James was spending more than he could make, or borrow. And the joint account shared with Angela? James would constantly overdraft on that too. Was it possible that James, drowning in debt and no way out, simply walked away? Until they could confirm that James wasn't in danger and left by his own accord, investigators would continue to search for him, and several days later, they went back to the person who seemed to know him best. Upon meeting, they asked for Angela's permission to walk through her house, just to make sure James wasn't hiding there, to which she agreed. Stepping into her Horseshoe Terrace home, investigators were greeted with trash, clothing, paperwork, and miscellaneous items strewn about. Angela was living in squalor, her home in complete disarray. After a cursory search for James, or any trace of him, turned up empty-handed, detectives asked Angela to join them downtown for a formal interview. They believed that there was still a chance that Angela might be hiding Jimmy, or at the very least, had information she was withholding. What they didn't know at the time was that James actually was in her home during that walkthrough. The shocking details of where and how he was hidden would soon be revealed. These are the interrogations of Angela Stoldt. Angela Stoldt was interrogated multiple times in connection with the disappearance of James Schaefer, totaling nearly 7 hours of recorded questioning, spanning over 8 DVDs and nearly 500 pages of court records. For your ease of viewing, these have been split into 3 easily digestible parts. Each segment has had its audio and video enhanced and has been manually subtitled, word for word, line by line. A link to each segment, as well as an automatic playlist, is available in the description below. Thank you for subscribing to Morbid Curiosity.
Mountain Dew? You want Mountain Dew?
Mountain Dew's great.
Alright, I'll go get you Mountain Dew.
I'm sorry.
That's another truth for me, though. You're making me laugh. Hey, if I can get another truth, sure.
I didn't think I'd seen that
We'll start rating refrigerators.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Alright. First and foremost, I want you to understand something. Sorry. We are conducting a criminal investigation, obviously. I told you and I promised you that prior to this, you have a clean slate. Okay? Clean slate. Whatever you told me before, we're starting all over. Okay? From the beginning. I don't want any lies. I don't want any bullshit. Okay? I already probably know more than what you want to tell me. I'm just waiting for you to tell me out of your own mouth. Okay? I appreciate your honesty. I appreciate that it took you enough courage to tell me that you lied to me in the past, because that's probably the hardest hurdle, is to accept the fact that you lied. Okay? I'm over it. As long as I can get to the truth, I don't care how many lies it takes me. Except now. Okay? We've extended the lies. We've given you enough time to think about it. Now's the time that we need to move forward. Okay?
One of the first things you'll notice is that Angela has her sunglasses on. While suspicions towards her are high, this is not a criminal investigation yet. While extremely strange, and the investigators definitely took notice of the sunglasses, it's not illegal, just brow-raisingly strange.
I don't want to have to pull out the bullshit card. Okay? You understand that? I don't want to have to pull out the bullshit card. I'm fully expecting you now to tell me the truth about everything. You understand that? You understand that you're not in any trouble, correct? You understand that? Well, I'm telling you that you're not. As long as you continue on the right path with me, we're good. Okay? I would tell you if you're going to jail. You're not going to jail. You drove here. The door, it's not locked. You're not under arrest. Okay? This is an attempt to get you out of this situation and find Jimmy and then close this case out. Because what was reported to us is that he was basically abducted. Okay? It was reported now that he is missing, he's endangered, and that he's been abducted. Now what I need from you is I need for you to tell me all the reasons why that's not jiving with what you know. You're the closest person to him in this whole situation. Okay? You're probably the last person now since the other day that has actually seen him besides who he's with. So it's very important for you to tell me everything about the contact that you made with him, any text messages, and I know some of it's going to be repetitive, okay? But repetitive meaning you need to be honest with me. Whether you said it to begin with and you left some stuff out, or you added some stuff, I'm going to pretend like you're telling me the story for the first time. But remember, I've got a very good memory. So if you call bullshit on me, I'm going to call you out.
The detective is referencing that Angela stated she received a text message from James and had seen him after detectives had spoke with her, where she agreed that she would inform them if there was any contact. At this point in the investigation, cell phone records haven't been pulled, but we can see that James, or someone pretending to be James, was sending messages well after last being physically seen.
See, I don't have a very good memory. My memory is
Well, I think at this point you're probably gonna surprise yourself because you just want out of this situation. So you're hopefully gonna tell me the truth about everything. Okay? So I'm gonna start off with, what's your first name?
Angela.
Angela. And your last name?
Stoldt.
S-T-O-L-D-T. Sorry. Is this your phone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Angela, you live at
1611 Horseshoe Terrace.
and you know Jimmy how?
He's been my neighbor for years. We've been friends. Him and my husband were like best friends.
Okay.
We hang out all the time.
Do you know Jimmy's last name?
Shaper.
Are you and Jimmy romantically involved? Does he ever try to date you?
No. He's given me a few massages.
Okay, have you guys ever had any sort of intimate relationship that just wasn't prolonged as, listen, I don't care about infidelity. I could care less. It's, a new century here. Who gives a shit about that? So I just want to know. I don't want to know the relationship between you guys. This is between me and you. It just is a little bit of back to understand what's going on with you guys.
We had jogging around a couple times, but it wasn't.
Just hook up. Okay. Anything
We
recent?
weren't in love or nothing,
You're not in love with him?
Mm-mm.
Not in the least?
Well, I love him as a friend, but
Well, clearly, because you're going through quite a big predicament with him. Okay, so what has been going on leading up to when we first met and we told you that Jimmy was missing? What was going on with his family dynamic? What did you know about before we came to visit you? What was the conversation? What was anything that was said to you to indicate that he might be on the run or he might be leaving?
he told me his wife hit him, and they were fighting a lot, and he showed me a mark on his face where she hit him. I hear them arguing all the time. I don't know. They're so loud.
So
I've seen her chasing down the street with a baseball bat. She busted the windshield in his limo one time with a rock. She punched him in the face. I saw that. I don't know.
So when you became the payee of his Social Security or whatever, why did you become the payee on it?
He begged me for weeks, and I told him no several times. No, I don't want to do it. And he's like, I got nobody else. I was like, why won't your wife do it? And he said she doesn't want to. I was like, what about Maria? She can't do it anymore. What about your dad? Can't do it because he's out of state. And I didn't want to do it, but I just wanted to help him,
Mm-hmm.
I've always just wanted to help him.
Right.
We tried to get his financial situation straightened out, but he's always stealing money from somebody and needing money for this, that, and the other.
Is he an addict? That you know of?
Not that I know of, but he does all sorts of stuff.
Like what?
Hey.
Like what?
He's offered me 30s. I've never taken any. He said that he'd get anything. But I'm a pothead.
Took a choice. Whatever. Listen, that's the least of our word.
I have trouble eating, and it helps me eat.
Right.
If I lived in another state, I'd probably have a prescription for it. Cocaine, meth. He's talked about a lot of things.
Have you ever seen him do any of it?
I've seen him do coke.
How does he do it?
Snort it.
Does he have large quantities on him? Does he have...
I've never seen large quantities.
So just personal use? Or does he usually carry it in? I mean, when you saw him, where were you? Were you at your house? I mean...
A little vial of some sort.
Okay.
I can't remember.
And it was at your house?
No.
Where was it at? See, this is what's going to end up making you feel uncomfortable, is because when you start to talk about stuff like this, when you've hung out with him other than at your house, then you're going to draw us closer to him, okay? Mm-hmm. Which is what I'm trying to do. I told you that I'm not going to give you up. I told you that I'm not going to tell him how I found him. I'm not going to ruin your friendship with him. I'm not going to do that. But I'm also going to do my job. So, if you were hanging out with him somewhere, I need to know where that's at. It's just as clear as that. It's not a matter of, we just need to know at this point.
I don't really go out in public because my immune system, right?
Okay, so where were you doing the drugs then?
I used to give him rides home from work.
Okay.
Rides to work almost every day until he got his truck. And that's where I've seen him do drugs.
And where did he pick up drugs at? Because obviously, if you were the one driving him to and from work, I'm sure you're the one driving him to get dope.
Okay, there's this one park that I drove him to get dope one time. It's Saxon. I don't remember where it was. He drove me in and out and in and out. He's like, he didn't want me to know where I was going.
So he would drive?
No. I mean, he would tell me, take a right, take a left. And I'm like, I'm going around in circles. But it wasn't Dewey a Booster. It was a baseball park.
No, was it West Carl?
No, it was Grill.
Van Park, yeah. That's the baseball park. It's off of East Normandy.
Whitewood?
Can I see a map?
It's really insignificant, actually, to be honest with you.
I mean, when was the last time you seen him? Recently?
I can't remember the day.
2 days ago?
No.
How long ago?
Week and a half? I don't even know what date it is. It's
okay, so we were at your house several times. The day that I saw you, okay, was a Thursday? Is that a Thursday?
It was like the day after that. He came by. He wanted the money. He got mad because I told him that I put it in the bank, and I didn't. So why? I didn't put it in the bank because I was waiting for the rest of it.
Angela has just admitted to having seen James since he was reported missing. Not only did she admit to having lied about having seen him since the police started searching for him, she also admitted to having lied to James when seeing him. Ironically, Angela lying to James when she had seen him will turn out to be true, but not in the way that you'd expect.
How do you know he's got a Wells Fargo account?
Because I've taken him there before.
And do you know that?
Mm-hmm.
And the TD Bank with his wife? He's got a TD Bank?
I don't know about which TD
I thought you told me about the TD Bank.
That's Maria.
Is he on that account?
He's the, that's a rep pay account for him and Maria.
Okay, but he doesn't have that anymore because now you're the PA. Is that right?
But it's overdrafted like $1,000.
Right. So, what about the PBMT or whatever PBT account?
What?
I don't know. So the other account that he has with his girlfriend or wife or whatever she is.
I have no idea.
She said something about PBMT. Did she say that PBT bank?
Mm-hmm.
So you see
He
me.
told me about I thought she was like Bank of America or something. I can't remember. Because he was talking about overdrafting her account too.
Who's this wife?
Yeah.
Candy? BB&T? Who's the BB&T?
Yeah, she said something like that, and then she said something about Bank of America too.
Who's what, Candy?
Mm-hmm. So when he comes to your house and he tells you, you tell him that we've been there. He knows we've been there.
And I begged him to go see you, and
What did he say?
he said that people were looking for him, and they said that they used said that people were looking for him, that they'd use the police to find him. And I don't understand that.
Sounds paranoid. I see you swallowing and like you're real nervous to talk to us. There's no reason to be nervous to talk to us. Like we keep telling you,
Well, she's talking about obstruction charges.
For lying, yeah.
It's a possibility if you lie. And
But you're not.
now we found out after we've been to your house
That I lied to you.
that he shows up there, and the many times that
I
I saw
asked
Brady
you-
have been there, you said you never.
I
wanted
asked
to see
you on
him
my
again.
doorstep if I met with him, if I got in trouble, and you said no.
No, but you need to tell us when you meet with them. That was the term. The whole thing was. Remember, I said text from your phone, and I said if he goes to meet with you, let me know so we could at least see him, and
But
we're
he
done.
was there and gone, and I didn't know what to do.
You should have called us.
Yeah, immediately.
So that's what needs to be done, and that's what the whole goal was at that point. Because then we would have never had to contact you for the past week. You know, we would have never talked to you ever
And
again.
we're talking about this obstruction or whatever, but so I asked you straight up today, have you seen him? You said no. You told me that several times, right? And then what happened? You tell me the truth. So there's the problem.
When referencing the problem, the detectives are once again referring back to how Angela lied to the police about having seen James, but her story is that she did see him after investigators began their search. Again, this isn't a criminal investigation or interview yet, but with Angela getting caught in so many lies so quickly, the tides are rapidly turning against her.
Now, I told you and I promised you that if you were honest from this point forward, We're not even going to deal with that. We're not even going to worry about it. Okay? It's, as far as I'm concerned, you have a clean slate right now. As long as you're honest with me and you continue to be honest with me and you don't impede my investigation any further, you understand something? Do you understand what's going to happen if this turns into a homicide? Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever thought about if somebody actually does find him before we find him? Have you thought about that? So, while you're thinking you're protecting him, he ends up in a ditch somewhere. Where do you think that leaves us? You've led us down this path of a web of lies, okay? And maybe that could have been, maybe we could have gotten him help. Maybe we could have gotten his family help. Maybe we could have gotten into the game a little bit further and try to see who's after him, who he might owe, and try to nip that issue in the bud. But now you're not telling us the truth on X, Y, and Z, and meanwhile everyone who's after him finds him and they don't give a shit about him, and if he ends up dead in a ditch, how are you going to feel about that?
Horrible.
And there you go. We're telling you he's not going to jail. Okay? I want to take him out of my database as missing. He's clearly trying to evade us and anyone else that might be looking for him. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know if he's bullshitting or not because he could be fucking lying to you. This could be some stupid ploy for him to clear his name with everything and walk away from his whole life. And it sounds like he just wants to start over. It sounds like he's just trying to leave the life that he knows now to start over with some brand new life. But the problem is that you can't start over with a brand new life until you tie up the loose ends of your old life. That being said, you know, as far as I'm concerned, I don't give a shit if he ever gets his money back. He doesn't deserve his money. He doesn't deserve his money, especially because it's going towards bad things. But neither here nor there. You're the payee on that account. He's overdrafted that account because you granted him access and you ultimately were responsible for that account, correct?
All joint bank accounts have 2 or more owners, and each owner has the full right to withdraw, deposit, and otherwise manage the account's funds. While some banks may label one person as the primary, that doesn't change the fact that everyone owns everything together. Because of this, Angela is just as liable for the activities and overdraft fees that James was running up on the account, even if she was provably not the person to initiate them.
So, your name is not coming off of that until we lift this freeze. They're not going to let you have any access to that account. And rightfully so. You trusted him. He fucked you over. You tell him to come to us, he fucks you over again. And he's going to come back to your house. You have to understand that if he gets high and he wants his money, are you telling me that you know him so well that you don't think that he has a tendency to get violent? Do you think that if he's wigged out on cocaine, that he doesn't have a chance of fucking sticking a knife to your fucking neck? Or your kid's fucking neck? I mean, have you thought that far down the road? That someone in his desperation for that $150 that may seem like shit to us is his whole world right now because we've cut him off from everything else?
Well, I told him I didn't have it.
Okay, who's to say that he's not going to come to you and say, take whatever's out of your own fucking bank account then? Get me the fucking money. You know, that's why, what if he says that to you? Get me the money. What if he puts you in the car and he tells you to go be a fucking prostitute? I mean, I'm just thinking outside the box here. He's gonna want his money. Unless you gave it to him. Did you give it to him?
No.
So as far as he knows right now, you owe him $150.
No, he owes me.
How does he owe you?
Because that bank account's in my name.
Yeah, but he's obviously coming back to get the money, so really he doesn't think that that's for you. That only makes sense, right? He's coming back to try to claim $150 that he gave you as payment. He obviously thinks he's entitled to that $150.
So how much money did he owe you prior, before he gave you the $150?
324, I think.
And that's for what?
or 325. I'm not sure. That's what he overdrafted the account last month.
Okay.
By how much?
I don't know the exact figure, but after his check came through, it was $324 or $325. I'm not sure which.
So then he brought you 150,
Mm-hmm.
and he owes you 150 more to bring that account back up to date.
Trying to do the math. 175 would make more sense.
Yeah. Clearly.
So he was overdrafted that much to where his whole check basically was dumped in to pay for the overdraft. Holy cow.
Yeah,
And how much is his check a month?
$935.
Okay.
So he only overdrafted 325. So if she were to put that 175 back in there, on the 3rd he'd be getting his check, right?
It should be, but not anymore.
No, he's clearly not getting it. Did you tell him to put a hold on anything?
I texted him, but it didn't want to go through.
So where's the 150 right now?
In the bank checkbook thing.
In the bank or tucked in your checkbook?
Yeah, tucked in the checkbook.
Okay.
Cash?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You want it?
Is that his new phone number?
No.
Does he have any new phone?
Not that I know of. I've gotten a weird phone call, but I just called it back and it was not.
Not what?
It was some sort of scam, internet scam.
On your cell phone?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, what?
HR divisions or
HR
something.
division? Okay. So you're saying is this the day after you seen him that morning that he came back to get the money, or when? From the time you seen him that morning at the Winn-Dixie, when was it after that you seen him again?
Like the very next day.
The very next day, so the 5th. The 4th is when we came to your house. The first time. The 4th is when
It could have been after midnight, I'm not sure.
Okay. The 4th is when he was reported missing. And that's when you met him at the Winn-Dixie, correct? Okay.
Angela says that she met James at the Winn-Dixie in Deltona on the 4th, the same date that he was reported missing. She has now lied to the investigators again.
So the day after that? Okay. Was it at night, during the day, or?
Night.
Night. And where was that meeting?
It was on my front porch.
Okay. What did he tell you? I mean, did he talk about where he was, where he's been?
He was talking really fast, saying that he needed the money so he could go get more. And I told him I deposited it in the bank. I was going to turn off the check cash advance, so he couldn't do it again. I didn't tell him that, but
Okay. Go get more what?
money.
He needed the money to get more money. What do you mean?
I guess buy and sell. I don't know. Put scratch offs. I don't know.
Okay.
That's what I figured.
Did you see him high at the time? Yeah. Where did he say he was? Because I know he's not just going to show up and be like, "Hey, how you doing?" He's going to say, "Hey, I've been somewhere. Or I got to go back to at least give you a city."
He didn't tell me anything
No.
about where he was going.
How'd he get there?
There was a car in my driveway. I didn't even look at it.
What color?
I have no idea. The silver.
Was it the
White.
same car you seen that morning?
It could have been. I don't know.
Was there anybody in the car?
The driver.
What did the driver look like?
Dark. I don't know. I didn't look.
I know. I just want you to relax, okay? You're nervous right now.
I'm very nervous.
You need to understand We're here for
I went through
information.
this a year and a half ago. It's really bringing back horrible memories.
Well, we're here for information and information only, okay?
I'm just glad you got a hold of my husband. He's going to be looking for two.
Because we know that you know Jimmy a lot more than the way you're playing it off here. You know Jimmy, and I have a feeling you might know the people he was with, the black people. Are they Sanford boys? Are they DeLand boys? I mean, let's work it out here because you know a lot more information than what you're telling us, okay? I know that based on the way you're acting right now. And I don't want you to lie to us.
Black hair, brown eyes, brown skin.
That was Driver?
I didn't.
What did the car look like?
I
Was
don't
it the same
pay
car as
attention.
when you met him in the
It could
morning?
have been. I don't know.
Was it a white four-door? Or a light-colored four-door?
I wasn't paying attention to the car, so I should have been.
Did he offer you anything while he was there?
No,
Drugs or anything?
no.
Have you spoken with him since?
No, sir. I tried.
Tried as in how?
What are you looking at?
Seemingly out of the blue, Angela asks the detective what she's looking at. The nervousness in her voice is palpable. She says that she's worried because she has, quote, things in there, but with the power of hindsight, we can be certain that she is worried about some sort of evidence having been left behind.
Texting?
I have other things on there.
Oh, I'm looking at your text with him. I'm not looking at anything else.
Has he replied to you since you tried texting him?
Not since I've shown you everything.
Where is he staying right
What
now?
does this mean? Dude, it seems like conversations are deleted. Were you deleting conversations in this? Because it doesn't even make sense. Like, is it, you wrote, did it help? Did what help?
Oh, I can.
You wrote, beyond burnt out, and then you wrote, did it help? Like you wrote a bit.
May I see it? Oh, sorry.
Hold on a second.
What would it have deleted?
I don't know. I can't. They're all over the place. You have some that I don't understand how they're not even. They don't go consecutively.
I don't want to get any of them.
Did you see the one where it says keep the money for yourself?
Yeah. Photograph of him. Okay. Have you ever hung out with him outside of, or not at your house? No?
I can remember.
Do you know where any of his people stay? Where he hangs out? How not? You've known this guy for how long?
2 years?
You've driven him to get dope, right?
Once or twice.
Within the many years that you've known him? I find that hard to believe. So, where were these houses you took him to?
That's what that means.
Where were these houses you took him to? In Deltona or out of the city?
We went to the that park I told you about.
Okay. What about the other times?
Park beside it, and he walked to where he wanted to go, and then he came back to the car and got back in. And
What's that blue spring? I don't understand.
That's what that conversation was.
I don't get it. Went to Blue Springs because it was only $5. What's up? It doesn't. It says you were gonna call back, and then he wrote, "He's at your door."
He came over to get some water, and some plastic bags.
Oh.
His water got turned off. He needed to flush the toilet, and he was moving.
He was moving away.
He said he was being kicked out of his house.
It's true.
When did he tell you this?
For months.
So where can we find him now? Who are the black males you staying with? I want to know what city they're in at least. At least give us a city. Because I know you know where he might be staying. I mean, I'm sure, I have a feeling that you communicated with this guy after the day that he came to your house the last time you're telling us. So you don't just talk to him once and he disappears. He's going to call again for money or some shit like that. So I want you to be honest with us. Because you know a lot more than what you're telling us. You've known him for many years, so I think you know who he may know or where he may be.
Right here.
Okay.
I don't.
I mean, all we're asking for is help. That's it.
If I could give you help, I would. Any kind of help.
I know you've driven him to other places. Within the many years that you've known this guy, there had to have been some other houses or something else that you've driven him to.
I've driven him to Maria's house.
Okay.
In that park, but
Any black males' houses? Anybody that you remember, a black male that you might have driven him to? Phone numbers, nicknames, whatever you got in there.
When given the first opportunity to grab her phone, she does, and tries to scramble to find a phone number and matching name to throw under the bus. The timing of the conversation works in Angela's favor since the female detective left the room, leaving the phone behind. It's more possible than not that Angela is scrambling to hide remnants of information that could give her up.
So, back to him coming to your house. So he comes to your house to get the money, and you tell him that the cops are looking for him or whatever. What does he say?
he said, I know. And
Are you looking for a phone number right now?
mm-hmm.
You said he knows, and what else?
And he's just gonna get away for a little while.
For what purpose? I know he said a lot more. I mean, how long was he there? 2 seconds or 10 minutes?
5-10 minutes, I don't know.
Okay, so that's a long conversation. 10 minutes is a long conversation. What else did he say to you while he was there? Let's start from the beginning. Try to think of that exact moment when he shows up. Does he just walk up and say, I need to get away from everything? Or how's he start it?
Give me the phone. I need you to concentrate on this. We'll go back to that. I need you to concentrate. When he came to your house, what was said?
Almost 2.5 minutes have passed since getting the phone to look for a number, and her face has been buried in the screen since then. Noticing the distraction, the detective takes the phone back into her possession.
He said he needed the money back so he could go get more. He said he could get the bank straightened out so he could get the money. So he could pay his mortgage and pay back some stuff that he stole. I told him I deposited some money. He got all. He didn't get loud, just. Mad, I guess. Then he was like, damn it, damn it, damn it. And he said, don't tell anybody I was here. I said, why not? He said, because if the cops find me, they'll find me. They're using the cops. And I said, who? He said, I'm not going to say. And then I told him that you guys were here, they're looking for him, and that you keep coming back.
The police have been putting more and more pressure on Angela. They showed up almost every day for the preceding 2 weeks, just after their initial investigation began. As the investigation continued, they continued to have more reason to suspect that she knew more than she was letting on.
And you're going to keep coming back. And please turn yourself in. And he pretty much said no, and he left. I went back to my room and smoked out.
Who did he steal from?
I would assume his boss.
How do you assume that?
Because he always steals from his boss.
That's bad. I mean, you must have said who he stole from. I mean, if him just saying I stole from somebody, I know my first question would be like, oh shit, who'd you steal from? You know, so what did he tell you? Who did he
Well,
steal
with
from?
Jimmy,
How much did he steal?
he didn't say.
Was it drugs? Was it money?
He didn't say.
Because if you asked him about what's going on, right? Like, what happened?
Well, I
Why do you
tried,
need the money?
and he didn't want to tell me nothing.
But him saying that he stole, did you ask him from who? What happened?
Yeah, but he just...
So why do you assume that he stole from his boss then? Other than the fact that he steals from his boss a lot. There had to have been some indication to you then that you had a feeling he stole from his boss. Did he say Pete's name in particular?
He might have, I don't know. I don't remember. I just...
He said he had to pay back what he stole.
See, that's the thing. His boss lets him do that.
Angela says that, quote, his boss lets him do that in regards to letting James take money to pay back later. This seems to be a deflection mechanic that Angela is using to direct possible suspicion to someone else, namely James's boss.
That's why I thought...
Okay.
What do you mean?
His boss lets him steal money or whatever, and then he charges him double or triple. And he just lets him keep on doing it over and over and over. And that's something that he could pay back.
So who's out to get him? I mean, he must have said right there who... I mean, in a heat of a moment like that, if he's freaking out, damn, you know, how'd you put the money in the bank or something like that? He must have said something. Something. Think really hard.
How much money do you have in the bank?
In my bank?
Mm-hmm.
Like $40. Mm-hmm.
Did you give him any money?
No.
Does he have access to your bank account?
No. He wanted it. My God.
He wanted access to your bank account?
He wanted me to borrow money from my bank to give to him. He wanted me to take a $2,000 loan out of TD Bank for him.
Does he still have that ATM card
Mm-hmm.
for TD Bank? Do you have that in your possession?
Yes.
Was that ever in his name or anything, or it's in your name?
It's in my name.
What access card did you give him?
I haven't given him.
You told me specifically you gave him an access card. Which card did you give him?
This one.
So you got it back from...
When did you get it back?
Last month.
You told me that he took it from you and then he didn't give it back to you.
He took it from me and I got it back from him after he was done using it. He said that there was still money in there. But when I checked the bank account, there was no money. It was overdrafted.
So now, when Pete's check came in April 3rd,
Pete's check.
or Jimmy's, right? When Jimmy's check came in April 3rd and was submitted in that account, where'd that money go?
April 3rd.
Yes, the 3rd of April is when he supposedly wound up missing. And there was a check deposited into the account every 3rd of the month.
It went towards the overdraft in last month.
And it was over $900 of overdraft.
Yes.
Okay.
So he didn't get any money in April.
No.
And then there was an extra $325 on top of that was withdrawn. That had to be paid back. So then he's anticipating getting a check next month. In 2 weeks. Surprised he's not getting it.
So he'll probably come see you then.
Well, he's going to come back.
Are we going to get a phone call if he shows up?
Yes, sir.
Actually, I'm thinking that,
911.
I thought I would call you first.
911.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's an emergency. We need to be out there and contact him. What time do you think he's going to come talk to you? What time? What's normal for him? Morning, night? When would he normally come see you?
Well, he knows I'm a night person, so he generally comes see me at night.
Okay.
But on the check day, it's like now. I mean, he will call the bank and when will I be able to overdraft again?
When will the check be cleared? Like, is it normally first thing in the morning on the 3rd?
Midnight. Well,
midnight on the 2nd.
On mine, his is like 6 o'clock.
6 in the morning on the day of the 3rd.
Yes.
Okay. And does he usually hound you first thing, or?
Do you interact with him on Facebook?
No.
Do you have Facebook?
It's old. I don't use Facebook. I don't have his email address. I don't have anything else. I have an email address I made for him, but he never used it.
Does he supply you with weed?
Sometimes.
Is that why you're kind of nervous about giving him up? Because you don't want to lose your connection? Because he's not getting arrested, so, I mean, your connection's not going to be lost. I mean, if you're worried about losing a drug connection, he's still going to be there doing his normal daily shit. So, I mean, if it's anything more than weed, whatever. I don't care. It's just...
He gives you weed for free?
Not for free. I mean, for dealing with it. He knows he's a criminal, but... How much
does he give you for being a payee?
He doesn't give me anything for being a payee.
Nothing. You don't get $10, $20, $30, $40, nothing.
You get in debt.
Clearly.
Angela said that she gets nothing for being a payee, but this is patently false. She received $100 per check that made it into the account. While she would later express some hesitation to admitting this because she didn't want to get in trouble with the Social Security Administration, this doesn't change the fact that this is another lie.
Well, you get to hang out with us every day, too.
Do you know his boss?
Yes.
Do you talk to him?
I've talked to him a few times.
How often?
Not often.
What's the purpose of talking to his boss?
To pay back money that he stole.
From his boss?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
When was the last time you talked to his boss?
Yeah.
November.
Okay. What's his boss into?
I don't know.
Is he dirty?
I think so.
What makes you think that?
Because his limousines are crap. They're put together with duct tape.
We saw them.
Yet the man is majorly rich. You can call there at any time and have a limo. No reservations needed. A lot of Jimmy's clients, he says he parties with them.
Parties.
I don't know, he's sloshed a lot of times when I pick him up.
Have you ever purchased anything from his boss? No. Has Jimmy ever purchased anything from his boss?
Mm-hmm. What
was the number you're going to find on here?
Sleepy.
Sleepy? Who's that?
Friend of ours.
Doper? Dope dealer?
Please don't get him in trouble.
You have nothing to worry about.
I don't. He's a good guy.
So what's Sleepy? White male, black male?
Black.
Where's he stay?
I don't know. I think that's who we're meeting at the park.
Okay. You think he's staying with Sleepy?
I don't know.
Is he pretty tight with Sleepy?
Not that I know of.
But he's a mutual friend? What makes you, why were you picking that number in specific? Was Sleepy the guy that was driving him around then?
No.
How do you know that?
Because I know Sleepy.
So you don't know who this guy was?
Well, I don't even know his real name. That's how I know him.
But you didn't recognize the guy in the car?
No.
Was he in your house?
No.
He was outside?
Yeah, he stayed in the driveway. It was dark. I didn't.
Is it the same one that met up with him the other day at Winn-Dixie?
No, I don't know.
Well, you were there.
I didn't look.
Same car?
Could have been.
The guy in the car that day at Winn-Dixie, did you see the people in the car?
I just saw that there was people there. I didn't. Hello?
Angela's ex-husband calls, the same one that abandoned Angela and her family in 2011, in a way sparking the series of events that would put Angela in this position now. Her ex-husband and James were best friends at one point in time, and after a series of health issues including strokes, her ex-husband began to turn violent and all of his relationships began to deteriorate as a result.
Hey. I'm sitting at the police station answering questions. One moment. Do you want to talk to him?
Who is it?
My husband. Alright. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Where's he?
I don't know.
Your husband's missing?
No.
Don't even say that.
Oh, sorry.
He is to me, but apparently somebody knows where he's at. He's still catching his tracks and stuff. I mean, not. He's still
So
good.
he calls you from random locations?
His phone is registered in Ohio.
Is he a drug user?
He smokes
He
weed.
was Jimmy's best friend.
Are you kidding me? Is he with him?
I know of.
Like, thick as thieves. They used to do gambling together.
Did your husband disappear at the same time Jimmy disappeared?
Oh no, my husband disappeared a year and a half ago.
Oh. Okay.
So does this not sound familiar to you? I mean, Jimmy all of a sudden is doing the same exact thing that your husband did?
I know, and that's.
Where's your husband? Is he in Florida?
I think so. We got a birthday card. He said he was in Daytona, but the card was postmarked in Orlando.
Okay.
What's your husband's phone number?
Don't memorize phone numbers, I'm sorry. His name is Stephen Joseph Stoldt. I call him Joe. And I keep him down at the bottom because
So you guys are officially married,
we're married. Yes.
and he just disappears.
He had a few strokes, and then he was starting to do better. And then we didn't sleep together because he snored.
How about you call him back and how about you ask him if he's with Jimmy? Be like, tell him that you just left.
Tell him I left.
Tell him you left. Tell him you're not here anymore.
Hello, Joe. I just left there. Is Jerry with you? Is Jimmy with you?
No. My goodness, no. Why?
I don't know. They're trying to find him. They can't find him, and your situation is a lot like his.
They know that I like him and I want to help him.
I tried to tell him that. You guys had a falling out.
So, that was mainly the questions they were asking?
Yeah, they want to know now where you are. I don't know where you are. If I knew where you were, then child support would know where you were.
Yeah, child support, that's alright.
What?
Get child support, that's fine. That's child support.
I know, but child support was looking for you so they could do their paperwork. No, that was a few months ago.
Really?
Yeah. They keep saying they closed the case because they can't find you. Have you talked to Jimmy?
How could I even possibly do that?
I don't know.
Got a different phone number after I left.
Yeah, that's right. Your phone disintegrated in your hand.
I still don't understand that one, how I did that. That was like superpowers. Just. You really did though. I kid you not on that one.
Alright. Well, if you hear
How are the
anything,
kids?
the kids are doing good.
How long have you had the PlayStation?
For a while.
Well, when did you tell them?
I just told them that you used to be friends and you used to hang out together a lot. And that I talked to you and that you said that he might have gone to South Carolina.
Yeah, but that was just a guess.
Mm-hmm. But
When's
what?
the first time you told them that?
I think today. I don't know.
Yeah, but when today?
Earlier?
How much earlier?
I don't know. She woke me up. It was early.
Was it like noon or 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock?
It was early this morning.
They woke you up.
Mm-hmm. And they were at my house twice.
And then they had you come in after that?
Yes.
Where are you right now?
I'm in a parking lot. And it looks like they might want to talk to me again.
You should have got out of there. You want me to let you go?
Yeah.
Well, you need to call me back
I'll call you back later.
as soon as you can.
Do you know anything, Joe?
No, how could I possibly know anything?
I don't know.
I mean, it's just, all I know is what you told me. We're the whole time in like a year and a half or whatever, that I've been gone. All I know about anything there is what you told me.
Alright. Well, take care. I'll call you back later.
Do you want you to come talk to him again or pull it out or what?
They're waiting for me to get off the phone, it looks.
Alright, see ya.
Alright. Bye.
His phone disintegrated in his hand.
Superpowers.
Holy cow. That's
Yeah,
like
and
the
he
worst
believes-
lie
and
I've
he
ever
believes
heard.
it. Like, he
He
goes,
does believe this.
yeah, he really
I'm
does. Like,
trying
he's
to tell you
like,
the story.
no, it really happened.
What the hell is he on?
Okay. Where was I? He had a couple strokes. He was doing better. And then one night, I heard some awful, awful noises coming from his room. And so I went to check on him, and he was on the floor. I'm sorry, this is hard for me. He was on the floor, and he was bleeding out of his mouth and struggling with breathing. And I called 911.
Is this the day that we tased him? Yeah. You don't have to talk about it. It's okay. You don't have to relive
Do you
that.
remember that?
No, you told me the story. I don't want you to have to go through that again.
But after that, he started saying that the Masons were after him, and that, this is going to sound bad, my father was in the military. He says that somehow I got some military grade drugs and gave them to Jimmy for Jimmy to put in his pills.
Oh, wow.
Pills. What was he taking? Perks.
So he pretty much lost part. He thought something was going on with him mentally. He sounds like he's normal now, though.
He's off with all his medication. I don't know.
He doesn't sound like he was whatever, but I mean, obviously he started a new life somewhere. But why did they have a falling out?
I don't know. I don't remember.
How do you not remember? If they were
Because
thick
he
as
was going
thieves
crazy, and he started yelling at him and stuff, and scaring Jimmy, and I don't know. Jimmy calls him psychopath.
Where does Sleepy live?
The investigators are stuck on the person known as Sleepy because it's the only name and only lead that has been given up by Angela. This will prove to be a false lead.
I think that's who we were meeting when we went to that park.
Okay. Where does Sleepy live, though? Would you be able to point the house out?
No.
You don't want to point the house out, or you're just not able to?
I would point the house out if I could.
Would you have Sleepy's phone number?
Yes, I have.
Okay, what's Sleepy's phone number?
Find that. Is that's a black male that Jimmy gets weed from or drugs? Okay. Does he drive? Does Sleepy drive?
Mm-hmm.
What's he drive?
I don't know.
Car, truck?
SUV thing?
SUV?
So you've seen the lamb chop before, huh?
Lamb chop.
Mm-hmm.
You mean pork chop?
That's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Yeah, he
Somebody's
looks
hungry.
like a,
Like a lamb chop?
leprechaun.
A leprechaun. Okay, so we got pork chop that looks like a leprechaun. Meaning...
Where does Pork Chop live?
Last I heard, he lived up in the apartments on,
What's Pork Chop's real name?
I don't know.
When you say leprechaun, elaborate on that.
He's about this tall, red hair, and he has sideburns,
In the pot of gold?
short, stocky. He looks like a leprechaun.
What does he drive?
I have no idea. I haven't seen him in years.
Why would you think that Jimmy would still be hanging out with him?
Because he said something about something about him recently.
What
Like what? When's the last time you talked to Sleepy?
The other day.
How about you call Sleepy right now and try to get served?
Huh.
Yeah, you should. Say, hey, and by the way, have you talked to Jimmy?
He'll never serve me again.
Why? You don't really have to actually.
Yeah, we're not going to do a buy bust on.
Yeah, we're not going to do a buy. Just call him and say, hey man, I can't find Jimmy. I need something.
That's all it's for, is to see if he knows where Jimmy is.
See if he knows where Jimmy is. We don't really want you to get...
We're not setting up a buy.
I've never called him. He don't answer the phone. He just texts.
Okay, we'll text him. Be like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, just basically try to find out if he knows where Jimmy is. Or how you regularly talk to him. Talk to him regularly. I don't care what you type on there.
Yeah, well,
if you're talking to him about...
just shy of don't really make a drug deal with him.
Yeah, don't. Yeah. But just basically get him to just see if he knows where Jimmy is. That's basically the goal.
Yeah, what are you writing?
I haven't written anything.
Be like, hey, I run dry. You know where Jimmy's at?
But if I buy, I only buy from Sleepy. Well, not always, but...
Well,
it
but
depends.
you get it from Jimmy for free, right?
Sometimes.
Okay, so be like, hey, I'm getting low. Have you seen Jimmy? I might have to set something up with you. Does your kid not go to school?
They homeschool.
Oh.
They do virtual school.
What'd you write?
Hey, this is Angel Gringo's neighbor. That's what he calls me.
What?
Gringo, that's what he calls me. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm. So, his boss, do you think he's shady? What do you think he's doing?
Well, I don't think he's making the money from the women.
How do you think he's making money?
For 30s? I don't know.
How would his boss be getting for 30s?
That's what
See,
Junior says, that his boss is always high on him.
He's always high on perk 30s? Does Jimmy sell perk 30s?
He said he could. I think he did the job.
To who?
My husband.
Angela mentions that James was selling 30 milligram Percocets and also sold them to her ex-husband at one point. This adds to additional reasons why James could be missing, a possible drug deal or debt gone sour.
How long has Jimmy been working for his boss?
Years? I don't know.
So you think that his boss was supplying him with with the drugs?
Possibly. Do you want that?
What?
The card?
No.
Knife, cigarette?
Yeah, but we'll have to go outside. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Normal.
Alright.
Have a good smoke?
Try it.
Alright. After talking to everybody, just got off the phone with somebody. Are you sure you talked to him after the day he was reported missing? Because I have a feeling Jimmy's dead.
The investigator says that he believes James might be dead, stunning Angela with the forwardness of this comment. While her sunglasses are now back on her face after having gone outside for a smoke, her responses and nonverbal behavior are even slower and stiffer than before.
No.
The information I just got. Let's be honest with each other. Have you spoken with him?
You know what I told you?
Did you really talk to him? You sure about that? What do you know about what happened between him and his boss? Did something bad happen?
He said that his boss made his mechanic put a blade to his throat, and his boss followed him up to the bank to get his money.
When?
That was, I don't remember. I don't know, Tom's the one that told me. I was on the phone with him. The three-way.
What Tom tell you?
He said that his boss had his mechanic put a knife to his throat.
Angela maintains that there was an altercation at James's place of work where one of the mechanics had held a knife to his throat. This is the very first mention of this. Had this been true, wouldn't it have been worth mentioning during the more than 10 previous interactions Angela had with detectives investigating James's disappearance?
Do you know if Jimmy's alive or dead? What's that mean? You shaking your head?
I haven't seen him since I told you.
Are you positive you've seen him? Or are you just saying that to cover up for somebody? Is somebody paying you?
No.
Is somebody giving you dope?
No.
Because I know what his boss is into. The reason why we ask you all these questions at the beginning, because we know what his boss is into. We know what everybody's into. That's why we ask these questions. We already know the answers to them. Is somebody giving you this information to give us as a lie?
Yes.
To redirect us somewhere else? What's the relationship between you and Jimmy?
Just friends.
What benefits?
It wasn't. It's been a while.
Did you ever have sex with the boss?
No.
Why not?
Ew.
Why?
Well, I barely know the man.
What is he giving you, the boss? Let's be honest here. We know what the boss is into. I'm telling you that because I know what he does. I know that he's involved in more than just limo driving. You know what I'm talking about, right? What is it? Don't
I've
say you
never
don't know.
gotten anything from him.
What does he do?
I don't know.
You just said you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I know Jimmy talks about he gets stuff for his people that
What?
he drives for. You can only imagine.
What did he say? This is where truth needs to be spoken here.
I'm racking my memories.
Are you scared of Jimmy's boss?
You're shaking your head. Is that yes or no?
Oh yeah, he seems.
What has he told you? Has he threatened you not to talk to us?
No.
Has he told you not to tell us what really happened to Jimmy? Did he pay you?
No.
Is Jimmy dead?
I hope not.
Do you think Jimmy's dead?
No.
Why wouldn't you think Jimmy's dead? Give me a reason why you don't think he's dead.
Because he's disappeared before and it's always shown up.
How sure are you that you saw him after that night last night that he did that fair and he left his car at the boss's house? Exactly how many times did you see him after that night?
Twice.
Tell me those 2 times. What are the 2 times that you saw him?
Seems like 4. And then you guys came the next day. And then he came that night, and then he left.
Did you have sex with him the night he came to your house?
No,
Did you just kiss him?
I hugged him.
And did he bring you marijuana?
No,
Did he have marijuana with him?
I don't know.
Did he have pills with him?
I don't know.
So you just got into a fight over the $150. And you're 100% sure that was after we were at your house. Where was your daughter at the time?
Yeah, there, probably.
She said she saw him, or she heard him, or whatever. So she had him in doing something, right?
I think she was in her room.
Where was he? In the house? In your room? In the living room? In the kitchen?
The doorway.
Huh?
The doorway.
Doorway of...
Front door.
Oh, so he didn't actually come in?
He's been in there before, but not that night.
Wasn't he scared we'd be watching your house?
When he was looking around.
You're 100% sure that you saw him after the day we were at your house.
Both detectives keep asking, "Are you sure you saw him the day after we were at your house?" They are repeating this question because they don't believe the answer she is giving them. The suspicions are rising and they believe she is lying. They are attempting whatever methods they can to coax her into saying what actually happened, because at this point in the investigation, her version of events don't make any sense.
So the day that you saw me and we talked, you told me that at 4 o'clock you had seen him somewhere. Where was that at?
Across the street from the bank. The Dixie parking lot.
And what did he give you there?
$150.
Okay. And that was after and then I saw you later on that day? And then you're telling me the next day you saw him. Is that correct?
It was that night.
That same night. Okay.
Have you spoken to him since?
Mm.
Have you spoken to his boss?
His boss hasn't come to your house once. Really?
Well, he's been there before, but not in a long time.
Like, why? Why would his boss come to your house?
Looking for Jimmy.
For what?
Money? Yeah. He just kind of came in my yard and asked, have you seen Jimmy? I said, no.
So you're saying this
went
time...
to Jimmy's house.
So you're saying this time he didn't come to your house? But you're saying Jimmy owes him money, right? You don't know?
Mm-hmm.
So you said earlier. You said Jimmy owes him money.
I assume. I don't know anything.
Well, what if I told you your assumption's right? He owes his boss money. Or he owed.
Well, he always owes his boss money.
And the boss hasn't been to your house?
No.
Why would he come one time and not this time?
He didn't actually come to my house. I was outside and...
Did he go to Jimmy's house?
Yeah.
And then he saw you? And where did he address you? From the street? From the driveway? Did he walk up into your driveway?
From the street, but that's been ages ago.
Ages meaning 6 months, 1 year, 2 years?
Since October.
Does he have your phone number?
I don't know. I don't have his.
Have you ever conversed with him over the telephone?
No.
Not once?
No.
I thought you said you talked to him on the phone.
It's easier to remember the truth than it is a lie.
I know.
So if you're holding something back, now's the time to tell us, because before you said you've talked to the boss several times.
I have.
Because Jimmy owed him money and all this shit. So on the phone.
No. In person.
In person. So you've been to his house. You've been to the place of business. But you never talked to him on the phone. But before you told us you did.
I don't know if I talked to him on the phone or not. Can't remember that. It's been ages. I don't remember ever talking to him on the phone.
And what was the reasoning that you were at the house again?
At Jimmy's house?
No, at the boss's house.
Take Jimmy to work, bring him back, take money to his boss.
Oh, so you would actually bring money to him that Jimmy owed?
I'd drive him there. And actually I handed it to him one time.
And what are we talking about? The amounts?
700, something like that.
Was it normally in hundreds? Over 500 normally? Really? What do you guys get in return?
I don't know what he gets.
Well, that's what I want to get. What do you guys get in return?
Excuse me?
What do you guys get in return when you give him money?
If he doesn't get thrown to jail for stealing, and then he keeps telling me to report him for this, that, or the other.
Well, I'll tell you right now, the boss isn't going to report shit. Because the boss doesn't like us. So, what do you know about this boss? Since you've been there several times, Jimmy's given him money with you there, all this good stuff. What's your personal knowledge of him?
Not much.
You know a little something. What do you know about him?
The line of questioning has turned towards James's boss now. Angela has been putting vague suspicion towards him repeatedly, and now they want more information on what she knows. She mentioned an altercation with a mechanic. She mentioned the owner's less than legal interests outside of the limo business. Now they press her for all the information.
Let's be honest with each other. I know what he does. And I know damn well if you know Jimmy, as long as you have, you know what his boss does.
I just know what I see. And
What do you see?
The limos are crap, and there's always...
What else is he involved in?
I don't know.
What does Jimmy tell you he's involved in? Because I know Jimmy likes to talk. Everybody I talk to, Jimmy brags. So what does he brag about his boss doing? Does he run drugs?
He never told me he did, but he never told me he didn't either. It just seems like really obvious that the place makes more money than just the limos. I mean, because the limos are horrible.
Did Jimmy ever brag about what he did?
No, but he... I'm trying to remember this one time where he said he got a bunch of coke for somebody. And he's borrowed money from this Italian lady. He parties with his people.
Where'd you get the coke from? His boss? Well, you and I both know that the drug trade, the drug game is a dangerous game, right? Do you think Jimmy may be involved in something else? Such as selling and maybe being a middleman?
Possibly.
Has he ever told you about it?
Yeah.
I find that hard to believe. Because somebody
Well, like I said, he's told me about getting drugs for people, but he's not really gone into detail about
driving
it.
a limo?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What exactly did he tell you? Because talking to people that Jimmy barely knows and getting stories from them about what Jimmy's involved in, and they know detailed stories about some drug shit that's been going on with him, and you telling me you've known him for many years and you guys have some type of relationship, and you don't know the details, I find that hard to believe, you know what I mean?
Well, I don't
So,
ask him. Don't
I know,
ask him.
but I know Jimmy's a bragger.
Yeah, but
Based on the people that I've talked to, the many people that I've talked to already, to include family, relatives, other friends in the area, they all say Jimmy brags and talks about shit that he does without people asking. So that's why I know, a little bit more about what goes on with Jimmy. So let's be honest with each other. It's not going to get
pay
him.
attention to his
I know.
blah, blah, blah.
But it's never going to get him. It's not going to get him in trouble. If he's involved in the shit, so he's involved in it. But we need to understand his lifestyle here. You being as close as you are to him is going to have. You're going to have the best information. So obviously, he trusts you because he trusts you with his money. He trusts you basically. I mean, you guys have been intimate together. So there is.
Really drunk.
I know, but this is a sign of trust here, okay? It is trust. You're his payee on his freaking Social Security. He trusts you. So he's going to tell you things that he doesn't normally tell other people. So please be honest with me and tell me what you know, because this is going to help us find him.
Everything. I didn't want details. I don't.
Do you like us bothering you every day?
No, I don't.
Would you rather us not be around you every day? You know how easy it is to stop that, right?
I wish.
When they say, you know how easy it is to have the cops stop bugging you, Angela says, I wish. This is because James has already been dead for days.
All we need to do is find Jimmy. And I'm hoping that you really seen him that day. I'm hoping he's not dead like people are saying.
What are people saying?
People are saying that they heard Jimmy got murdered. And if Jimmy got murdered, and you're not telling us where he is, you can be held accountable because you've seen him. You've seen him last.
But I haven't.
Not as the person who murdered him, but it could be principal there.
This is...
And according to you, you were the person who'd seen him last. From the last information we had. It is. But I'm hoping that didn't happen. I'm hoping that Jimmy's not murdered. That's my hope. And my hope is that we find this guy and he's okay. That's what I'm hoping for. So I'm not going to let myself get locked into that stage believing that he is murdered. Because if he is, it's going to be a totally different deal going on here.
Who says it?
Can't give you names.
Sorry.
Like I told you, we don't give names. And that's the thing. If you're nervous about people finding out what you tell us to find him and to prove that he's okay, you don't have to worry about that.
I would prove he's okay in a second if I could.
Well, why didn't you call me when I told you to call me that? When he came over? So that's more of the conversation. So where's he staying? Because I know you probably know where he's staying. If he's alive, I have a strong feeling you may know who he's with. Because if you know this guy this well, you've been with him you've been around him so many years, and how much he trusts you, I think he would tell you. Or you should at least know him well enough to where he would go, to know where he would be. So I want you to help yourself here. This is going to help you. This is going to relieve you from ever seeing us.
I would.
Do you love Jimmy?
He's a friend.
Do you love him more than a friend?
No.
Sure about that? Is he a good supplier?
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
Well, he helps out in a pinch, but if I don't know.
What kind of drugs do you normally get from him?
Just fine.
What about from his boss?
I don't get anything from his boss.
What's he get from his boss?
I don't know.
You were saying something before I left the room, and before you went to go smoke, about a cell phone that he might have? A new number? Weren't you saying something about that?
Mm-hmm. No, but I did text Sleepy.
Did Sleepy ever text you back?
Mm-hmm.
What did he say? What else you got for me? Anything else you could think of that might help us find him, prove he's not dead?
I don't know anything else.
As soon as she's left alone in the room, Angela puts her hand to her forehead, seemingly a response to the extremely stressful situation she has found herself in.
Okay. So, here's the deal. We're going to try to put more pieces together. However we're going to do this, I'm going to walk outside.
Not being under arrest, Angela was allowed to go home after this interview. Just a few days later, Angela took her children to visit her family. While there, Angela suffered a major mental crisis, during which she admitted to her sister and parents what had happened to Jimmy in great detail. In the second part of this series, we will hear Angela say what happened in her own words, and reveal where Jimmy's been hiding this entire time.
I just grabbed the first thing I could, and...
What was it?
It was an ice pick.
On January 9th, 2014, at about 4:45 p.m., Pennsylvania State Investigator Owen Leonard gets a call about a body being in the trailer. Larry Wagner had just found the body of his wife, Dawn Wagner. Investigator Leonard and the Pennsylvania State Police rush to the scene, and stepping inside, the smell of death overwhelms them. Blood was spattered everywhere, starting in the kitchen, going down the hallway, going into the bathroom. In the bathroom, there's blood splattered on the cabinets, the walls, the ceilings, the sink, the tub. It's everywhere. They find Dawn on the floor with her hands near her face as if she was protecting herself. Her arms are bound with duct tape, her ankles are bound with duct tape, and she's completely covered in her own dried blood. Now, the condition of her body and the evidence on the scene indicated that she had been dead for at least 4 to 5 days, and homicide was obvious. It goes without saying that the family was distraught at the passing of Dawn. Dawn had 3 kids with her previous husband prior to meeting Larry. Mindy and Jennifer stayed in the Midwest, and her youngest child, Sarah, came with her to live with Larry. Now, Sarah was a popular and outgoing girl in high school. She had a lot of friends, and the older that she got, she spent more and more time with those friends and less time with Dawn and Larry, which is expected. As kids get a little bit older, they want to spend more time with their friends and less under the guise of their parents. But Sarah was changing, and she wasn't as close with Larry and Dawn as she used to be. The quality of people that she had been meeting and hanging out with were changing, and as Larry said in an interview, sometimes the cool kids are the cool kids, not necessarily the best kids. So Sarah fell into a habit of experimenting with drugs, and this escalated extremely quickly. By the age of 17, she was already doing heroin, and she looked tired, she looked thin, and she visibly looked like she was on drugs. And Sarah didn't really try all that hard to keep this hidden from anybody. Larry and Dawn would regularly hear Sarah in the bathroom throwing up from either getting too high or from having withdrawals. So Larry makes a suggestion to Dawn that maybe they should move closer to Larry's parents so they can have a little bit more help. And they make a deal with Sarah, and they say, hey, if you go to rehab and you stay clean, you can continue living with us. Otherwise, you have to leave. So they try to make this situation work a little bit longer. Sarah would go to rehab and she would get clean, but it was like clockwork. She would get clean and come back out, hang out with her boyfriend, and she would start using again. And things with that boyfriend got more and more complicated, and even more so when in 2011,
Sarah gave birth to a baby boy. Now, Dawn was excited to be a grandmother finally. She was working really hard to support her daughter and her new grandson, but that came at a cost. Things between Dawn and Larry were basically disintegrating. Things were getting a little bit too difficult for them to manage, and their relationship just wasn't working out, and they decided to separate. So Dawn, Sarah, and Sarah's son, they move into a trailer park to basically live their life out without Larry at this point. And after this, things seemed to be going fairly well. Friends from Dawn and Sarah both said that they seemed happy. It seemed like things were progressing as they should. But then January 9th happens. Dawn is found brutally beaten in her bathroom. Her car is gone. Sarah's gone. Sarah's son is gone. So the officers start to search the state to figure out what happened and where everybody else is. Now, Dawn had 18 wounds to her upper body. They were all blunt force wounds, blunt force trauma. 18 wounds to her upper body. There was blood cast off and spattering that started in the kitchen, which suggested that the entire attack, this entire transgression, began in the kitchen. And like I mentioned before, there were drag marks going from the kitchen into the bathroom, and the duct tape on Dawn indicated that she was probably alive for at least some of this attack. Now, evidence at the scene also suggests that whoever perpetrated this attack, whoever viciously murdered Dawn, had tried to clean up after themselves. There was bloody rags in the laundry room area, and one investigator noted that there was so much blood that they didn't even know how you could contain all of it. Now, the murder weapon was found on the scene. It was actually in the trash can in the kitchen, and it was a hammer, just a standard claw hammer, and absolutely caked in blood and remnants of Dawn, basically. But also during this investigation, they found something else that was particularly interesting, which is that the house wasn't ransacked. This wasn't a burglary gone wrong. This was someone close that did this. This was someone who had access to the house. There was zero signs of forced entry, so whoever came and left did so willingly and either with permission or with access. So it's not a far leap to say that whoever did this obviously knew Dawn and obviously knew Sarah and her son as well. So the investigators on the scene are thinking, who could have possibly done this? They're thinking maybe this was a domestic dispute that escalated. So who do they turn to? They look at the man that called 911, Larry. And Larry starts talking, and he gives them as much information as possible, and he basically tells the investigators his life story. And during that, he says that Dawn had previously cheated on him with one of her bosses. So the investigators start thinking, well, maybe this was a result of jealousy, maybe something in that regards. So they start digging a little deeper. And during this conversation, this conversation doesn't last that long with Larry, but they can see that he's distraught and, he's talking about the relationship and he doesn't have animosity towards Dawn. He says that things were still amicable between them. And then he mentions that the drug use caused a lot of turmoil in their relationship. And the investigators are thinking, well, what drug use? And then he tells them about Sarah's addiction to opiates. So Larry's telling investigators about the problems that they had and how they tried to help Sarah out and how much of a toll that her drug use was taking on his and Dawn's relationship. Things were going missing, jewelry, electronics, even his lawnmower at one point. And then he tells them that at one point, Sarah had drained their bank account. And for what? Drugs. And, Larry wasn't saying that, Sarah did this, Sarah is, responsible for this. He was just saying what happened with his relationship. And Larry mentions that, Sarah would get clean every so often. They would send her to rehab to keep her in the home. But she would go and hang out with the father of her son, her on-again, off-again boyfriend. And every single time, she would end up using again. So Larry's casting suspicion on the boyfriend of Sarah. But at this point, they still need to rule out Larry. And there's a key thing that Larry says that basically make the investigators turn their eye from him to somewhere else, which is that Larry only came over because he got a call from Dawn's boss. Now, Dawn's boss said that he hadn't heard from Dawn since New Year's Day. That's 9 days prior to when Larry came over. So when Larry gets this call, he comes to Dawn's trailer and he notices the door's open. He just pushes it open, walks in, and he's calling out her name. He goes to the back room and doesn't find her in her bedroom. And he turns to his left. He turns on the light, and that's where he finds Dawn. And it's at this point that Larry gives investigators one more detail, one more really important detail. And Larry says that 3 days before he got this call from Dawn's boss, he got a message from Dawn. And it was normal because they would talk every couple of days. Like I said, things were amicable between them. This wasn't some sort of terrible relationship that they had. But Larry says that in these messages, she was typing really weird. She was writing and misspelling in ways that she had never done before. And it was strange enough to where Larry actually made a note of it and was able to recall that
during the investigation for Dawn's murder. So the investigators finish their conversation with Larry after about 45 minutes and conclude that he probably had nothing to do with this, and they start talking to the neighbors. Now the neighbors, they tell investigators that Sarah's boyfriend had been living with them in that trailer. And what the neighbors also tell investigators is that Sarah's boyfriend was having suspicious guests coming in and out of the trailer all day long as soon as Dawn would go to work. Now the neighbors were friendly with Dawn, so they were aware that Dawn was kind of reaching the limit with what was going on with her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend. Every single time Dawn would successfully get Sarah to complete treatment and to, get off these drugs, Sarah's boyfriend would show up again and she would start using again every single time. So now the question is, did Sarah's boyfriend kill Dawn? So the search for the boyfriend and Sarah and the son begin, and during the search, the autopsy results for Dawn finally come back in, and the coroner says that Dawn was actually killed by strangulation. Not the 18 blows from the hammer, it was strangulation. So this was personal. She wasn't just beaten with a hammer, she was beaten with a hammer and then strangled to death. This was something that was a result of an escalation. This was rage. And yet another interesting detail in that autopsy report is that Dawn's time of death is around New Year's. Now remember, Larry found Dawn on January 9th, 9 days before that. But Dawn texted Larry 3 days before Larry found her. Someone was clearly sending messages from Dawn's phone. So the hunt is on for the boyfriend. They're searching up, down, high, low, every nook and cranny, and they find him in jail already on drug charges. Surprise. So they look at the booking information, and yet another interesting detail comes up, and that's that the boyfriend was incarcerated on December 28th, but Dawn was killed on the 31st, 3 days after that. He couldn't have done it. But Sarah's still missing, so they ask him, do you happen to know where she is? And he asks, why? Why are you asking about it? And they tell him that, hey, look, Dawn was found murdered, and this guy really doesn't give a shit because clearly he had some sort of, animosity towards Dawn because she's getting in the way of their toxic relationship, whatever. We're not going to get into that. But the story turns again, and they find out that Sarah's also in jail for bank robbery. So what happened was on January 7th, Sarah drives about 45 minutes away and tries to rob a Subway and fails. I don't know how you fail, but okay. And so she decides that she's going to go across the parking lot and goes to a PNC bank. And the PNC bank, she actually robs the bank for about $320. Not very much in the grand scheme of things, but she does it and gets away. But she doesn't get very far. She's actually caught almost immediately, and the reason why she was caught is that there was a report that she had left her son in the car. And by the way, I don't know if I even mentioned that, but yeah, her son was in the car while she was committing these robberies, which is, what? So Sarah goes to jail, gets booked in, and the son goes to the paternal grandfather, her boyfriend's grandfather. So the investigators head over to the women's side of jail. Again, that's mind-blowing to me that they're both in jail for unrelated charges, but whatever. So they start talking to Sarah, and they see a visibly obvious drug addict. She looks tired, she looks malnourished, and she just doesn't look good. So they look over her hands and her arms and try to see if they see any scratches or anything like that. And they don't really see anything. I think they see like a scratch somewhere on the hand, but nothing that outright says that she was involved in an altercation. So they're talking to her and asking her questions, just basic questions. And finally Sarah's like, what do you want to know about this bank robbery? And that's when they tell her that this isn't about a bank robbery. We just found your mom murdered. And Sarah responds by saying, no, you're lying. That's not true. And, she's looking around trying to figure out what to say. And they finally get through to her. They finally convince her that, yes, this is true. And she starts breaking down crying. And she says, this is all my fault. This is all my fault. So what Sarah says is that on December 31st, a man named Stefan, a drug dealer named Stefan, showed up to her mom's house with another guy. And they took her into the bathroom. And they said that Sarah needed to go get money to pay off the debt that she had for them. So what Sarah does is she takes her mom's purse and her mom's car, and she goes to get the money for them. It's about $600, and comes back, and she gives them the money. And she gives them the money outside, and she says, did you hurt my mom? Weird thing to ask, right? Out of nowhere. They say no. She takes them at their word, and she takes off with her son. She ends the story by saying that maybe Stefan had something to do with hurting her mom or killing her mom, and the investigators don't really have much to go off of. They don't really have a full name. They only have a first name. They don't have a last name. And quite frankly, based on these stories that Sarah was spinning that make no sense at all, they correctly assume that Stefan doesn't actually exist. Sarah was lying, and Sarah was covering up for something. Now, during that initial interview, Sarah says that she was caught driving her boyfriend's mom's car when she was arrested for that bank robbery. However, on the arrest report, it doesn't show that. It shows that she was driving her mom's red Chevrolet. So if she could lie about what she was driving, which is already on the report, what else could she be lying about? So the investigators find out that Sarah had gone to a Sunoco gas station and used Dawn's debit card to try to pull out some cash. So now they're looking for a lead, and they're going to other businesses in the area and requesting surveillance footage from that day. Now, one of those businesses that complied with this request was a local Walmart. Now, this Walmart provided detectives with a video of Sarah going into their Walmart and getting a bunch of cleaning supplies as well as a large blue Rubbermaid bin. I wonder what that's for. Now remember, this is 4 days after Dawn had been killed, and she's caught on video with cleaning supplies and a large blue bin. You tell me what that's for. So the investigators know that they have a lot more to talk to Sarah about, so they go back to the jail, get her, put her in the back of the car, give her a cigarette and light it for her, and that's when she starts talking about what really happened. This is the interrogation of Sarah Vercauteren.
Sarah, for the record, can you state your full name and date of birth?
Sarah Dawn Vercauteren, and my date of birth is 10/02/88.
This video was found by The Crime Scene as a new and up-and-coming YouTube channel about interrogations. I've got a link down in the description below. Make sure you give them a subscription. They more than deserve it.
Sarah, you know why you're here today?
Yes.
Okay. All right, basically you're here today regarding an incident that happened involving your mother. Okay? What can you tell me about the incident that happened back on Tuesday, December 31st?
Did we tell you everything that happened?
Yes.
My mother came home at about 6:30 at night, and she was sitting in the living room and was talking about how she's fed up with everything and fed up with people using her and my dad and stuff like that. And I was really dope sick. And I asked her if I could use her car to go get marijuana, but I was really going to go get heroin. And I think she kind of knew that. She told me no. And I just wanted to get high. And so I went into the kitchen, and she was in the living room watching TV, smoking a cigarette. And I was making a pizza, and her back was towards the kitchen, so she couldn't see me. And I asked her again to use her car, and she said, no, I'm not using my vehicle. I don't care about marijuana. You're not using it. And I got really upset, and my body got really hot, and I seen the hammer, and I picked up the hammer, and I stood on top of the counter, and I hit her in the head with the hammer, and she screamed out, what the fuck? And then I jumped off the counter, and then I hit her again with the hammer, and again, and then the dog Champ came out. We heard her yelling, and he nipped me in the back of the leg, and I hit him with the hammer, and he stopped and went behind the couch. My mom ran to the door, and I pushed her. Hold on just a second. I pushed her, and then he kept hitting her in the head with the hammer. I don't know how many times I just kept hitting her. And there's just blood everywhere. And I didn't want my son to get up because he was sleeping in his room. And I don't want her to hear him. I don't want him to hear her. So I when she was laying there, I took her by the hands and dragged her into the bathroom. And then I had her again in the bathroom. And she said, Sarah, you could use my car. I'm sorry, you could use my car. And at that point, like, there was just so much blood everywhere. And I told her I'm sorry, and I loved her. And then I laid her down on the ground, and I tried to choke her because she was like gurgling, and I didn't want her to be suffering. And so I tried to choke her, and I couldn't because it was so slippery. There was so much blood. And then I just left her there. And I went into the kitchen and got the duct tape, and I duct taped her leg because I didn't want her to get out of the bathroom and walk out and then tell on me. And so I tied her legs up, and I seen that she wasn't breathing anymore. And then I went and I heard my son get up, and he's saying, "Where's Mom? Where's Mom?" And I said, "Mom's fine, baby." And I took him into the living room and put cartoons on, and then I started cleaning up the blood. There was blood everywhere, and I was just using towels and anything I could find to clean up the blood. And then I cleaned up myself and got to put clothes on, and I took her mat cards, and I took my son. I packed a couple of days worth of clothes, and I left, and I went to the Mac machine and pulled out, I think it was like $600, and I went to McKeesport and got a brick of heroin, and I went to the motel room with my son, and he was playing, and I called my friend because I didn't know how to shoot heroin. I never shot it before, and I really wanted to because I just didn't want to deal with it anymore. And she came over and she did heroin with me, and she shot me my first time. She showed me how to do it, and then for the past 4 or 5 days, I was just strung out on heroin. And then I finally went back to the house, and then I got, I see that there's still blood everywhere. So I went to the Walmart, I think it was Saturday night, with my son, and I got contractor bags and 409 cleaner with bleach and vinegar and washcloth and 2 sponges and hand gloves, and I put it on a big bin, and I walked out of Walmart with it, and I went back to the house, and I cleaned up the mess, and I wanted to put my mom in, but I just couldn't go to the bathroom, and instead I just got high. And then after the money was gone and the dope was gone, I left. It was the 7th, and so I was going to go to my baby's dad's court date, and it got canceled, and I was speeding for dope, and I went and robbed the PNC bank, and then I got pulled over and arrested.
Okay, sir. Let's go back. The incident at the trailer. What's the address of the trailer? Who was at the trailer?
Me, my mom, and His dad was staying there, but he got arrested in jail.
And your mom's name?
Dawn Marie Wagner.
And the father of your child, what's his name? Okay. So you're saying that it all started over a confrontation, argument, dispute over car keys. So the vehicle is owned by who?
My mother.
Your mother. And why wouldn't she allow you to take the vehicle?
Because I'm pretty sure she seen out I was dope sick, and I'm pretty sure she knew I was gonna go buy dope. And she didn't want me to do that. But I was just so sick.
Okay, so prior to the assault on your mom, did your mother go to work that day?
Mm-hmm.
In the bedroom sleeping, correct? Mom came home from work roughly what time?
6:30.
That's the normal time that she comes home from work. What time does she usually come home from work?
About 5:30.
Was there a reason why she came home a half hour? You know why she came home a half hour later? Approximately a half hour.
She wouldn't tell me. She said she needed to think about a few things.
Yeah, your mom owns the vehicle. What kind of vehicle? What's the make and model of the vehicle?
Chevy. The small Chevy. Look like Cobalt.
Okay.
I'm gonna do that name.
2-door, 4-door?
4-door. It's red.
Red color?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's mom's vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the vehicle that you wanted to take. And she refused to give you keys. Okay. Okay, so the first of all, you got the hammer from where?
The kitchen drawer.
Kitchen drawer. Did you remove anything else from the kitchen drawer?
The duct tape.
A roll of duct tape? Okay. So the first strike, you're behind your mom, and you hit her in the head.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, did your mom fall to the ground at that point?
No, she got up and said, she looked at me and said, "What the fuck?"
Okay.
And that's when I jumped off the counter and started hitting her.
Sarah, where was your mom sitting when you first hit her?
The left seat. It was right in front of the counter, like right in front of the kitchen counter. Like her back was like towards the kitchen, so she couldn't see me. And she was watching TV and smoking a cigarette.
And you said you got the hammer from kitchen cabinet, correct?
The kitchen drawer.
Kitchen drawer. Was the hammer out for a while, or did you just grab it right at that time when you made that decision to hit her?
I just grabbed it.
Right, so you just struck her one time. Her response was, "Oh, what the fuck?"
Mm-hmm.
Did she fall to the ground at all?
No, she didn't fall to the ground until I got off the counter and struck her again and again and again.
At that time, was she still sitting on the chair?
No, she fell by the TV.
In the living room?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she fell to the ground. Describe to me what happened after that.
After that, her big dog came out and heard her yelling, and he tried to stop me by nipping the back of my leg, but I hit him with the hammer in the head, and he stopped and went behind the couch, and that's when she ran to the door, but I pushed her out of the way.
The front door at the trailer residence?
Yes.
Okay. Did your mom leave the trailer?
No.
Okay. So she ran towards the door.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, what happened?
I pushed her, and then she fell to the ground in the kitchen, and I just started hitting her again in the head with the hammer.
Sarah, did your mom attempt to defend herself or stop the attack?
Yeah, when we were in the living room by the TV, she tried putting her hands up and blocking and tried to grab hold of my arm, my hand. But it was slippery.
Was she already bleeding by then?
Yeah.
Okay, while she's trying to defend herself, what did you do after that point, after striking her in the kitchen?
And she was just laying there, like motionless, and so I thought she was dead. So I dragged her to the bathroom, and I laid her down, and she said she wasn't dead, and then she said, "You could use my car, you could use my car." And then that's when I tried to choke her, but there was just too much blood and I couldn't grab forward her neck.
Okay, sir, so you grab your mom while she's on the ground in the kitchen. How did you grab her? Grab her by the arms?
Mm-hmm.
At this point, is she fighting, squirming around at all?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you grab her by her arms.
Like that. Like she was.
Her arms are up in the air.
Yeah.
Her feet are on the ground, and you're just pulling her backwards.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So you pull her through the kitchen, through the living room, and down the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
And you take her where?
Into the bathroom.
Into the bathroom. And the bathroom's located where in the trailer?
In the back of the trailer.
And then far into the hallway?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. While you're dragging him, your son is still sleeping in his bedroom to your left?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you drag your mom down the hallway to the rear of the trailer. All right. So now in the bathroom. Okay. Tell me what happened in the bathroom.
In the bathroom, I remember I hit her in the bathroom, I think like once or twice again. And that's when she said, "You could use my car, I'm sorry, you could use my car." And then I told her I'm sorry and I love her. And then that's when I tried to choke her because she was gurgling. I just didn't want her to suffer. And I thought she was dead. And I heard her get up. So I went and got her and took her into the living room and put cartoons on. And he's like, "Where's Mom? Where's Mom?" And I said, "Mom's fine, baby." And then I got the duct tape and I went back into the bathroom and she was motionless, wasn't breathing. And I tied her legs up because I just thought, she might get up, she might wake up.
Okay. So you say you tried to strangle her, or you did strangle her?
I tried, I couldn't,
Were you standing behind her or in front of her?
Like this.
Over top of her while she's on the ground?
Yeah.
Were you straddling over?
Yeah.
What position was your mom in?
She was laying on her back by the wall.
Between the door
and the counter.
and the sink?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You also said you struck your mom with the hammer in the bathroom. How did the hammer get back into the bathroom area?
Because I brought it with me. When I was dragging her, I was carrying it with me, and I was pulling her.
So once you got her in the bathroom, then you decided to check on your son's car?
No, he got up.
Okay, he got up?
Mm-hmm.
And you met him before he was able to come down the hallway?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the hammer at this time?
In the bathroom.
Okay. So you reassured that everything's okay? Okay.
The cartoons on.
In the living room, turn on television, cartoons, or he's watching cartoons, you go back into the bathroom.
No, I went into the kitchen and got the duct tape.
Okay. And then you got the duct tape, went back down. Put the duct tape on your mom?
On her legs.
On her legs?
Across her legs and put duct tape around her.
Around her upper legs, lower legs?
Lower legs, her ankles.
Around her ankles? Okay. Did you put duct tape on her anywhere else?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why you did put the duct tape on her was for what reason?
I didn't want her to get up, and I thought that she was going to get up and go outside and tell me, tell somebody. And I didn't want that to happen. I didn't want to get in trouble.
But at this time, Mom's pretty much unresponsive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you thought maybe there was a possibility she was going to get up.
I thought maybe she was unconscious or something.
Okay. All right, so you put the duct tape on Mom. You leave the bathroom. You attend to your son. Tell me what happened after that.
After that, after I duct taped her, and I seen that she wasn't breathing anymore, I started cleaning up, like, my face. I had blood on my face, and it was on my hands, it was all over me. And I changed my clothes, and I started to wipe up all the blood in the hallway, and the living room, and in the kitchen.
Okay.
And then I went back into the bathroom and got the hammer and threw it in the garbage and threw the rags in the garbage.
What garbage? The bathroom garbage or where? The kitchen garbage? Okay.
And then I put the duct tape back on the counter
The counter where?
in the kitchen.
Okay.
And then I got some clothes from Coldest, and I got my mom's wallet, her IDs, and her cards. And I went to this guy in the car and went to the Sunoco.
Okay.
And then I went to the G-Sport and got a brick here with me. And then I stayed at the Highland Terrace Hotel for a couple days. And I didn't know how to shoot, so I called my friend to come over to help me.
Okay.
It's Sarah, real quick. Do you know what clothing you were wearing when you attacked your mom?
I was wearing Eeyore pajama bottoms, and it was like a long white sleeve. I think it was a Steelers shirt. Long sleeve Steelers shirt.
And what did you use to clean up the scene?
Towels and rags that I found around the house.
Any cleaning products at that time?
There was, like, clean bathroom stuff that I used, but it didn't really work that well. That's why I went to Walmart and got all the cleaning supplies.
And just for the record, I know you said, what was the primary area where you were striking your mom with the hammer?
In the kitchen.
I mean, what was the primary area on her body?
Her head.
Her head?
Was she struck anywhere else on her body other than her head?
I don't think so.
If you can remember, Sarah, do you remember what your mom was wearing?
I know, I'm pretty sure she was wearing zebra striped pants. That little kind of shirt she was wearing.
Remember the clothes she wore to work that day?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what time did you leave the trailer after the assault?
It's probably like 7:30ish, close to 8.
That's PM.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you leave the house, you gather some belongings, clothing for yourself and for your son.
And toys for him.
Okay. And I believe you said you met up with a friend
Well, she came over to
to the hotel.
to the motel.
What motel was that?
Highland Terrace Motel.
Highland Terrace, and that's located where?
Route 30, it's either North Huntington or Sales.
Okay.
What's the last name?
I don't know her last name. I know she lives in North Sales though.
Where at?
It's right by the, she didn't know anything about me or my mom or anything else.
You contacted her or she contacted you? And arrangements were made? You contacted her. Okay.
Because I owed her a couple of hours of there. And I asked her, I said, why don't you come over and we'll hang out and I'll give you, your hair that I owe you, but just can you help me shoot up? And I was there before.
Okay, so when you left the trailer, did you have any money on you? Any checks, any credit cards, debit cards, anything like that? What did you have?
I had all my mom's debit cards and her checkbook and her identification, her social security card.
And these items were where? Originally?
Originally they were in her purse.
The purse was at the house or in her mom's car?
At the house, on the counter.
Okay. Alright, so you leave the resident with your mom's belongings, purse, debit card. Did you stop and get cash? Did you use these debit cards anywhere?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about that.
Last time ago I used the Pinnacle account to get the money out. And then I used the Pinnacle one to get the room for a couple nights. And I paid cash some nights for the room. And then I used the choice checking to get cigarettes and food and stuff like that for the motel.
Okay. So the first transaction was made at, you said, Sunoco?
Mm-hmm.
And that's on, where's that located?
I believe it's about 66 Belmont.
Route 66 Belmont? Okay. And that's just north of Route 22?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's just Sunoco. If you're traveling southbound on Route 22, Sunoco on your right?
Yes,
Okay. ATM's inside or outside?
inside.
Okay. So how much did you withdraw during that transaction?
$600.
$600. Okay. So you leave there, and then where do you go?
Straight to the dope dealer.
Okay.
Who's your dope dealer?
Now, where do you meet?
In Midtown, Eastern Keysport, downtown Keysport. Midtown.
Okay. Can you describe?
He's tall and black. He has a little bit of a goatee. Looks fairly young. And he always wears like a hat, like a cap.
How young do you think?
I don't know. My age, maybe a little younger.
Okay, about 23, 24. Okay, you're what, 24? You're 25. Okay, so he's around your age. Okay, so you say it's mid. That's a housing development, housing project?
Yeah, high-rise.
High-rise. One building? That's in downtown McKeesport. Okay, so you meet with, okay, you purchase your hair. Okay. And then from there, you go where?
To the motel.
Back to your motel on Route 30.
Mm-hmm.
Where's your son at this point?
Me.
He's with you? He's with you when you went and met with... Okay. Now, this is prior to meeting with... Okay. So then you go back to the motel, and that's when you contact. Okay.
Did you make any other credit card or debit card withdrawals prior to going back to the motel that day?
Yeah, I got some cigarettes and some to drink and something to eat.
Where at?
McDonald's. Got a McDonald's. And so
What McDonald's? Which McDonald's?
it's the one in Keysport.
The Olympia Shopping Center? Do you use the credit card or debit card?
The credit card.
Okay, so we're still on Tuesday, the 31st. Correct? Did you go anywhere else that night?
No.
Okay. The following day, did you go anywhere that day? The first, New Year's Day?
No, I stayed at the motel and went over again and we got high. And the next day, I stayed in, got high. And the next day, stayed in and got high.
Is there still a...
Well, she would come over in the morning.
Okay. So how many days did you stay at this motel?
About 4 or 5 days.
Okay, so the first day we're going with Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Saturday morning.
You stayed there for 5 days, 5 nights, or 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
So you left Saturday morning.
Around to about, he let me stay there a little bit later because I just rented the room for so long, so I left there about 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Saturday.
So Saturday, tell me about your day
Saturday, I went and got, I think it was like 3 bundles. And then I went back to my house, the trailer, and I got high again. And then later that evening I went to the Walmart and got the cleaning supplies and the blue bin, and I went back to the house and I took the Christmas tree down and the Christmas decorations down, and I cleaned the entire house, like the floors and everything.
Okay, this is on Saturday. Okay, this is day number 4 after the incident that happened at the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you left the trailer, you met. Did you have telephone communication with anyone else other than me?
Mm-hmm.
Did you decide to call anyone? Did you decide to call the police, medics, anything?
No.
Okay, so your mom is in the trailer. At this point, do you think she's dead? Okay. You feel that she's dead at this point. No phone calls. All right. So you go about your day on Saturday. Okay. What about the following day? Sunday.
I just stayed at the house. Me and Skylar stayed at the house, and I was gonna put my mom in the blue bin, but I couldn't go back into the bathroom, and so I just got high.
Okay. Okay, let's go back to this blue bin. You purchased that where?
Walmart. I didn't purchase this bullet.
That was on Saturday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So tell me about your trip to the Walmart.
Me and my son went to Walmart, and I got the blue bin and the cleaning supplies and the contractor bags, and then walked out of the Walmart and put it in the car. And then me and my son drove back to, I got McDonald's for my son, and then we drove back to the house.
Okay, this is Saturday evening. About what time?
Probably around like 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Okay. Now, is this the first time you've been running this trailer since you left on Tuesday?
Yeah.
Okay, so now you're back at Mom's trailer. Okay, you have cleaning supplies, a large bin. Can you describe this bin? How big was this bin?
It was about as big as me. It was blue.
Like how large, how high off the ground is this bin?
Like that high.
Okay.
And then from here to like as big as my body.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit smaller.
Now, what were your intentions with this bin? I mean, it's a large bin. What were your intentions?
Put my mom in there.
Put your mom into this bin. Okay. Now, were you going to do this by yourself? Did you have help?
I was going to do it myself.
You were going to do it by yourself? So that was your main goal. You were going to put your mom in the storage bin. All right. So you never did that. So at this point, you decided to clean the place up. Okay. Cleaning supplies. All right. What area of the house did you clean up?
The kitchen floor, and like little cabinets, and then the entrance to like the house where the door is at, front door, and then the living room by the TV, and then the hallway, and then back by the bathroom, and then I stopped.
So when you say clean up, like a weekly cleaning, what were you cleaning up?
The blood.
The blood from your mother? Okay. What did you do with the cloths, the rags, the towels? Threw in the garbage? In the trailer?
Mm-hmm.
The same garbage where you put the hammer?
Mm-hmm.
Did you discard any of the clothing, anything else, anywhere else?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the clothing that you were wearing on Tuesday in your bedroom, where at?
On the floor in my closet.
Okay. All right, so you do a little cleaning in pretty much the entire trailer. Okay. You left your mother in the bathroom?
Couldn't go in there.
Couldn't go in there. Couldn't bear to see the sight of your mom in there?
No. Just couldn't. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. Couldn't hear. Just looked at it, it's not like, just forgot.
You were there a couple of days at Friday or Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Mm-hmm.
How did you go to the bathroom?
I went in a little bucket, and then tossed outside, and stuff. He just goes in his in his pull up.
Okay, so you're saying that you stayed at the house Saturday, Sunday, also Monday?
Monday, I left
Where'd you go?
to the hearing, to my boyfriend's hearing, just then.
That would have been Tuesday.
Pretty sure it was Monday, the 7th, at 1.
That was the same day you got arrested, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's Tuesday.
It was Tuesday.
Sir, do you remember if anyone...
You sure it's Tuesday? Because I swear it was Monday.
7th was on a Tuesday.
Alright, so that weekend, the time that you're there, do you remember anyone coming over to the house?
No.
No visitors, any phone calls, your mom received any phone calls?
My mom received messages from her friends and phone calls from her boyfriend. But after that, told Mark, her employee, that I'd act like my mom. I said I hurt my back. My back gave out, and I just talked like she would. And then my dad called one time, and I told him that I was busy, and I'll call him back later.
Okay, so when you say you have a conversation with these people, telephone conversations, text conversations?
Text conversation.
And these text conversations were made on what? Mom's phone, your phone?
On my own phone.
Your mom's phone. So you received text messages on your mom's telephone from coworkers, and you acted as if you were your mother. You responded to these messages acting as if your mother was responding. All right.
What friends or coworkers do you remember attempted to contact your mom?
Her friend, and then her boyfriend, and then my dad tried to call.
Anyone else tried to contact her, either call her or text her?
My grandmother, but I didn't answer.
Now, did you have a conversation with your father?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he was only trying to get a hold of your mom through her phone and via text.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is over the weekend. Roughly, do you remember what day?
No.
Okay.
Okay, going back to your mom's phone, did you take it with you the day of the assault?
Yeah.
And were people texting her while you were at the motel? Like that Tuesday, Wednesday,
Yeah,
Thursday?
her boyfriend was.
And you were responding back.
Mm-hmm.
So you would have been in the motel.
Mm-hmm.
And this is your mother's boyfriend. So basically, this all started over a disagreement with one, your mom's vehicle, and the fact that you're addicted to heroin.
Yeah.
And the result of your addiction made you
Turn on my mom.
turn on your mom.
Did you tell anyone or talk to anyone about what happened?
You never told me. On?
go back to when you left the motel that Saturday. How did you pay for it? How were you paying for the motel?
I didn't take the motel Saturday after I left.
Okay. How were you paying for the motel?
With a credit card, Pinnacle credit card.
You paid daily. And you said you left when you left the motel. You went maybe 3 miles. Okay. Who did you buy that on?
One of friends.
Who was that?
His name. She got it for me.
Where at?
It was in the Keysport in Grandview.
In Grandview? And while you were staying, you said at that motel at Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and you left Saturday. Did you use any of your mom's debit or credit cards anywhere other than paying for the motel?
I got a pizza.
Right.
Had it delivered to the motel.
You know what pizza shop? Did you go to any Mac machines or anything else? Any stores where you used a credit card or debit card?
Yeah, I got a cigarette stuff.
You know where?
It was the gas station at the stores. I really expected them.
Gas station, Dunkin' Donuts, North for Sales. Where else did you use the card?
What was it?
Now you went back to the house on Saturday, is that correct? Eventually that led you to go to Walmart in Dillwood, which you said was around somewhere between 7 and 8 o'clock at night. Do you remember what entrance or exit you came in and out of Walmart?
That's an entrance.
Is there only one entrance or there's two? Usually.
There's two.
So you remember which one was it though?
The one on the far right.
One on the far right. And did you exit the same? And was with you or was he in the car? You were holding him, carrying him?
In the buggy.
And when you went there, you went to get certain items, is that correct? What items did you steal? You remember stealing?
I remember stealing the bin and the contractor bags and the 409 bleach cleaner and the vinegar and the wash rags and the 2 sponges and the gloves. The gloves.
Did you do any, did you look at a computer or anything to check what cleans blood?
No.
You didn't do any research on how to clean blood?
I just was looking at supplies.
Then you went back to the house. Did you clean that night? Went back to the hallway area. The hallway leads from the living room towards the bedrooms and bathrooms. Is that carpeted?
No, there's a throwaway down there.
The throw? Is it the whole length of the...
Kind of.
Did you do anything with that?
I rolled it up and put it in the hamper.
And when did you do that?
That night that I went home.
The night you killed your mom? Tuesday you went and went to the hearing, it was canceled, and then you subsequently got robbed. You subsequently got arrested for the robbery at PNC. You were in your mom's car.
Okay.
So what day was the robbery at PNC?
I thought it was Monday, but I guess
It was the day of your boyfriend's
here.
scheduled here.
Did you intend on killing your mother?
I didn't. That's why these are hard to get high. You get high.
And you asked Mom and she said no.
You got angry.
I got very angry. Because I really wanted
You really
to
wanted
get high. I was so sick. I didn't want to feel that pain anymore.
All right, Sarah. Thank you. Right now it is 16:25 hours. That concludes our interview. Thank you, Sarah.
If there's any questions, we'll pretty much keep sitting here for a minute. If there's any other questions, we'll come back and ask you. All right, we're going to keep the audio and video recording running, okay? See if someone will sit with you, either myself or...
Okay, sir, real quick. You gave a nice statement. Is there anything else you'd like to add to your statement?
I didn't mean to do it. I didn't mean to kill my mom. I didn't plan it. I was just really dope sick.
Mm.
And I know it wasn't right to destroy mom this and what's like that.
Okay.
Did you make any attempt to put her in the bin?
No. I didn't go in the bathroom.
And I think you already told us, but when she went for the front door during the attack, you pushed her into the kitchen. And it cost her, and you called, she fell.
All right, sir. Think you were treated rather fairly here with the state police?
Yeah.
Okay, no threats or anything?
No.
Okay.
Very nice.
All right. Thank you very much.
I'm going to turn off the audio recording. It's 16:28 hours. All right, sir?
After this interrogation, Sarah is immediately charged with first and second degree murder, reckless endangerment, as well as aggravated assault. On October 31st, 2014, Sarah is marched into a Pennsylvania courtroom for the very first of her hearings. Now, prosecutors would argue that the murder was premeditated and deserving of the death penalty, and what they would do is they would end up playing the interrogation that you just saw for the courtroom. The courtroom watched in complete shock, the flippant attitude and the details. It wasn't looking good for Sarah. But the defense countered that Sarah was in the throes of a violent heroin withdrawal. She wasn't capable of having the intent required for first-degree murder because of that. They would say that the addictive qualities of heroin are astronomical and it just grips people just like it did Sarah that day. It was clear as day, and by her own admission, she's a heroin addict, and she was so desperate for a fix that day that she was willing to do anything to get it, including killing her own mother. The defense would argue that Sarah's addiction prevented her from having the specific intent required for a first-degree premeditated crime, an aggravated circumstance that's required for the death penalty. But there are thousands upon thousands of opiate addicts that are currently in the throes of that heroin withdrawal, and 99.999% of them don't kill their own mother for a fix. But in March of 2016, Sarah unexpectedly pleads guilty to all the charges against her. And on April 19th, 2016, Sarah is convicted and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. After the trial concluded and Sarah's conviction was set, she was transferred out of the jail system and into the state prison system. And she was placed into the Cambridge Springs Women's Prison, where she remains to this day and will likely spend for the rest of her life. If you enjoyed this case and you'd like to see more like it, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, and drop a comment down below. I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks. What would you do if your child was abducted? Taken by not just anyone, but your 6-year-old daughter abducted by their grandfather, your father. It's a nightmare scenario for most parents. Would you shrug your shoulders and accept it? Would you contact the police? Or would you find your child, no matter the circumstance, come hell or high water? That's the exact scenario that Cheyanne Jessie found herself in on August 1st, 2015, when she contacted the Polk County Sheriff's Department to file a missing persons report. Not only was Cheyanne's 6-year-old daughter, Meredith, missing, but so was Cheyanne's father, 50-year-old Mark Weekly. Soon after she called in to the sheriff's office, 2 detectives were sent to speak with her. Cheyanne told them that she last saw her daughter on July 18th, when Meredith was dropped off at Mark's house. This is the last time that anyone ever saw Meredith or Mark. Cheyanne then showed the investigators a few text messages that she'd received from Mark soon after dropping Meredith off at his house. In these messages, Mark informed Cheyanne that he'd been diagnosed with a terminal illness and he wanted to spend the remainder of his short life traveling the country with his granddaughter. He told Cheyanne and other family members that he wanted to be left alone and so that they should not look for him. Mark's messages also said that he was leaving everything that he owned, including his house, to Cheyanne. The situation was peculiar to say the least, and when police asked Cheyanne why she hadn't called sooner, she said that she'd wanted to respect Mark's wish to be left alone. Now, roughly 2 weeks later, her feelings had apparently shifted and was worried about her daughter. Detectives told Cheyanne that the first step in this missing persons case would be to simply go to Mark's house and to do a cursory welfare check. Cheyanne's reaction was unusual. She seemed annoyed. She said that there was no need for them to look at Mark's house because she'd already checked there herself. Regardless of Cheyanne checking Mark's house, the detectives insisted that the first step in any missing persons case is to go to the person's place of residence or last known location and to check for any glaringly obvious clues or information that could provide some insight into their whereabouts. When police arrived at Mark's house, they were met with one of those glaringly obvious clues. There was a car in the driveway. The detectives asked Cheyanne if the car belonged to Mark, which she confirmed did indeed belong to him and confirmed that it was Mark's only vehicle. If Mark had one vehicle, which was parked at his home, and he had gone missing, where could he possibly be? All of the doors were locked, but Cheyanne revealed that she was in possession of a key to her father's home. After unlocking the door, everyone proceeded to enter the residence. Immediately, the detectives were hit with a putrid, unmistakable odor.
Things don't smell right. Literally, they don't smell right. There's a foul odor in the house. And the detectives ask about that, and she says, "Oh, I had some rotten meat, and I had it in the sink."
The stench of human decomposition ran thick in the stale air. Scented candles littered the home. Somebody had attempted to conceal the smell, but the decomposition easily overpowered the dozen or so candles scattered throughout. Much of Mark's furniture was covered in bed sheets. A detective pulled the sheets off a nearby sofa and found that it was covered in large brown stains. The sofa had large cuts and chunks of fabric and cushioning removed, either accidentally or on purpose, and a nearby love seat showed similar stains and damage as well. What stood out the most to detectives, though, was that Cheyanne seemed willfully oblivious to all of this. When they asked her about the smell, she didn't seem to notice it. When they pointed out the large brown stains on the furniture, obviously and unmistakably caused by massive quantities of blood, she suggested that the stains were probably from food. The detectives quickly came to believe that Cheyanne's involvement was much more than she was willing to let on, and that there were many, many questions that needed to be asked. This is the interrogation of Cheyanne Jessie. On that fateful day in 2015, Cheyanne Jessie had left her daughter, Meredith, with her father for the summer, and the two had vanished without a trace. Nearly 3 weeks later, Cheyanne reported them missing to the authorities, hoping to play the role of a concerned and anguished mother and daughter. However, her delayed action had already aroused suspicion, and the detectives were already on high alert. Despite not having been detained or read her Miranda rights, Cheyanne sat voluntarily with detectives Matthew Newbold and Jeffrey Clark. Little did she know that the investigators had a predetermined method up their sleeves, a tactic solely aimed at exposing her lies before an arrest even takes place. Watch along as the detectives skillfully lay their trap. We can see Cheyanne's composure crack in real time, revealing the sinister truth behind her father and daughter's disappearance. The interrogation would go on to reveal the haunting details of Meredith and Mark's fates, and Cheyanne Jessie would soon find out that her freedom was but a fleeting illusion, and the full weight of the law would come crashing down upon her by the end. Huge thank you to Lockie, creative director for AWOL Criminology, for sharing the court documents and Cheyanne's interrogation footage. Link to their channel in the description below.
Cheyanne. Like I said before, I'm Detective Clark. This is Detective Blue. You can just call me that, okay? I know. Neither one of us got to talk to you earlier, so we're going to probably ask you some questions you've already had before. If you bear with us, we'll try to be as peaceful as we can about it, all right?
Hey, Cheyanne, and there might be a lot of questions you already asked, okay? But I'm gonna start from the beginning. How is your first name spelled? How do you spell your first name?
Cheyanne.
Okay, do you have a middle name?
Nicole. I don't spell it very often. I think it's Nicole.
Is it on your ID?
Yes, sir.
Do you have it with you?
Yeah.
Okay. And your last name?
Jessie, Jessie. Here's Nicole.
82589 Nicole.
Yeah, that's my old address on there. I've never had a chance to update it.
5205 Drainfield Road is your old address?
Yeah, it was next door.
Okay. Next door to your dad?
Yes.
And what's your birthday?
5. Sorry, I was fixing to say my daughter's. It's August 25th, 89. Hers is 5/26/09. I'll have to fill out all the paperwork and stuff.
Okay. What is your daughter's name?
Meredith Leanne Jessie. Leeann, one word.
And she's 6?
Yes, sir.
And who does she live with full time?
Me, but my dad was talking about maybe taking her
Okay.
just till school starts.
So this last time you dropped her off, y'all were talking about him taking her till school starts?
Yeah,
Okay.
until she gets straight, because she behaves better for him. She has oppositional defiancy.
Okay.
The first glimmer of light illuminating the enigmatic and complex personality of 6-year-old Meredith Jessie, the only child of Cheyanne. Diagnosed with oppositional defiance disorder at an early age, Meredith's behavior towards those in positions of authority was marked by an unrelenting defiance, hostility, and non-cooperation. As we peer into the past, it becomes apparent that Meredith saw her grandfather Mark as a far less imposing figure of authority than her own mother, Cheyanne. Unfortunately, the young girl and her grandfather weren't there to verify this claim, leaving Cheyanne to paint her family's portrait as she sees fit. In doing so, Cheyanne's depiction of her family and the roles they played in her life will expose far more about her own character and motivations than that of her kin.
Basically, where she has the word problem.
Okay.
She's actually said that the police can't touch her. And I said, yeah, they can. They're pretty powerful people, honey.
Have you called the police on her before?
No, I haven't called the police on her before, but I've had her Baker acted.
Oh, sorry?
Baker acted.
Okay. Baker acted?
Yes.
Okay.
Florida's Mental Health Act of 1971, known as the Baker Act, is a law that permits involuntary commitment into psychiatric care for individuals showing signs of mental illness, such as violence or self-harming behaviors. As Meredith's legal guardian, Cheyanne holds the power to have her daughter admitted into care with only her consent.
I can't.
That's all right. When was she Baker acted?
The first time we went to the doctor and everything, we talked to them and she did it herself.
No, when was that though? How long ago was it?
June was the first time, and she had one done in July.
Of this year?
Yes, sir.
So she got bag-racked when she went to the doctor and they determined that, or?
Yeah, she said that I've seen this before, and if we don't get a handle on it now, that it can, she's seen some pretty worst scenarios.
Okay.
And that she goes, it's a chemical imbalance also in the brain.
Is it, did they say that it's hereditary or anything like that? Or? Okay.
Yeah, with her dad having it and my mom having it, that, you know, and then my grandma has it, and some of my siblings have it.
As Cheyanne recounts the extensive history of mental illness in her family, she curiously leaves out her own diagnosis of bipolar disorder at a tender age of just 8 years old. Despite family members' recollections of violent episodes, including an incident where Cheyanne strangled another child during an argument, she conveniently omits her own struggles from the conversation. But it's not just her selective disclosure that is alarming, it's the pattern of blaming others before even considering her own responsibility. While it's important to recognize that having a mental health condition does not inherently lead to violent behavior, Cheyanne's tendency to deflect accountability raises questions about her own motives and honesty. As she prepares to recount the day her daughter went missing, her words will be scrutinized with newfound suspicion.
Her biological father has it? Who's the biological father?
Billy Salisbury. Billy Lee Salisbury.
Is he in the child's life?
No, sir. He hasn't seen her since she was not even a year old. And it was only because we were moving to Florida.
Is it Salisbury?
Just like you spell Salisbury steak.
Okay. And how old is he?
I don't remember. I know his birthday is like 88 or...
So he's in his 20s?
Yeah.
You said before you moved to Florida, where's he at?
He lives in Georgia somewhere. I've been trying to find him to get child support.
Okay.
For pretty much all of her life. He handed us $50 up there and said, don't call child support on me. I said, okay. Came to Florida.
$50?
Yeah, if I came to Florida and did it anyways, because like, okay.
Right.
You know, you help make her, you know, you should help raise her.
And that's when she was 3 years old, y'all came out of Florida?
Before she was a year old.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So,
she was a baby.
Okay. And does she have a psychiatrist here and a medical doctor?
Yes, sir, at Peace River.
Okay. Where's the medical doctor?
Peace River.
Do you know the doctor's names?
It was supposed to be this lady, Adir, but she's not there, and then we were supposed to see this other person, and Meredith hasn't had a chance to go see that person yet.
The medical doctor?
Mm-hmm. My dad was supposed to take her to see him. I told him, I said, she's been day practiced. They're going to want to see her Monday morning. Mm-hmm. And he said, okay.
Which Monday morning?
The following Monday that I dropped her off.
And what's the day you dropped her off?
I dropped her off on the 18th, this Saturday. Very early in the morning then I went and picked my fiance up from work.
Okay, and so she was supposed to go to the doctor on Monday to see the medical doctor or the psychiatrist?
Like a medical doctor and a psychologist. Like, she's supposed to get like a checkup or they did it before. Basically, it's like when a patient comes out of the hospital, they normally, like in 3 days, they follow up with them to make sure that they're still not wanting to harm themselves and everything.
Okay. And I know that some deputies or detectives, I wasn't out. I didn't come when you called to file a report or whatever, so this is my first time talking to you. But you talked with some detectives or deputies at your dad's house?
Yes,
okay. How did you get here? Did y'all drive here?
No, they brought me here.
Oh, you rode within here? Okay. Yes, did you come here under arrest or anything like that?
No, sir.
Did you come here because you wanted help or that?
I wanted help finding my daughter.
Okay.
And my dad. Like, he texted us on my fiance's phone. My phone was kind of jacked up that week.
Okay.
It was time for me to get minutes on my phone, and my data was low. So.
Okay. But so you wanted to come, you came here freely and you wanted to help? You wanted to come here?
Yeah, I wanted to help my dad.
Okay.
And my daughter be found.
Okay. Yeah, we do too. For you, okay? But it's, in these missing person cases, the reason why, if you're wondering, the reason why I ask all these questions, because believe it or not, I've done this job a long time, believe it or not, I need to almost like know her whole life and what she does and all that kind of stuff, okay? And so that's why we ask all these questions. So if she was supposed to go to the doctor on the 20th, do you know if she went?
I know I don't. They called me and I let them know that my dad was supposed to take her and everything.
When did they call you?
That day that she wasn't there.
Okay, so they called after they apparently didn't show up.
Yeah, and then I tried calling my dad, and it's like when I call him, his phone's turned off.
Okay.
So, and I know whenever he gets mad at me, he turns her phone off. He also told me when I dropped her off, I don't know why you put her on this medicine and stuff. When she's with me, she acts perfectly fine.
Okay. But on the 20th, what time was the appointment? What time did they call you?
I think the appointment was supposed to be like in the first thing in the morning. I don't remember that because my hours at work is so crazy.
Okay. Do you remember about what time the doctor called you and said, hey, are they coming? Or?
It was like the afternoon.
So afternoon time?
Yes, sir.
And how do they call you? Do they call your work?
They call my cell phone.
Okay. What is your cell phone number?
863-398-5131.
So right after they called you, were you at work that day when they called you?
I don't remember. I know I work crazy schedule, like 11 to 4 sometimes.
Whereabouts do you work?
Plant City Lowe's.
Oh, okay. Are you like cashier or manager?
Cashier.
Okay.
I'm part-timer.
So when they called you on your cell phone, did you take the call or was it just a voicemail?
Like voicemail.
Okay, so you didn't actually talk to anybody. They were just left a message.
I'm not allowed to answer my phone.
That's what I was asking. So how long? Like, did you go on break and try to call your dad?
Mm-hmm.
And how long was it after the doctor left the message that you tried calling your dad? I'm not saying you know it was exactly an hour and 5 minutes, but was it like an hour later when you were able to get off the register, or was it?
Sometimes it's whenever anyone decides to, whatever head cashier's there determines on, all right, well, I'll go ahead and check the schedule, see if anyone's going to be there. There's one cashier, he's kind of, he forgets everyone to have a break.
Okay, but that day specifically, do you remember they left you a message? Do you remember about how long it was until you called your dad?
No, sir, I don't remember.
Okay. And did you leave a voicemail for him?
No, I don't like leaving voicemails.
Okay.
I don't like his voicemail. It says, leave me a number. Okay, you ring my phone, ring my number, got my phone, leave me a message or leave me alone.
That's what your dad's voicemail says?
Yeah.
How many times did you try calling him?
I think I called him once and then I don't remember exactly how many times I tried calling him over the past couple of days.
I mean, that day, because he was supposed to take your daughter to the doctor, right?
Yeah.
And they're calling saying, hey, basically, they haven't shown up, or is someone bringing her to the doctor? So did you try calling your dad just once? Just one time? And it went to voicemail? Straight voicemail?
Cheyanne's apathetic attitude towards her missing daughter speaks volumes about her true intentions. She seems more interested in airing her family's dirty laundry than in finding Meredith. Her complaints about her father and his disapproval of Meredith's medication usage reveal at minimum surface-level resentment that she harbors towards him. It's as if her mind is a tangled web of blame and anger, with no room for empathy or concern for her own child. Detective Newbolt's note-taking is a subtle indication of his suspicions. He's carefully building a timeline of events, ready to pounce on any inconsistencies that Cheyanne may reveal later in the interview. He knows that the key to solving this case lies in keeping her talking. As the interview progresses, it becomes clear that Cheyanne is not as innocent as she claims to be. The detectives will need to tread carefully if they hope to get to the truth.
Yes.
But is that odd for your dad's phone to go straight to voicemail?
With his Metro phone, sometimes it's like he doesn't get signal, so it's like turned off. It sounds like it's turned off or anything, or like sometimes he actually forgets to charge it.
Okay. So do I. My phone.
But he's also been complaining about how Metro has been giving him so much problems. So he said that he was just gonna let the service go. Last time I talked to him, like a couple weeks when my family was down.
Okay. So, but you can only remember calling him once on that Monday.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you try to call him back anytime on that Monday later on when you got off work or anything?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember right now. I'm trying to fall asleep.
Okay.
My brain's like waking up again.
I know you're tired. I just you know this, but I'm just going to remind you. I need you. We can go as slow as we can because all this stuff is very important. Okay.
I know.
When was the last time your baby went to the doctor before the 20th? Do you know what month it was in?
In July. See, she got baby Friday, and they kept her for like a week. I picked her up Friday, and Saturday I took her to him, and during that week, it went over to the 72-hour already hold, and then she became voluntarily there. And when I went up there, I was like, I voiced my concern about how I don't know if this medicine is going to help or not, because the last medicine didn't help. And I told him about how I was afraid of her staying at the house because she comes to the door. I actually had to lock my bedroom door because she whispers through the door, "Very glad this door's locked." And she's threatened me so many times, and I just don't feel safe with her. When I'm with her alone, I have the door shut and I can see through the crack where she sleeps.
Okay.
And I normally wait until she's asleep before I go upstairs. And I removed all the knives and everything from downstairs, but since she's not been home for a week, I've kind of been able to bring my knives back out so I can cook and everything.
Okay. So she's hard to deal with.
Yeah, I don't understand how to deal with the bipolar or child with disabilities, so I just tell my dad, well, maybe if I sign my rights away to somebody who would be able to handle her and be able to like see if... Especially if your dad's saying that she's fine around him, I guess. Yeah.
So you voiced your concerns on Friday to Peace River?
Yeah.
Is it Peace River or on...
I was at the hospital when I was picking her up. I voiced my concerns to them. And
what hospital?
It was the Florida Central Behavioral Hospital.
Okay. What city is that in?
Orlando.
Okay.
Yeah, it's long.
So they took her all the way to Orlando?
Yeah, because that was the only hospital they had a room for her.
And when she was Baker-acted, was she at Peace River?
The first time, yes.
Okay. Well, this time when she went to Orlando, where was she? Who Baker-acted her?
Well, she scratched her face up, and so I was like, when I went upstairs and told her, I said, give me a second, I'll turn TV on. Let me go change into my comfortable clothes out of my jeans. We just got done seeing my cousins. They came in town. I went upstairs, I came downstairs, and I go, baby, come here. And he goes, what? I said, just come here and look what she did.
When you say baby, you talking about Matthew?
Yeah, my fiance. And he comes down and goes, what did you do? I said, I don't know what she did. And then she went all kind of just, everything doesn't revolve around me. I'm like, nothing revolves around anybody.
Oh, like she wanted attention?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, like, I just said, I don't know what to do with this. I don't know what to do.
Cheyanne's admission of her inadequacies as a mother echoes like a solemn hymn throughout the room. She speaks of her daughter's incessant craving for attention, the neediness that drove her to the brink of surrendering Meredith to more capable hands. Her words are punctuated by deep sighs and trembling hands, as if her body cannot contain the weight of her guilt. Yet, for all her lamentation, she remains the one responsible for Meredith's safety and well-being. No amount of justifications or explanations can absolve her of her duty to protect her child. The detectives listen intently, their expressions stoic. It's easy to sympathize with Cheyanne's plight, to understand the struggles of a young mother who is ill-equipped to deal with the demands of parenthood. But in this case, sympathy cannot obscure the harsh reality that a child is missing and a mother's shortcomings may have played a role in her disappearance.
Well, so, I mean, did you take her to the doctor that day, or?
We called Peace River, and they weren't open, so we waited. And then we took her that Monday, and when we went there, the lady goes, well, she seems fine now. I'm like, no, there's something wrong. The medicine's not working. Does she have scratches all over? Yeah, she likes to pick at her skin.
And, I know, but did the doctor see that?
Yeah, the doctor seen her scratches, and I showed him the video.
Yeah, he didn't think nothing was wrong with that? Or her, whoever it was?
Well, she's not acting like that now, is what they said. Okay. I'm like...
But they went in and kept her, though?
No, they didn't want it. Like she said, if you want a vape router, you gotta take her to this place here or this place here. So I just took her back to Lakeland Regional, where she got vape routed the first time, where Peace River vape routed her, but they sent her to there, and then they sent her to there, and they go, oh, I remember you.
So who sent her to Orlando? Lakeland
Yes.
Regional?
Yeah, because that's where
Okay.
they don't hold her age group there.
When is the last time that she was seen by the doctor for medical and for checkup, not psychiatric, but checkup stuff?
Regular checkup. I think it was like before kindergarten. I took her there, and no, I had some blood work done. I don't remember the exact
I
date.
mean, but so what grade is she going to be going into?
And she's supposed to be going into the first grade.
Okay, so
She
before
got-
her kindergarten year,
Yeah.
she didn't have any problems or sicknesses or checkups or anything throughout a year.
They did some blood work though through the doctor, and they've done EEG with her brain. They've sent her to a cardiologist. I found out she does have bicuspid aortic valve, I think is what it's called, where you got like 2 valves in your heart instead of 3.
Mm-hmm.
They said it's nothing to be concerned with, just watch her and everything. So I kind of became like, I'm overprotective. I don't really let her go outside very much unless I'm out there.
Cheyanne's words drip with honeyed praise for her motherhood, but when probed by Detective Newbold for details about her relationship with Meredith, there's a shift in the narrative. Cheyanne's examples of bonding activities are scarce, and those that she does provide are tinged with a hint of darkness, clashing with the wholesome image she tries to portray. It seems as though Cheyanne is trying to paint a picture of the perfect mother, but the canvas is riddled with cracks and flaws, like a shattered mirror reflecting a distorted image.
Well, when did she have blood work done? What was that for?
They were trying to see what all she had, like what medicines would work with her, like if she was sick or...
And when was that before kindergarten or was that during the year?
That was during the year whenever they were trying, the new doctors came with Peace River, because I did take her to Grace Point, and Grace Point just wanted to say, oh, she's just ADHD.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all ADHD medicine that they gave her wasn't working.
Do you get SSI for her, or how are the bills paid with her? Medical bills?
She has insurance, yeah, Medicaid.
Which company?
Metal, I have it in my wallet. It's Meta something rather. It starts with an M. I don't.
Do you have your wallet with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I always try to make sure I keep all of her stuff. Yeah, that. It was this one, and then it turned to that one.
So it's Magellan?
Yeah. And my dad has copies of her insurance, and I wrote a note so this way he could take her to there, and I've also told him that at Peace River that he has authority to take her to appointments so that's way she can get proper help. I just want the best help for her.
Right.
And
well, tell me about you and your daughter's relationship. What do y'all normally do together? And, I know she has issues.
Well, every time I go to try to tickle her, like, you know, mamas do, and try to love on her and stuff, she turns to violent towards me. She's knocked my glasses off or they've broken up here. Several times she's choked me.
Cheyanne's mind was clouded with thoughts of Meredith's troublesome behavior, preventing her from recalling pleasant memories with her daughter. Instead, she fixated on the times when Meredith had caused her harm, like breaking her glasses, choking her, or delivering punches to her stomach. As she recounted these incidents, Cheyanne was consumed by her own feelings of victimhood, showing little regard for Meredith's well-being or desires. Her perspective seemed solely focused on how her daughter's actions had affected her, and not on understanding Meredith's own experiences or her perspectives.
She actually punched me in the stomach, and I actually started spotting, and I went to the doctor back in April. This was before she got big bractic. And
this before what now?
She got big bractic.
Oh, okay.
Ever got big bractic, and they said I was pregnant, but I was spotting, and they didn't see the baby, but the tests were positive. So I went down to a clinic, and I had to have an abortion because my body was trying to have a miscarriage, but
Who was the father of that child, Matthew? Okay.
The unplanned pregnancy was a blow to Cheyenne's plans, and though Meredith didn't intend to cause any harm, the loss was felt deeply. The incident hinted at a strained relationship between mother and daughter. Cheyenne's sentiments towards Meredith were a far cry from the ideal of maternal love. Instead of nurturing her, Cheyanne saw her as a threat, a menace that needed to be replaced. In stark contrast, Cody was the embodiment of support and kindness. Cheyanne eagerly recounted his many virtues and all of the times that he went out of his way to make her life easier.
yeah, and it kind of like...
How did that make you feel? Did that mess up? When I asked that, I mean, did that have an effect on you and Matthew's relationship?
We kind of like, we just held each other's close and said, we'll work through this. He said, I'm here for you for everything. We'll help get her straight. Later on in life, maybe we'll have another one.
As Cheyanne paints a portrait of each person in her life, she unwittingly reveals her own biases and perceptions. Her descriptions offer a glimpse into her psyche, how she sees the world and those around her. To the detectives, this insight into Cheyanne's mindset could be crucial in piecing together a potential motive for the crime at hand.
It depends on
Were y'all planning to have a child?
Oh, not really at this time in our relationship because it's early.
How long have y'all been together?
About a year now.
Did you live with him? Mm-hmm. How long have you lived with him?
Since November.
Of 2014?
Yes, sir.
And before that, were you living with your father?
No.
Or the house next to him?
I was living in that house.
Your father's house?
Yeah, it's my house. Maybe he was supposed to just help me out with everything, and he says that.
Well, let me ask you this. The address on your license is 5205 Drake Hill Road. How far is that from your dad's house?
That's right next door. That's where we were living when we first moved to Lakeland.
You and your dad?
Yes, I just haven't changed it to the...
I understand. I'm not worried about that. But when did you first move to Lakeland?
Let's see, we came down here before I was a year old. We stayed in March, and then
so like
in September we moved to Lakeland. Yeah.
Okay.
And we lived there for about 3 years.
At 5205? Mm-hmm. And then you moved to?
The house.
Okay. So you were there at your dad's current house for maybe a year or so before you moved to with your boyfriend?
Not even almost a year.
Right. Okay. And then you've been living with your boyfriend for a year, so that makes about 5 years.
She got kicked out of the school too.
Okay.
She went to
in Polk County?
No, she went to the school right there in Hillsborough County. It's a charter school, Advantage Academy. She started having all kinds of behavioral problems. A lot of her behavioral problems started out when she was in BPK, when she was at A+ Learning Center.
Okay.
And I've always wondered, did something happen there or anything? Then now maybe she blames me because, Mom was supposed to protect me. Mom wasn't there.
How old was she when she was there?
She started going there when she was about a year old. Basically when I started getting cash assistance, and I was on food stamps. I'm still on food stamps, but...
Is Matthew on food stamps as well?
No.
Okay.
I just haven't updated my food stamps yet.
How would you classify, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the best, how is you and Matthew's relationship?
I'd say it's about a 10.
Really? So y'all plan on getting married and all that?
That's good. We just want to just get my daughter help first and, put some years in between knowing each other's instead of rushing into marriage like everybody else does in our age. We're comfortable with each other's. I feel safe. I feel safer when I'm with him than I do when my daughter's there with me alone. Right. And I try to make sure that I'm not alone with her because of her mentality.
Okay.
As Cheyanne's narrative unfolds, a stark contrast arises between her portrayal of Cody and her attitude towards Meredith. She paints Cody as a shining knight, eager to rescue her from her troubles and shower her with affection. His every action is described as kind and selfless, with no hint of malice or anger. In contrast, Meredith is painted as a villainous figure, a source of constant strife and pain in Cheyanne's life. The disparity between the two is so great that it seems almost impossible that they could coexist in the same world, let alone the same household. Despite his professed love for Cheyanne, Cody makes it clear that his commitment to her is contingent on one condition: Meredith's behavior problems must be tamed. It's a lofty goal, and one that seems impossible given Cheyanne's own sense of defeat when it comes to her daughter. How she hopes to overcome this hurdle and achieve her happily ever after, at this point in the interrogation, remains a mystery.
So on a scale, I know that your daughter has issues, but on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you classify you and your daughter's relationship, 10 being the best?
I was trying to make it at least an 8, but she
But realistically,
about
speaking,
5.
5? Okay.
Because every time I go to hug her, she turns violent towards me, and I'm like, okay. Well, when I come home from work and I'm tired, I say, give me just a little bit and let me calm down from work, and then we can play. I used to take her out to do stuff when I had the money. We used to go see movies sometimes or go to a park, but then she started becoming a little weird when it comes to strangers. Like, she went up to a stranger and shaved him and told her whole whatever she knew. If she knew her address, she probably would have told him that.
Where was that?
That happened at Lowe's when his parents took her with him to Lowe's while I was at work.
Oh, okay.
And he was asleep.
So his parents know your child too?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you classify Matthew's relationship with your daughter on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the best?
He was trying to make it like a 10, but
of course we all want everything to be a 10.
Yeah, but he goes, I don't know how to deal with her. I've never really had a kid.
Right.
And he goes,
so that makes it harder.
Basically, he's never alone with her. He goes, I don't want to be alone with her. But matter of fact, she's a little girl. There's people accuse me of all different things. I'd rather just be safe, and he takes her with his family. And as long as she's buying him things, she's happy and she loves him. But when he says, well, I can't buy it, we have to pay bills, then she hates him. And then she tells him that the only thing he's good for is money. And I said, no, he's trying to be a dad to you because your dad is with his other family right now. That's what I tell her. So that's why she doesn't feel like, well, my dad abandoned me.
As Cheyanne laments her struggles and conjures up scenarios of greed to explain her daughter's actions, she weaves a narrative of give and take between them. In her portrayal, Cheyanne is the aggrieved party, wronged by her daughter's behavior. Seeing malice behind Meredith's actions provides a convenient justification for any animosity Cheyanne feels towards her. It's much simpler to direct her anger towards a spiteful and materialistic caricature than it is to grapple with the uncomfortable truth that behavioral disorders are multifaceted and often lead to inexplicable actions that defy black and white categorization.
So do you think it's better off for your child? You said he was going to be staying with your dad, or she was going to be staying with your father until maybe school starts. Do you think it was better off your daughter staying with him full time for you and your relationship? Do you think that's fair to say?
For mine and her relationship, we seem to be like almost at a 9. When me and my daughter.
Okay.
When she's with my dad.
Okay.
Because like my dad Grandpa came into some money, and then he had some money stashed up, so he can buy her what she wants when she wants, and she listens to his theory. She thinks all adults are stupid but Grandpa.
Okay. Did she tell you that?
Yeah, she's actually told me that.
So do you think that, having said that, do you think it's better for you and your relationship with Matthew if she's with your dad full time?
We've actually been able to focus on our relationship instead of constantly looking over her shoulder, what's she going to do next, what's she going to destroy.
Right. So it doesn't make y'all's relationship better?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we're not under a lot of stress.
Does it make you feel better if she's with your dad because she's better off, I guess?
As Cheyanne speaks of her daughter's behavior, her words become draped in a veil of bitterness and frustration. The suggestion that Meredith only behaves around those who spend money on her is presented once more, this time in reference to her father, Mark. Cheyanne's voice grows heavy as she laments how her daughter seems more amiable around him. Despite her words, Cheyanne is well aware of the underlying reasons for this behavior, but she chooses to ignore them. To her, Meredith's greed and sense of entitlement are to blame. Despite this, Cheyanne finds solace in the fact that her relationship with Cody is stronger when Meredith is in her father's care. This exposes Cheyanne's yearning to be free of the child's clutches. However, Detective Newbold remains steadfast in his line of questioning, using basic logistical queries to camouflage his more pressing concerns. As they speak, he carefully builds a timeline, all while slyly steering the conversation towards the truth.
Yeah, I can actually sleep at night.
Okay.
But lately I haven't been able to sleep because I've been worried sick because I ain't been able to hear from him.
Okay. So let's start getting into that now. I know a little background. So after you picked her up, Friday from Orlando,
yes,
who went to pick her up? You and Matthew?
Just me, because he had to sleep because he has to go to work at night.
Okay. And where does he work at?
Lowe's. He worked at Walmart. I worked at Lowe's, and he works night shift.
Like stocking?
Maintenance.
Oh, maintenance? Okay.
Yeah.
So you go pick her up Friday in Orlando, and then what time was it you picked her up?
I picked her up around 3 or 4. It was raining.
And you have a car?
Yes, sir.
What kind of car is it?
HHR.
Okay. Looks like a BT Cruiser? Okay.
Yeah.
What color is it?
Black. With chrome.
And then you took her straight to your dad's house on Friday?
No, I took her home. Home. And I took her home. We all watched her. She kind of stayed in the living room with us.
When you say we all, you and Matthew?
Me and Matthew and his dad and his mom.
Okay, does his dad and mom live in your same house?
They live in a trailer right here, and we live in a fifth wheel right here.
Okay, so it's the same address?
Yeah, same address. Yeah.
So you and Matthew live in the fifth wheel, and his parents live in the trailer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you came home on Friday, when you say I came home and we were all there, you guys were in the trailer, the main house?
Yeah, we were in the main house.
Okay.
Yeah.
So y'all are watching her, hanging out, watching TV, and then what time is it now? If you picked her up at 3 or 4, you get home like at 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
She was about 6 o'clock. His mom went and lay down. Meredith fell asleep. So I'm like, okay, well, she's asleep. It's okay if I leave her here with you, George. So I take him to work. So that's why I'm not having to wake her up at all, because waking her up is, I get punched a lot.
Okay.
It's basically, I try to wake her up and I get hurt. So
Every time you wake her up, she starts punching you?
Yeah, kicking or anything and saying, I don't want to get up, and I'm not going to because you're not the boss.
Okay. How does that make you feel?
Scared.
Okay. Does it make you angry? Sad?
No.
The investigators' attempt to manipulate Cheyanne into admitting anger falls flat. However, Cheyanne remains relaxed and forthcoming, and this doesn't stall the flow of the interview.
Before I came home, I also went to Walmart and got her medicine, so that's why I made sure she had her medicine for the next day.
Okay, so you, they go to sleep around 6 or lay down around 6 or so on Friday?
Yeah.
What about Matthew?
He's up, he's getting dressed for work.
And you take him to work, and you buy her what at Walmart? You said you bought her something at Walmart?
Yeah, I always buy her something at Walmart. I bought her like a Monster High movie and stuff.
Okay, to take to your dad's?
No, at that time I wasn't sure if I was going to take her to her dad or not, but I just wanted something for her to do.
I thought you said somebody bought her medicine or something.
Yeah, I bought her medicine.
From Walmart?
Yes.
From the pharmacy?
Yes,
or from, okay, what medicine did you get for her?
The 3 pills that she has up on the entertainment center that he left. One is for like a Xanax or something is what he said. One's for wetting the bed, and one's to like help her calm down and focus.
Okay, so you went and got those refilled. You came back home. Matthew's at work, right?
No, I take Matthew to work.
No, but when you took him to work, is that when you bought the medicine and stuff?
No.
Okay, so this is before you even got home?
Yes.
Okay. On the way home from the doctor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then you get home, they go lay down, you take Matthew to work, she's there with George, right?
Yes, you sleep.
You take Matthew to work, and then you come back?
Yeah, and I take her over to the camper to go to bed.
Okay.
George said to leave her there, but I was like, I don't know that I have to get her up in the morning. I don't really know about leaving her throughout the whole night in case she tries anything. He goes, well, I don't really sleep at all anyways. I said, okay, well, but I'm still concerned.
Okay. So you took her to the trailer?
Yeah.
What time was Matt's shift? Does he go by Matt or Matthew?
He goes by Cody at the house.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Matthew is what he uses for like paperwork and
so Cody,
doctors and stuff.
Cody, you take Cody to work at what time?
He has to be at work at 10, so about like 9:30 is normally when we're leaving the house.
Okay, so then you get back home and you have the discussion with George about it's okay she stays, but you still take her to the trailer.
Yeah.
To the fifth wheel.
Yes, sir.
And then what time you get? Is this like around what time?
About probably like 11:30.
Okay.
Or like 10:30, 11:30.
Okay.
I didn't really look at the time. I just kind of was focused.
This is on Friday night?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then we went to sleep, and then in the morning I woke up, got her dressed. I packed her bag for my dad's, and that's when, because she was already going to go with him that weekend.
Okay.
But I talked to him about well, if I send her right away to somebody who can take care of her and get her the proper medication and everything, and he said, well, you're giving up your child like your mother did you.
Cheyanne's plans to give up custody of her daughter loom over her like a storm cloud, threatening to upend her life and relationships. This time, she reveals her father's opposition to her decision, likening her to the very woman who had inflicted so much pain and suffering upon her in the past. It's a cruel comparison, and one that hits close to home for Cheyanne, stirring up memories of her own traumatic childhood. But even as she struggles with the emotional weight of it all, she can't help but worry about the impact that her daughter's behavior will have on her relationship with Cody. These conflicting concerns become a point of contention between Cheyanne and her father, and Newbold uses this knowledge to steer his questioning in a new direction.
I'm like, well...
Is that your dad?
Yeah.
When did you have this conversation with him?
It was a couple days before I brought her over there, and then I had the same conversation again with him. It's like I have to repeat myself with him sometimes.
So, but let me ask you this, when you got back to, after you dropped Cody off at Walmart, then you got back to Cody's house and George was awake, was his mom laying down?
Yes, sir.
And where was George at, in the living room? Or?
Yeah.
Okay, and where was the baby at?
She was sleeping on the two chairs that we had folded together to make like a little bed.
So when you woke her up, she started functioning?
Yeah.
Okay, so George saw that happen?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he said, well, just leave her. So I left her for a little bit, and then I took her over there when she calmed down. I press her like this, and I can pick her up. I really can't pick her up too much. And George helped me open the doors.
So you go home next morning, what time do you take her to your dad's?
I get up about 5 to get her up.
In the morning?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I get to my dad's about around 6:30-ish.
Okay.
I can't.
And how far is your house from his house? Where do you live at?
It's about like, I'm up here, here's the 471, here's our house, here's OD City Road.
So you live in North Lakeland?
Yeah, and then Dad's is like right there off the county line area.
So he's pretty far from you?
Yeah, about 45 minutes with red lights.
So you get there, what time, about 6:30 in the morning?
Yeah.
And you drop him, and your dad's awake when you get there?
Yeah.
But when you drop her off, how long do you stay there?
Just for like a few minutes, and I'm like, I have to go get him from work. And my dad's like, said something underneath his breath. I don't know, it sounded like teachy lesson or something.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Does he not like Cody?
No, he thinks that because you finally found a man. I'm proud of you. All the other boyfriends you had have been shitty.
Okay.
And well, he's like, we gotta have a talk here. I'm like, but I don't know what to do with her. I don't know how to help her. I'm doing all I know, and I'm fixing to lose my job.
Why are you gonna lose your job?
Because I had to call out so much to take care of her.
Now, when you took your dad, she's supposed to be there a week?
Yeah.
At least a week? How many clothes did you bring for? Did she have clothes there?
Yeah, I brought her all the clothes that she has because he has a washing machine. Okay. We have one up there too.
And does she have extra clothes there too?
Yeah, and he bought her clothes.
Okay. So, did you bring that new movie you got her?
No, I forgot it.
Okay. That's at Fifth Wheel or at George's house?
Fifth Wheel.
All right. What's it called again?
It was Monster High.
Monster High?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it DVD?
Yeah.
Okay. And you got that Friday?
I think it was Friday I got it.
Okay.
I buy her all kinds of Monster High movies. Right. I buy her.
Is that a cartoon?
Yeah, she has a whole collection of Barbie because I made sure she got every single one of them.
So, after how long are you at your dad's before you leave?
Maybe like probably 10 to 15 minutes or so.
So you haven't picked up George yet, right? Or excuse me, Cody.
No, Cody.
What time does he get off work?
7.
Okay. What Walmart does he work at?
The north side.
So you had to take her all the way down to your dad's house and then drive all the way back. You were going to scoot Cody up on the way back home?
Yeah.
When you got to Walmart, did you go straight to Walmart?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you got to Walmart Saturday morning, was he already off work or did you have to wait for him?
He was in the back finishing up on the machine and clocking out.
Did you wait out in the parking lot or did you go inside?
No, I always go inside.
Okay. Did you, so how long were you there how long did you have to wait there until you got off work?
Not that long, like just maybe a few seconds.
Okay, so
I didn't really pay attention to my phone.
no, I understand. But then when he got off work, it was around 7:30 then.
Around 7:10.
Does he get off at 7:30?
No, he gets off at 7.
Okay, I'm sorry. So it was maybe
About 7:30 is about the time we got home.
Okay.
And I looked at the schedule. My schedule, I never know what day I actually have to work. I thought it was the day I had to work, but it was the day after I had to work. That day right there I was off, so me and him slept all day.
on Saturday.
Mhm.
So you had to work Sunday.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you go to work Sunday?
Yes, sir.
And so you drop on the Saturday the 18th. You dropped her off at your dad's. When's the next time that you talked to your dad?
I called him and it showed up where I called for like 30 seconds, but like
What do you mean it showed up and you could wait on them?
on my caller thing, it says 30 seconds on there, and when it didn't seem like that long, but he said something. He acted like he answered the phone and then like.
No, I understand, but we'll get to that. But when is the next time after the 18th that you called him? What day was it?
Sunday.
Sunday? What time was it? Sunday night?
It was around, I don't remember if it was around after. It was before I went to work. I can't remember.
Was it daytime?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
I drove by the house, everything looked fine.
hold on. So you tried to come on Sunday. You tried to call him.
Yeah.
Sunday. And what was the purpose of calling?
I just wanted to see.
To check up?
Yeah. I said, hey, did you give her medicine?
Mm-hmm.
I always make sure that I call him and ask him if he gives her medicine and everything.
Okay. And did you talk to him?
Like it sounded like he went and answered something with Meredith in the background, and then like.
So the phone rings, something picks up. The phone picks up.
Yeah.
And he wasn't talking to you. It sounded like he was doing something.
Yeah.
Okay. What did you hear in the background?
I don't know what your mother sees that's wrong with you.
Okay.
I think my dad came back talking to me behind my back to my kid. That's why she probably also.
Cheyanne continues to reveal details about her strained relationship with her father. Little does she know that the detectives are already piecing together the truth about the case. They will soon discover that both Mark and Meredith had already passed away by the time of their supposed phone call with Cheyanne. In fact, on July 20th, 2015, the day in question, Cody had received a text message from Mark's phone, allegedly stating that he was leaving Florida for good due to a terminal cancer diagnosis. The message also mentioned that Mark planned to take Meredith with him to spend his remaining days with his granddaughter, but the reality was that the texts were fabricated by Cheyanne in an attempt to distort the truth and provide a false alibi for herself. Despite her attempts to manipulate the situation, the detectives were slowly unraveling the web of lies and deceit that surrounded this case. And as they dove deeper into the investigation, they would uncover even more shocking revelations about the true nature of Cheyanne's relationship with her father and the dark secrets that lay buried beneath the surface.
Okay. So you heard that, but you said, when did you look at your phone and saw 30 seconds?
Not that long ago, like yesterday, I was looking through it, trying to figure out, okay, how long did I talk to you on this day here? Because what days did he not answer his phone? And then
So did you talk to him again? Did you try to call him? Did you ever talk to him on Sunday after that call?
No.
Okay, did you talk to him on Monday?
No.
Did you try to call him on Monday?
I had Matthew try, and I asked him, I said, can you try to call my daddy while I go to work? Cause,
did you try to call him again on Monday?
No, I didn't try myself. I drove by there, and they weren't home. And the house looked exactly like it did whenever you guys showed up.
When did you tell him she was supposed to be at the doctor? Did you tell him Saturday?
Yeah.
Okay.
I told him, I said, I'll text you if I can remember, if my phone will allow me to text. And I also, the trailer park number, if you can, if you still have it, can you, like...
You texted him this stuff?
No, I talked to him.
Okay, in person on Saturday?
Yeah.
Okay.
let me know anything. And then all of a sudden, when I came home and on the 22nd.
No, we're not to the 27th. We're still on the 20th. So on the 20th, you didn't try to call him?
No.
Okay. You worked on the 20th though?
Yeah.
But I thought you said earlier you tried to call him on the 20th, whenever the doctor's office called you.
Yeah, I don't remember. All the days run together in my head.
No, I understand. But do you remember you telling me that on the 20th you tried to call him after the doctor's? Okay. But you didn't talk. You couldn't get through to him, right?
No.
Did you talk to him anymore on Monday?
No.
Okay. Did you try to call him anymore on Monday?
His phone was going to voicemail. I figured he was mad at me.
Okay. And that's plausible. But do you remember trying to call him on Monday later on more?
No, sir. I asked Matthew if he can, because I go, maybe he'll answer you.
No, we'll get to that. But on Monday, when you try to you try to call him after the doctor's office called, right? And it went straight to voicemail. Straight to voicemail. Didn't ring or nothing.
Yeah.
Did you personally try to call him anymore on Monday?
I said, okay, I guess I'll give him a day to cool off.
So no, you didn't try to call?
No.
All right. So when did you said something about going by there? When was that?
I drove by there.
What day was it?
20th, and I seen my dog out in the pen.
20th is Monday, so you drove past her on Monday? You didn't go? Okay. So what time did you drive past her on Monday?
It was after I got off work. I just did a drive-by.
What time would you get off work on Monday?
I think it was like 4. I feel like I can't remember. I don't remember my schedule. My schedule's all crazy.
But you tried to drive past after work on Monday?
Yeah, I drive past.
Was it daytime or nighttime you drove past?
It was evening.
Okay, so still you could see?
Yeah.
Okay. And
everything looked fine.
No, but when you drove past on Monday, when you said everything looked the same, like his what kind of vehicle does he have?
He owns the F-350, which I have at the house, because when he texted me that he was going up north, I went and looked at the vehicle, and it had a key stuck in it, and the doors were unlocked.
Okay, we'll get to that, but when you drove past on Monday after work, did his truck was there?
Yeah.
What kind of truck? What color is it?
It's gray.
Okay. Does he have any other vehicles?
He has 2 other trucks, but they're down, they don't work, and my minivan sits in the yard.
What 2 other trucks does he have?
It's an old Ranger, like the one they actually made Rangers.
Okay.
And it's gray. It just sits there with a bunch of
okay. What other truck?
in it, and then a Dodge, 95 Dodge.
What about the Suburban?
The Suburban?
Was that there on Monday?
Yeah, it was there Monday.
Okay. So his truck was there and the Suburban was there. Did you stop?
I stopped a little bit and looked. I'm like, okay, well, on.
No, I mean, did you get out and go knock on the door?
No.
Okay.
I just figured if I did, he's gonna I didn't want my dad.
Well, what was your purpose to drive past her on Monday then?
Just see if they were home.
Okay. Because you couldn't get through to him?
Yeah, okay, he's home. Maybe he's playing with her inside, because they collar together and they,
Did you try calling when you passed by there or anything?
No, I said, okay, well, he's probably just mad at me.
So the Suburban was there and his normal truck was there, and then you drove past and you went home?
Yeah.
Okay. And then did you talk to him, did you try to call him on Tuesday?
I don't remember if I called him Tuesday or not.
Did you try going down there on Tuesday?
Yeah, I went by there.
On Tuesday?
Yeah.
What time was that?
It was before I went to work. The landlady said she didn't hear from my dad, and they said something about going out of town and everything.
Okay.
And Vicky was...
Where's your work at in Plain City?
Lowe's. It's right there.
No, what street? Alexander or something?
Jim Redmond.
Jim Redmond Parkway?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What way do you normally go to work from your house? You just jump on I-4?
No, I don't jump on I-4. I normally come down through his upper hills and I hit the, here's the little road that comes right here, 54, and then that road right here, I can't remember, I think it's Cherry or Chancey or something, and it hits 39 and I come down that way.
Is that anywhere close to your dad's house?
No.
Okay, so
normally I take that route.
On Tuesday before work, you obviously had to leave a lot early. Were you late Tuesday to work?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't, my hours, I don't remember anything about.
But do you remember being late? on Tuesday?
I'm almost always a few minutes late clocking in.
But having said that, you kind of have to leave kind of early to go out of your way to check on your dad's house, right?
Yeah, I went by there. The Suburban was moved.
Or what do you mean?
It was facing forward, and then it was facing reversed.
Towards the road?
Yeah.
So when you went by there Monday, it was facing towards the house, and when you went by there Tuesday, it was back towards the house, facing the road?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and that was before work on Tuesday. When did you find out something about, you said something about was this before you found out about something he's going to Georgia or something?
Yeah.
Okay. So you still don't know about Georgia yet?
No, it's like the 22nd he texted us.
So Tuesday's the 21st, and you drove by there, and you didn't make contact or anything?
No, I haven't seen him at all.
No, I understand. So, but you didn't stop on the 21st, right? Like, you didn't get out and go knock on the door?
No.
Okay. So, Wednesday, which is the 22nd.
I went by there that evening again.
Do you still know about Georgia yet?
When I come home, my fiance goes, "Hey, baby, I'm sorry." I'm like, "Sorry about what?"
When you come home from where? From going by there?
From work.
Okay. When did you go by there on Wednesday, though?
It was
Before or after
Tuesday
work?
night. I went by there.
No, I know, but Wednesday, did you go by there? Your dad's house?
I think I did. I don't remember.
Okay. And then after work, you don't matter if you went there, that's fine, but you went home after work?
Yeah.
On Wednesday, you worked Wednesday?
Yeah.
And that's when you got home and your boyfriend, Cody, said something about, "I'm sorry," or something?
Yeah, and I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Go over there, sit down." And he let me read the text message about Dad having cancer. And then I seen that on the phone where it was the 20th, he texted going to Georgia. And I was like, "Okay." And he goes, "I don't know what to say about this." I said, "I don't know either. This is weird."
He texted him on the 20th?
Yeah.
And said he's going to Georgia?
Yeah.
Like, he didn't tell you that?
When his schedule and stuff, sometimes when we go to work, he's only like sleeping in the car on the way to work.
What about when you pick him up?
When I pick him up, we normally don't really talk that much. We just go home and then...
As the interview progresses, the detectives find themselves lost amidst Cheyanne's labyrinth of seemingly random and inconsistent statements. Cheyanne suddenly blurts out a bizarre claim about her father's girlfriend. She half-heartedly suggests that Vicky might somehow be connected to the mysterious disappearances. Her words hang in the air like a curious mist, leaving the detectives wondering if they had stumbled upon a crucial clue, or if they were simply lost in a fog of confusion.
So, apparently he got a message from your dad saying that he's going to Georgia. On the 20th, he texted Cody that.
Yeah, and Cody did ask me, "Have you called your dad lately?" I said, "I called him."
When did he say that? When did Cody ask you that?
Morning.
Huh?
Tuesday morning.
Okay. But he still didn't tell you that he said he's going to Georgia?
Yeah.
Okay. And then on Wednesday, he showed you the text about, he said, does your dad have cancer? Did you know that?
No, I know he had some bad spots on his back that looked cancerous, and that he's been going to see this one doctor, and the doctor had some x-rays done, and that he had bone spurs. And
where, his back?
All over his body.
Okay.
And because they were trying to find out why his lower lumbar is hurting him.
Okay.
He had a big aluminum log from Alcoa fall on him and twist him down to the ground.
So did your dad, what I'm asking is, does your dad have a lot of medical problems?
Lately, he seems like he's been having a lot of them.
I mean, does he take a lot of medication and stuff?
No, he doesn't take any medication except for ibuprofen and like...
Prescription?
No. Over-the-counter medicines.
All right. So Wednesday night, though, on the 22nd, that's when you found out that on the 20th he said that he's going to Georgia.
Yeah.
And then on the 22nd, was there anything else your dad said that, he said he had a year to live or something?
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, and I go to try to call him, and it's like his phone's turned off.
Okay. Would there be a reason why he would text Cody that, not you?
Well, my phone's been acting funny, like where it hasn't been getting text messages, or my dad said that he was having problems answering my phone.
And because you have Metro PCS too? Or?
No, I have Straight Talk, but whenever you get towards the last part of before you get payment, if you use all your data up, it runs really slow.
What's Straight Talk? Is that a prepaid phone?
Yes, sir.
Where did you get that at?
Walmart.
Okay. What about Cody's phone? What kind of phone does he have?
Same company. He's the one that actually told me about Straight Talk and said it was
he gets better service or what?
Yeah, we get better service at the house.
He gets better service than you or what?
Well, his bill is due like the day before mine. When he has to buy his new card, so he has fresh data on his card than mine.
Right, but I'm trying to find out how come your dad texts him and not you that.
My dad always talks to Cody and tells Cody more things. He said that he doesn't want me to worry.
Okay. Did he think Cody wasn't going to tell you?
Cody doesn't normally know how to explain things to me. He's like, this is gonna sound bad, but I don't know how else to say it. That's how he puts it to me, and I'm like, just tell me.
And that was on the 22nd?
Yeah.
And when Cody showed you that stuff, was that in the evening or in the afternoon? Or?
The evening, like he held me and we cried.
And did you guys stay at home after that, or did y'all go anywhere else after that?
We walked over to his parents' house to be around people.
Did you tell him, break the news to him?
Yeah, they already knew before I did.
Because he had already told them?
Yeah, he showed them the text message and they're
before you got home?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he asked his parents for advice a lot at the time. Well, how do I do this? And,
How old is Cody?
He's 2 years younger than me. He's 23, so he's still learning and I'm still learning myself.
So you're 25?
Yes, sir.
So after all this, Wednesday evening, Wednesday night, after you saw the text, did you try calling your dad or?
Yeah, I sent him a text message and.
Well, did he say did he say when he was going in that text message? Like when he was going to Georgia?
No, he didn't really say exactly when he was leaving out. Like to me, he didn't.
No, I know that, but in the text message to Cody, did he say in the text message when he was leaving?
He said he won't be back.
No, I know. Did he say when he was leaving?
No.
Okay. The reason why I asked that because his cars were there Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah.
Right.
So I felt like something was going to happen to the truck, so I went down there and checked it, and that's when I seen the key.
No, I understand that, but we're not there yet. But I'm saying, so Wednesday you find out that your dad says he's going to Georgia. He has a year to labor. Did he say he's taking your baby?
Yeah.
Okay. But
see family is what he said.
But we know on the 20th and Monday the 20th and Tuesday the 21st, you drove by there and the cars were there. They're just situated different. So it probably hadn't left yet at that point. Yeah. How else would he get there?
Cheyenne's web of lies begin to unravel as Detective Newbold carefully picks at the threads, searching for inconsistencies and contradictions. Her story of a dying father's sudden departure starts to crumble under the weight of its own falsehoods, and the detectives pounce on any opportunity to expose the truth. Despite the mounting pressure, Newbold remains calm and measured, choosing his words carefully to maintain the delicate balance between suspicion and diplomacy. The dance of words is a delicate one, a subtle game of cat and mouse in which the detective must coax the truth out of Cheyanne without spooking her into silence. But Cheyanne can feel the net closing in around her, trapping her in a web of her own making. Yet, still, she persists in her charade, clinging to the tattered remains of her story even as it begins to unravel before her very eyes. In the end, it's the small details that give her away, the inconsistencies and errors that betray her carefully crafted facade. When the truth is finally laid bare, the tension in the room is palpable, a silent storm brewing as the detectives prepare to make their move.
His girlfriend texted me and said that he rented a car Monday, and I'm thinking, well...
She told you he rented a car Monday?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's going to Georgia and something, and I told her about the cancer, and she goes, your dad don't have cancer, and I'm like,
she texted you and said that you rented a car?
We talked.
On the phone?
Yeah.
Okay. And what you talking about, Vicky?
Yeah, Vicky.
Okay. So she told you on the phone that he rented a car? Did she say how she knew that?
He texted her to her, but I haven't seen the text on her phone at all to even know if she's telling the truth.
Would she be lying, or what's her deal?
I don't know. She's the last person that's seen my dad. Like, she said that he came over to the house crying about me wanting to sign my rights away, and I said, I really don't want to because I love my kid, but I'm thinking of something that can help her, like get help.
I understand. So when did you have this phone conversation? So Wednesday night you find out about your dad leaving, and you guys cry and then meet with his parents and whatever.
Yeah.
Do you talk to Vicky that night, or
Yeah.
that's when you talk to her on the phone?
Yeah, we go down there to get the stuff, bring up to the house and everything.
Say that again.
We go down there to between that day and Thursday. We went down there to get the stuff.
No, I understand, but Wednesday night you talked to her on the phone to Vicky after you find out about.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been talking with her nonstop since my dad's been gone.
No, I understand.
Lately, she's been mainly concerned about the bed that's in my bedroom. Like, oh, your dad said he gave me this bed. And I'm like, well, right now I'm trying to find my dad.
I understand. And we'll get there, but so Wednesday, did you leave the house Wednesday after that, after you find out about, did you go Wednesday night to your dad's house?
I voiced my concerns about getting the stuff. Like, if my dad's gone. So
No, I know you voiced your concerns about it, but did you go to your dad's house on Wednesday night?
Yes.
Okay. What was it, later that night?
Yeah. I don't remember exactly what time it
But it
is.
was dark. Was it dark?
It was getting dark,
Okay.
yeah.
Who went to your dad's with you?
All of us.
Who's all of us?
Me, Cody, his parents. And like I said, I my days are all jumbled up from work, and my time frame is just.
Well, no, I'm not asking you to tell me you went somewhere at 2:20 p.m. or anything like that. But,
it's hard to remember.
But the same night you found out about the text messages, all that, you went out there with Cody and his parents, and what did y'all do when you got out of there? What cars were? How was it set up?
Well, I took the Suburban over to my landlady's house because I found the keys in the house, and I
So you
found.
went in the house first?
Yeah,
And when you went in the house, I think it's unlocked, or do you have a key?
I have a key.
But was it locked or unlocked?
It was locked.
Okay, so you used your key to go inside?
Yeah.
The front door?
Yeah.
Okay, when you went in the front door, was there anything out of place or anything?
It just stunk in there, but everything looked just like it did whenever you guys came over and I filled out that report.
Okay, so it stunk in there. What did it smell like?
It just smelled like dead rats or dead something.
Okay. Did you find out what that smell was?
Well, I did find some rats and stuff, and I threw them away.
You found some rats?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that the smell?
Yeah.
Where were they at?
They were in the kitchen.
You have a rat? Your dad has a rat problem in there?
Yeah.
Has he had it for a while?
Yeah.
Does he put out rat traps or anything?
Yeah, and that we've actually found rat feces right by the water heater, which is the little door that's right behind the dining room set.
Okay.
And then I found rat feces on the stove.
So you identified the smell as the dead rats?
Yeah, and
you threw them away right then? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
The story of the decomposing rats serves as an excuse to dismiss any stench of decay, but the moment for confrontation hasn't arrived just yet. In this stage of gathering information, Newbold employs a mix of punishment and reward tactics to shape Cheyenne's behavior and keep her focused on the task at hand. Another delicate dance of pushing just enough to elicit truthful answers while avoiding pushing too hard and causing Cheyanne to shut down or become defensive in response. The detective must balance being firm with being empathetic to coax out the truth.
And what else was different about the house?
It just.
I know I guess the deputy saw how it is now, but what else was different from times before you went there Wednesday night?
It just seems off. Like I said, I don't remember if it was Wednesday night or Thursday night. I can't remember those days.
Okay, but when you went there,
everything just got
I understand. When you went there Wednesday night or Thursday night, whatever night it was, you went there and you went inside. You smelled something dead. You got the rats out.
Yeah.
And then did you go anywhere else and look to see, his cars were there? Did you call out his name or your daughter's name? Or
yeah, I did, but I didn't hear nothing. And I searched the house. There was nothing in there.
Was anything out of place or missing though?
No.
Okay.
Just their stuff was some camping stuff was gone. Clothes were gone and pillows.
Okay. Anything else missing?
Not that I can tell. And I kind of just did like a quick walkthrough, and I just seen their clothes and.
Okay. Where was the keys to the Suburban at?
They hang up right by my dad's desk.
Okay, so you get the keys, and what is Cody and his parents doing at this time? Are they inside?
No.
They're waiting out in the car?
They're dealing with the dog kennel.
Which is outside?
Yeah.
With your dog in it or something? Or his dog?
Yeah, my dog was in it.
Okay. Is it in the backyard?
It's inside the yard right in front of the old Ford.
When they were dealing with it, what do you mean by that?
They're taking it apart and...
Was your dog in it?
Yeah, my dog has on a leash, and we put her up on everything.
Do what now?
We tied her to the post of the house.
So they take her the dog, and then you take the... Is that when you take the Suburban over to the landlord's?
Yeah.
Where's the landlord live at?
Over, like just right around the woods.
Okay, just like around the block or something?
Yeah.
And did someone come pick you up over there?
Nah, I just walked back.
Okay. So how far of a walk is it?
It's not that far. It just... If you do a lot of walking, it kind of hurts.
I know. Can you tell? So, you come back, what happens with the dog?
We take the dog with us up to the house and everything.
What about the truck? His truck?
His dad takes we take the kennel, we put it in the truck, and we take them up there to the house and everything. We set it up, and Cody goes to bed because he has to go to work.
Okay. But you took your dad's truck up to your house?
Yeah.
Who drove the truck up there?
George did, because I can't drive a 6 shift.
Okay.
I tried, and I kind of keep killing the thing.
Okay, so...
My dad actually laughed at me.
When's the next time you talk to your dad after that?
As Cheyanne navigates this verbal pirouette with Newbold, she becomes keenly aware of his power over her words and, by extension, her fate. Each misstep could lead to a trap that might seal her guilt. Newbold remains in control, knowing full well that his words can manipulate and influence the course of the investigation. The interrogation room is now a cage, and the detective is the lion tamer. Cheyanne's every movement and word is under scrutiny, waiting to see if she'll bite or jump. Like a predator stalking its prey, Newbold circles around Cheyanne, probing for weaknesses. His voice remains smooth as silk, but it's the quiet moments between his questions that unnerves her. The art of the interrogation is defined by the negative space. Silence fills the room, heavy with the weight of unspoken accusations. Cheyanne must walk a tightrope, balancing between truth and lies, hope and fear. Every word she speaks is a step forward or backward, and she can feel the tightrope sway beneath her feet. Newbold's eyes watch her every move, searching for a crack in her facade. But Cheyanne is determined to stay the course, to keep her story straight and her emotions in check, at least as best as she can. This interrogation is now a figurative game of chess, each move calculated and deliberate. The outcome will determine the rest of Cheyanne's life. Will she walk free or be locked away? The anxiety in the room is ever rising as the two players continue their dance, circling each other, waiting for the other to make an unrecoverable mistake.
Did your dad have his phone with him, or did he try calling you guys, or?
I tried saying, okay, well, you told me to sell all this stuff. I'm like, well, what the hell? And I got overwhelmed with everything. Like, okay, wait, he's got cancer. He wants me to sell everything in his house. He wants me to do this and that. I went and I paid the bills to the electric company to keep the power on. And I paid the storage unit so we wouldn't lose the stuff in there.
Where's the storage unit?
Uncle Bob's in Plant City.
And where, Plant City?
Like Alexander Street or something.
Uncle Bob's is the storage unit facility?
Yeah. Like all my days are running together.
That's fine.
Uncle Bob's storage.
Is Uncle Bob's close to the farmer's market over there?
No, it's on Alexander Street, by the Jiffy Lube.
Okay.
Right in that area.
When did you go? So you went, your storage unit is that?
That's my dad's, and he has me down as a beneficiary, and like some of the stuff in there is mine as well. Like it's kind of like intermingle.
So so you take his truck and the dog back to your house, and when do you go pay the keep the lights on, whatever, pay the light bill and the storage unit bill?
I don't remember. I have it in the car.
Right, is it like a couple days after? Or? I
don't remember, and I just know it's
It's like around the 1st.
So are you thinking at this point your dad's like not coming back or something?
Well, I didn't know if like he's freaking out. Like when I was little, when a big explosion happened at his job, he freaks out. We moved to Georgia to be closer to family.
Mm-hmm.
He's losing his house and stuff. I'm moving to Florida because I hated Georgia.
Okay.
Growing up there. And he goes, okay, well, I'm losing my house and I'm losing my job and everything. We'll just come. I'll come with you. Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll rent the U-Haul truck and everything. We move to Florida. Basically, it seems like whenever my dad gets a big scare, he runs from the state that he actually had the big scare in, even though you can't really run from your problems. That's what I told him.
I understand. So do you think at this point, like, you're paying these bills, do you think your dad's not coming back now?
Like,
is that why you're, like, taking the truck and the dog and make sure he's paid for? Or?
I took the dog up there because she has to be watched because she's elderly.
Right. Well, even if she's a puppy, someone's going to watch her for you.
Yeah.
So, but you take the dog up there and then you pay the bills and that kind of. So, are you doing that because you think your dad's not coming back?
No, I'm doing it because I just want to make sure everything's taken care of for him. If he comes back, I don't know what his plans are, what's going on through his mind at all. I just make sure that things will be okay for whenever it's just a 2-week scare or something.
What about is your daughter on? She takes all this medication, right?
Yeah.
Was that at the house?
Yeah.
At your dad's house still?
Yeah, I seen that and I was kind of a little concerned. That's why I started calling family, and plus I haven't been able to get a hold of him. He goes straight to voicemail. Mm-hmm. My friend Amy came to town. I hung out with her for a bit, talked to her about what's going on.
Who's Amy?
She's my friend. She's in the Marine Corps.
What was her last name?
Hunt.
Amy Hunt? Is she from Polk County or Lakeland? Or?
Plant City.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is she back on leave or something?
She was back for a little bit because she went to ATC to apply for them.
She went to where?
To the police force in
Plant City?
I think she said it was HCC.
So she's back at Hillsborough Community College? HCC?
Yeah, I think she went back to do like an interview and everything and to see if she can get into the police academy when she gets out in December.
No, but I understand that, but is she here now back in Florida?
No, she's left already.
When did she leave?
She left the following Monday. I don't remember what day it was. It was after her birthday.
The following Monday from, let me look at the calendar here. She left on a Monday?
Yes, sir.
So the following Monday after you, like the second day your daughter was at your dad's, she left a week later?
Yeah.
Okay. So that would have been on July?
I think 27th.
27th. She left on the 27th?
Yeah.
When did you hang out with her?
We hung out with her. I hung out with her mom and her at Chili's.
No, when was that?
I think it was Saturday. Saturday or Sunday.
A couple days before she left?
Yeah, and I hung out with her on Sunday too.
Okay. Did you tell her about like your situation with your dad? He's gone?
Yeah.
What did she say?
Oh, calm down, call the family, see what's going on with them, see if he's up there. You know, that like still camping and stuff, and that his camping stuff is missing, so, you know.
Did you tell her that your daughter's medication was still at the house?
Yeah, she goes, well...
All of her medication is?
Yeah, like all 3 bottles that they gave her.
Okay.
She said, well, she does behave better with him, but maybe he can go up there to take her to a doctor up there. Because I mentioned that too. I think I left it in a voicemail. I'm not sure.
What?
To take her to a doctor up there.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I talked to her counselor too. The counselor came over to the house. I talked with her about how Mary's gone and with my dad up to Georgia. And
what counselor? Her counselor?
Yeah, her counselor.
She came out of your house?
Yes.
When was that?
It was on a Wednesday.
So this past Wednesday?
No, Tuesday, I'm sorry. Tuesday at 11.
So this past like several days ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
Talked with her and...
You told her that your daughter's going on with your dad?
Yeah.
And did you tell her that her medications are here?
Yeah, she goes, well, he needs to get her medication. I said, I know, and that's why I'm trying to get in contact with him, and I'm trying to find out with my family which one he went with. Because, like, we have a big family, and he knows a lot of people up there. So, and that, I know he talked about Georgetown, Georgia,
where the landlady had another house and he has a key to it.
Mm-hmm.
So.
But did you ever contact any of your family?
Yeah, I've been talking to my Aunt Jan, my Aunt Sharon. I've been talking to my cousin Tara on Facebook.
You have Facebook?
Yeah.
What's your Facebook name? Just your name?
Just my name.
Do you go by anything else other than Cheyanne?
No.
Is it Cheyanne Jessie on Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay. What's Tara's last name?
Hardin. It's weekly now, but on Facebook it's still Hardin Head or something. I can't pronounce it.
And did you ask them, hey, you see my dad?
Yeah, I've talked to them and stuff like that, and as I was like, hey, what's going on and stuff, and I'm like, well, this is what I know. They even posted a thing on there, and I even put on there what I know that he's took with him, and that he said something about cancer, and my dad wouldn't say he had cancer unless he had it because he knew it. It freaked me out unless he's trying to teach me a lesson and show me that I do care about my kid.
Mm-hmm.
And
so you contacted all these family members. Did they say they've seen your dad or heard from your dad?
They call around and everything. They said, Vicky said that he rented a car, tried to rental places. I tried going to the bank and asking them.
I understand. What bank?
JT Vercauteren.
Where's that?
It's in Plant City and Lakeland, and they have one in Tampa as well.
But you went to the bank?
Yeah.
Which branch?
I went to Plant City, and I told him.
Where's that in Plant City?
It's the same strip that Lowe's was on, Jim Redmond Parkway.
Okay. JT, what's the name of it?
GTE.
Oh, GTE Bank?
Yes.
And so what day did you go there? Was this after you talked to your cousin, or not your cousin, Amy from the Marines? She left on Monday, so did you see her on that Monday she left?
No.
Okay. Do you know what day you went to the bank, starting from Monday?
No, it actually everything just started slowly in where me trying to have to go to do work and trying to figure out where.
When you went to the bank, did you go inside there?
Yes, sir.
And who did you talk to?
I talked to one of the ladies I always talk to, and I don't know her name.
What does she look like?
There's one with gray curly hair. There's one with straight hair.
Where's the girl you talked to that day?
I think it was the girl with the straight hair.
A younger girl, or?
Yeah.
White, black?
White.
Okay. And do you bank there too?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why you always talk to them?
Yeah.
They know you, I guess?
Yeah.
And you went there and you asked them what?
Hey, I was wondering if you can pull up my dad's account and see if you rented a car through using this bank card or something like that. They said, well, let's see if you're on the account. I'm like, well, I know I'm a beneficiary or anything, but like to make sure that I can close this account if anything happens to him or anything like that. I said, but I just want to see if you rented a car through using this bank card or something. And they said, well, we can't divulge that information to you. Okay. I'm like, well, I'm really concerned because I ain't heard from my dad in a couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
And
how concerned were you at that point?
I was pretty freaking out. Like, as I'm driving, I'm crying. Okay. Like, I've cried so much.
So do you think something's wrong at this point?
Well, I'm starting to feel like something's wrong.
Okay.
Because, and I'm thinking, okay, well, what the heck am I supposed to do? So I called my uncle and everything, using my aunt's number, and I talked to all of them, and they said, okay.
What's that number you called using? What do you mean using your aunt's number?
My aunt's phone.
Oh, okay. Who's your aunt?
Janice Weekly.
Where's she live
at? She lives with my Uncle Steve.
I mean, where's that at? Did you go to Georgia or something?
No, I called there. I haven't been out of the state.
You called there and your aunt,
yeah.
And he got on the phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been talking with them for the past couple of days now, like trying to figure out who all his friends are. I even have my Uncle George, which is my godfather. He lives by Durant High School. I asked him, okay, do you guys know of anything like that, and like where he could be? Have you seen him or heard anything about him having cancer?
Did you tell them that he was with your daughter?
Yeah, okay. I said my daughter and him are missing, and my Uncle Mike posted on my Facebook, where's Mark? And like everybody else started commenting on there while I'm trying to call people, and I'm getting frustrated because I'm like, I don't know what to do, and
right.
He's calmed me down several times to say, hey, look, calm down because you can't focus. on everything if you're like fuzzer buzzer.
Huh?
Fuzzer buzzer.
Okay.
You know, flustered.
Okay.
But like.
So you go to the bank, they won't tell you anything because you're not on the account or whatever.
Yeah, and then I get
so
my.
you don't find out anything there.
No, I get my aunt and uncle.
Do you know about what day that is? Because let's go back, because Amy left on Monday.
Yeah.
Do you know about when it was you went to the bank? Was it like today's Saturday night, Sunday morning? Was it like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or was it Friday that you went there? Or did you work that day you went to the bank?
No, I was off. I went around I was off. It was the day I went and paid
the shed and all that, the storage? Okay. And when you went to the bank, were you by yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what's the next thing that happens after you go to the bank and I guess throughout the days you're talking to your family and stuff? What's the next thing? Did you go back to the house again?
I went back there looking to see if...
When was that? I know you went there earlier today, but I guess y'all called the police from there?
Yeah.
Okay. When did you go back there before today?
The day before me and Matthew went and got a couple things out of the house because I got concerned. Okay, well, you know.
What did you go get out of the house?
I got picture frames, like family pictures and stuff. I got some of his tools. That's that was my grandfather's. He said things that he meant to him, and I got his DVDs out of there that are mixed with mine in the case, and then I got his crossbow that he had.
But nothing was missing at all except for his camping stuff and the clothes?
Yeah.
Nothing else? Nothing significant was missing?
In his text messages, he said he got what he wanted, he got what he needed, sell the rest. I don't care about it, basically.
Okay.
Similar to a thin sheet of glass, Cheyenne's words are seemingly sturdy at first, but easily shattered with the slightest pressure. She confirms one statement, but as soon as the investigator probes deeper, her resolve breaks and her story crumbles into dust and debris. Newbold's questions are his hammer, chipping away at her narrative until the truth starts to peek through the cracks. The $30,000 cash hidden in her father's computer tower is a prime example of this. Cheyenne's story unwinds as soon as the detective brings it up, and her efforts to patch it up only make it more apparent that she's not telling the whole truth.
What about this $30,000? Is that there?
No, the tower was missing too.
Oh, okay.
The tower,
isn't that pretty significant?
Yeah, like my dad, I asked him, I goes, I don't know what you're talking about.
Say that again?
He said that he didn't know what I was talking about. I said, well, I'm just seeing you counting, and he goes...
What are you talking about? Like your dad?
Yeah,
like one day you saw your dad counting all his money?
Yeah, and I asked him about it. Like, this was a while back before me and Cody got together.
Okay, so you're still living there?
Yeah.
So he's counting all his money where, in the living room?
In his bedroom.
Okay, and did he say where he got the money from?
No, he never told me.
And he just said...
He just kind of basically blushed it off like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, how do you know it's a computer tower?
Because I seen him put it in it.
Oh, that same night?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was counting it because I walked by before, and he's kind of jumpy.
Okay.
Like, I don't know. My dad said he had a pass a long time ago, and I don't know what it is.
Okay, like a secret pass?
Yeah.
Was he in the military?
No.
Okay. So you go over there a couple times. Like, how many times did you go over there and get stuff out of there?
I just got stuff out of there yesterday.
That's the only day?
Yeah.
So was it on Friday?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
who went over there with you?
Matthew.
Okay. Yeah.
And he goes, I really don't feel right touching this stuff. I said, well, I'm kind of, I don't know, I'm just afraid that something's going to happen to the house, like someone's going to break in or anything.
So what all did you take? The tools?
The tools, the family pictures, the movies, and the crossbow that he had in there. And then he also had a Walking Dead game thing you plug up to the TV and you feel like you're shooting zombies.
Okay.
I also took his tackle boxes too.
Does your dad have any guns?
My dad does have guns. I took his guns before he left.
Cheyenne's demeanor changes when Newbold brings up the missing revolver, clearly uncomfortable with the topic at hand. The absence of the weapon adds another layer of suspicion to the case and Cheyanne, a missing jigsaw piece to the puzzle of Mark and Meredith's disappearance.
You took his guns before he left?
Yeah, it's snake charmer and a couple. And
What's the snake charmer?
I don't know. It's not like this tall. It's silver and black. That's all I know. I don't know what kind. I don't know guns.
It's a rifle?
Yeah.
Okay. You took that?
And then it had 2 other old guns with it, and I just kind of...
What kind of guns? Like handguns or long guns?
Long guns.
So you took 3 guns?
Yeah.
Just before he left?
Yeah.
He let you take them?
Yeah, he told me take them where they'll be safer instead of out in that old truck where people can probably break into it.
Okay, where'd you put the guns at?
I put them in the camper, and then Cody took them over to the house.
Where'd you put them at in the camper?
I put them behind my daughter's cot.
Okay. How long were they?
While she was at Peace River.
So they only been there like a week?
Not Peace River, but the hospital
In
place.
Orlando?
Yeah.
So they were only there like a week or what?
Yeah.
Okay. When did you take them over to Cody's?
The Cody's parents' house.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I took them over there before Meredith came back. If I remember correctly, I don't know. Everything's all jumbled up.
I know, but would you have taken over there before Meredith got back? Because you said you had to even hide knives.
Yeah.
So I would imagine you would leave them there whenever Meredith was there, right?
No, I don't leave nothing around with Meredith around.
So it hadn't been before she got back, I would assume. All right. So he has 3 guns, that's it?
Yeah, I know he has a handheld revolver that was missing too.
Oh, that's missing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I just figured, okay, well, he takes it with him because he always keeps it in his pocket.
Cheyanne feels the burden of suspicion upon her, knowing that the absence of these key items from her father's home is alarming to anyone asking questions, police or not. She tries to keep this knowledge under wraps, unwilling to offer up any information that could implicate her in her father and daughter's disappearance. But her uncertainty is discernible. Newbold can sense it. He knows that just a little bit more prodding is enough to make her unravel, revealing the secrets that she has been withholding through omission. The interrogation ballet continues, and every step could lead to either a breakthrough or an unexpected curtain call.
Okay. How big is it? Does it look like a cowboy gun?
Yeah. It's like little, like it's handheld and...
How long is the barrel? I mean, how long is the gun, you think? Like, show me. I'm not trying to say how many inches.
Like that right there or so.
How many bullets does it hold?
I don't know. I never really looked at it. He goes, I got a gun. Bought it off the dude who lived here before.
That's what your dad said?
Yeah.
Okay. What color is it?
Silver. With like the regular wood kind of on the handle, like oldie.
Do you know what kind of gun it is? Like what caliber or anything?
No, sir.
You think it's like 9mm or?
I don't know.
But it's a wheel on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what.
But that gun's missing. You have no idea where it's at.
Yeah.
When's the last time you touched the gun?
I tell him I don't really care to touch guns. Really.
Have you ever touched that gun?
No.
Has Cody ever touched that gun?
No. Where does your dad normally keep that gun? Right by him, because he always he went like this a couple times whenever I walk into his house, and I say, "Well, you left the door open and everything." He goes, "You got shot." Okay.
You say he keeps it right by him, like wherever he goes?
Yeah, like it'll be underneath his pillowcase with him, or it'll be like little cubbies or anything underneath the couch.
But he doesn't have like a normal
nightstand.
storage place, like inside this nightstand?
No.
It's always just laying out in a holster, or?
No, it just lays like underneath the pillow with him because sometimes he's a heavy sleeper, sometimes he's a light sleeper. It depends on how tired he gets that during a day.
Okay.
Or how much medicine he took or
So
your
dad has his own room?
Yeah.
And where does your daughter sleep when she's there?
She sleeps in the bedroom with her bed and my bed in it. Okay. That was our bedroom.
When you went over to the house any of these days, well, the rats were there. I guess that first day you went there and you threw them away. Was that the only thing that was smelling that y'all threw away?
No, I found a coon underneath the house. I took it out and threw it.
You found a what? A raccoon?
Yeah.
A dead one?
Yeah.
Underneath the house?
Yeah.
How'd you find that under the house? Why'd you look under there?
Because I was trying to figure out where that smell was coming from. Okay. I looked around I cleaned up dog shit.
But it wasn't dog shit. That smelled that bad.
Yeah.
So the rats were dead in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And there was a dead raccoon under the house.
Yeah.
Newbold begins to prod and pry at Cheyenne's story once more, subtly casting doubt on her explanation for the strong odor permeating the house. He insinuates that the stench is too overpowering to be attributed to mere feces, yet he hesitates to question the decomposing raccoon, the most likely source of the putrid smell. For Newbold, it's not enough to simply accept Cheyanne's account at face value. He must delve deeper, scrutinizing every aspect of her story, including the logistics of moving the carcass. However, this is not the only aspect of the cleanup process that raises suspicion.
Okay, how did you look at the house? How did you do that?
My dad's flashlight.
No, how did you, is there lattice or covering around it?
It's got one spot that's broken right there. So if you look underneath there.
Broken, like how?
Like it's been bent, like someone's been underneath there.
Okay, is it all the way on the ground or?
No, it's just like bent, like where someone's been reaching underneath there.
So you looked under there with a flashlight and you saw a dead raccoon?
Yeah.
Where was that under there? How far?
Right by the air vent.
I don't know where that's at. How far did you have to crawl under there?
I took a big long thing and shoved it underneath there to pull it out.
What did you use to pull it out?
It's like one of the thingies that you go and you cut trees with or something. Like
a pole saw?
Yeah, thingy.
When a person is constructing a narrative on the fly, it becomes exceedingly difficult for them to keep track of the intricate details they've concocted. Their thoughts are like sand slipping through their fingers, and the harder they try to grasp them, the more elusive they become. In stark contrast, a person who speaks truthfully has no such trouble recalling the events that took place, for they are etched indelibly in their memory. In the present situation, the detective's doubts about Cheyanne's accounts were evident, especially concerning the curious case of the raccoon. It's clear that they are not convinced by her reasoning, and that they would undoubtedly seek to pick apart that part of her story first. With laser-like focus, Newbold would hone in on any inconsistencies, any shaky assertions, any metaphorical cracks in her tale, hoping to uncover the truth that lay buried beneath her tangled web of words.
Okay. Like a manual pole saw?
Yeah.
And you stuck that in there and drug it out?
Yeah.
Okay. What'd you do with the raccoon?
I threw it out in the woods.
You did? Where at in the woods? Like if I'm looking at the house, what side of the house was the raccoon on? Front, back, side?
Here's the house, here's where that is.
No, dude, here's what, like if that borders the house, never mind, I don't know what all the stuff is in there. But if that borders the front of the house, we're in the street, what side of the house was the raccoon on?
Yeah, we're looking at the house from the street.
Yeah.
Okay, that side.
The left side?
Yeah.
Okay. And
I just chalked it out there. I don't know where it went.
so you took, if this is the side of the house, this is the bottom of the house down here, you're over here, you see the raccoon, you pull it out, you throw it in the woods over here?
Yeah.
Okay. How far in there did it go?
I don't roughly know, I just...
Okay. Was that the same night you found the rats?
Yeah.
Where did you throw the rats out of the woods too?
Yeah, I just...
Right. Nothing else, was the house pretty clean other than that? No food left out or anything?
No food left out except for the hamburger meat that was inside the sink that I threw out in the trash can Thursday because there was like maggots and stuff.
Okay.
Because Friday morning is trash night.
But was the house pretty clean though? Did you do any cleaning?
No, sir.
Okay.
I sprayed the floor with a roach killer spray because of fleas being bad in the house.
When did you do that?
Cheyanne tries to deny any additional cleaning beyond the animal carcass removal when questioned by Newbold, yet her account of battling insects and decomposing meat falls short of conveying the horrific scene that greeted the police at Mark's house. The air was thick with the stench of decay, rendering the scattered cans of air freshener ineffective. Piles of rodent droppings attracted swarms of flies, while dark blotches defiled the furniture and hardwood floors. Cheyanne's attempts to excuse each aspect of the revolting sight are as absurd as her raccoon story.
I do that every time I walk in the house.
Oh, so he's got a roach killer there?
Yeah.
Okay. You didn't go buy any or anything like that?
I bought some extra ones for them, and I bought some bombs to throw off in the house,
When
too.
did you do that? When did you buy those?
I don't remember. I bought it for my job. I bought some boxes so that's why we could pack some of his stuff up. Because he said,
This is after you left, you bought
yeah.
bombs?
Yeah.
Did you buy any cleaning stuff?
I bought laundry soap for us to use at the house so I can wash my clothes.
No, did you buy any other cleaning stuff for your dad's house?
No, just basically I bought paint for mine and Cody's place when we were fixing to paint our bedroom to lighten it up in there. I bought the boxes and some tape to box up some of his stuff. Since he wanted to get rid of it all, he was just going to throw it into a storage unit with my name on it. So that's why I'd be like, hey, here's your stuff. You know, I don't really want to get rid of your stuff. Here it is. You do with it. It's yours.
So what kind of bombs did you buy at Lowe's?
Little fogger, the purple ones.
Like just single ones, or they come in package?
They come in like a 3 package.
Okay, how many packages did you buy?
2 of them.
And what else did you buy for the house?
I bought some air freshener and some candles. My dad's house always stinks.
Does it always smell like dead animals?
He's dealt with rats before, and he smokes constantly, and like propane smell from him using it on the stove.
Okay.
Because his stove went out from roaches.
Okay.
It's kind of another when I moved in with my fiance.
Is it a gas stove?
It was an electric stove.
Okay.
The little thingy up here that tells you the time and everything, it won't let you push to turn it on or anything or do anything with it.
So you bought the air freshener, candles, and 2 packages of bombs?
Yeah.
Okay.
I set them off so this way the house could like get rid of the roaches and stuff.
When did you do that?
I set them off before I went and picked Cody up Friday.
On Friday?
Yeah.
Did you notice anything else in the house that didn't look right?
I looked around and I could see where my dad looked like he laid blankets out on the couch to like lay on and stuff. I mean, I sat on the couches and I just still smelled a funny smell, and I just wondered.
You sat on the couches when? Since your dad left?
Yeah.
Okay, was the sheets there?
Yeah.
The sheets haphazardly tossed over her father's couches betray Cheyenne's attempt to cloak herself in an aura of innocence. She insists that the blankets were arranged to provide a comfortable viewing experience for her father and daughter, as if this could absolve her of any knowledge of the stains lurking beneath. But the detectives are no longer swayed by her feeble explanations, and Newbolt's patience with her is wearing thin.
Did your dad normally sleep on the couch, or?
Sometimes he falls asleep on the couch, but he mainly sleeps in his bed because his couch hurts his back, and he has to be up and down all the time.
So what? He doesn't normally sleep on the couch then? His back or what?
He used to sleep on the couch when we had that one that's out on the porch in the house, but it started hurting his back really bad, so he started like going back to his bed.
How long has he been back in his bed?
I don't know what his sleep pattern's been like since I've been with my fiance.
Okay. But before you left, was he sleeping back in his bed again, or what?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, was it just sheets on the couch, or was it? What's his furniture? What's he got? Rocking chairs?
No, it's a double power recliner thing.
It's a what?
A double, like power. You know, you push the button and it raises
up.
Is this
for one person?
No, it's for 2 people to sit right here. And
so it's
like,
a love seat?
Yeah, and like a couch over here.
Okay, he has a love seat and a couch, that's it?
Yeah, and then he got
But the love seat reclines?
Yeah, and the couch has some that reclines.
Where did you get that from?
The landlady cleaned out one of the old houses, had him do that, and she said, well, since they haven't claimed the furniture or anything, you can have the couch. Okay. And Cody helped load it into the house.
What about the love seat? That too?
Mm-hmm. Okay. He said if he was never moving that couch again, it was heavy.
So what had the sheet on it? The couch or the love seat?
The love seat had a sheet on it, which was my old Barbie sheet. And then it had a pillowcase with my Barbie pillowcase on it, and then the couch had my old Lion King blanket thrown on it, and a pillow thrown on it.
Okay.
Like if my daughter was laying on the chair or a couch or something, like that's where they can lay down and they sit comfortably and watch the TV.
Okay.
I did take the pillowcase off of that little pillow and put it on the big pillow so Cody could take a nap while we were waiting to figure out what's going on with my kid and my dad.
Okay. But so you didn't put the sheets there and pillows and stuff? They were already there?
Yes, sir.
The first time you went in there, I guess it was that Wednesday night when you went there and y'all moved the trucks and cars and all that, was those sheets there then?
Yes.
Okay.
I looked at and everything is the same. Nothing's really changed.
Well, besides the fact that his gun's missing.
Yeah.
And
his clothes
and his money and his tower.
With each passing confrontation, Cheyenne's resilience falters. The moments she has to recover and collect herself dwindle from a generous 20 minutes to less than 10, then a meager 5, and finally to mere seconds. Her anxiety and exhaustion mount with each passing interaction, leaving her feeling drained and vulnerable. The weight of the situation seems to grow heavier with each passing moment, threatening to crush her under its pressure.
His tower with his money in?
And a couple fish.
And you saw that on Wednesday?
Yeah.
Okay. And there were 2 dead rats in there, and then the dead raccoon underneath the house.
Yeah.
When did you get the raccoon from underneath the house?
I don't remember exactly the day. This is all confusing. Everything's just mumbled and jumbled together in my mind because there's just so much that's happening. I've been worried, so sick, and.
Well, let me ask you, did your dad take his phone with him, or did he tell you he was going to call you, or what?
He said he was getting a new number, and so I've been waiting for a new number, and it didn't never happen. So I started calling this one. And Vicky said something weird.
What did she say?
She said, "I don't know if your dad's dead or something in the house." I said, "Well, I've been in the house. There's nothing there."
Okay.
So why would you say that? Why are you freaking me out here? Because
where'd you throw the ground beef at?
In a trash can.
Like the one that goes to the road?
Yeah.
What day was that?
It was Thursday.
Okay. When does the trash come?
Friday morning.
Did you take the trash out of the street?
No.
You don't need to, or they come on the property and get it?
No. Josh always takes the trash out for us.
Who's
normally.
Josh?
The neighbor.
Okay. So even for your dad, he took the trash to the street?
He normally does. If my dad's out of town or something, he'll do that. Okay. I haven't watched the house for me to see if anything's going on.
Yeah, but if your dad's car's in there, it doesn't look like he's out of town, unless he told him he's going to Georgia, right?
Yeah, I asked him if he knew about my dad going to Georgia or anything. He said, no, I didn't know. I said, well, he said he had cancer. I told him that and everything.
But as far as you know, did the trash come and get the...
Yeah, because we found it when we came there.
What else was in the trash can?
There were some black bags in there.
How full was when you threw the meat in there, how full was it?
It was about probably halfway full.
Okay.
I didn't really open the bags.
I understand, but you threw the meat in there, it was about half full?
Yeah, there was enough to throw the trash cans in the by the washer or in the bathroom in there.
Okay. Did you see your dad's phone at his house?
The iPhone was at his house. I took it over to the landlady's, and I didn't know it was the iPhone until we took the case off of it and it said iPhone. And I thought that was the iPhone. Okay, that's the trailer park number. And then I seen an iPhone case in the drawer.
Wait a minute. Your dad has the landlady gets him a phone?
Yeah, for trailer parks.
Okay. For maintenance?
Yeah.
Okay, so is that an iPhone?
Yeah.
Okay, what's his personal phone?
His personal phone is an A something or other. I can't pronounce the name of it.
Is it like a smartphone or flip phone?
Yeah, smartphone. Okay. Android.
Well, was that at the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you find that strange?
Yeah.
Okay. And Andy...
No, that was in the Suburban. I brought it to the house to show.
What was in the Suburban?
The Android phone, as if it was just tossed
in there. Your dad's phone?
Yeah, it was just tossed in there. And
so when you found that whenever you moved the Suburban?
Yeah.
And you brought it where?
To the house.
Okay. And then what about the phone that the landlord gave him? What'd you do with that?
I put it at the landlady's house.
Where did you find it at though? Inside the house?
Inside his house.
Right. And you took that to the landlady's house?
Yeah.
Okay. And is she there?
No, she's in Utah right now.
Okay. You have a key and stuff?
I cranked the Suburban up and I hit the power thing that opens the garage and I go in there.
And then you can get in the house from there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I basically checked the dog and see if it had food and water for her.
Where'd you put the phone at?
I put it up on the table, and then when me and my fiance came Thursday, we went in there and I guess he must have put it in his pocket.
Why?
He said there might be something on here we needed, and I said I don't know, and I was kind of dealing with the dog, and I've been flustered because I can't focus.
But no one did any cleaning in the house besides, there didn't need to be any cleaning done in that house?
No. No, he needed his dishes done because it was.
Did you do them?
No.
But you didn't do the dishes, but you got rid of the bugs, right?
Yeah, I put the spray off in the house.
Well, why would you do that and not do the dishes?
Well, the dishes were already done in the drainer. And then
I thought you said he needed to do the dishes.
Yeah, like pots and pan in the sink.
That were dirty?
Yeah.
Why didn't you wash those?
I just didn't want to touch it. I just,
But
it's nasty water. I don't.
But you'll touch a dead raccoon?
I had like tongs I used.
What tongs?
There was some tongs that my daddy keeps in his drawer.
Where's the tongs at now?
Threw them away.
Where?
In the trash can. That I did.
After you threw the raccoon in the woods, you threw the tongs away in the trash can?
Yeah.
Where'd you get the tongs from?
The kitchen. He has like several kinds he does grilling.
But you didn't do any sprinkling, scrubbing, or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. What do you think happened to your dad and your daughter?
I don't know.
What's your gut feeling? What do you think happened?
I'm afraid that like maybe he didn't leave Florida and he went over to Vicky's house and she did something. That's what I'm feeling. Like,
she did what?
I don't know, because she's like, I don't know, I feel weird when I'm around her.
Okay, what do you think she did?
I think she might have hurt them or something, or maybe she has them in her house.
When did you start getting that feeling?
When she started being more concerned about that stupid bed versus my daddy.
Okay. What prompted you to finally call the police? I mean,
well, I've done checked everything out to see if he really did go up there and found everybody that I've talked to. And I was like, well, I still ain't talked to him, and I'm really freaking concerned. So I went and I looked, and your office was, the state troopers was closed. Mm-hmm. So I waited till the morning to try to call you guys because I didn't know what the numbers were. Mm-hmm. And my friend that's friends with Matthew, mm-hmm. Cody, his name's Kurt, and he and his wife gave us a number to call you guys.
What number? 911?
No, not 911, the actual police place.
The sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Cheyanne continues to braid tales of little relevance to the matter at hand, hoping to keep detectives at bay, her true motives remaining cloaked beneath the superficiality of her words. But Newbold and Clark's astute senses pierce through her veil of evasion, revealing her true nature and intentions, much like the way they unraveled the intricacies of her father's bank dealings. As the interview progresses, Cheyanne finds herself exposed, vulnerable to the truth that she desperately tried to conceal.
And we had you it's out there.
So, did you know Cody took that phone out of there? I mean...
no, and when he normally gets off work and stuff, he gets, like, he doesn't really think he
Yeah, you told me, but when did you find out he took the phone?
Like when we were there at the house, when we were looking in, I guess he must have slipped his mind.
When you were at what house?
My dad's house.
Right. What, you talking about today?
Yes.
That's when you found out he had the phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't it true you found out that he had the phone?
Yeah, he goes, okay, I didn't know what this phone was. Like, I was like, okay, well, I thought, because I was thinking that, okay, well, did Dad buy an iPhone 5? Because I know he had one for the landlady.
No, isn't it true you found out he had the phone whenever he in front of the police?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, okay.
Did you ask him why do you have the phone?
Yeah, he goes, remember I took it? I said, no, I can't remember anything. Like, everything's so bundled.
Yeah, but you said when he took, but you told me earlier, when he took it, he said maybe there's something on it.
Yeah, and I didn't think I told him to also put it down.
Well, I know, but you also just said you didn't know he had the phone until the police were there.
Yeah.
So did you know he had the phone at the house when he took it, or did you know he had the phone when the police were there?
He had the phone in his hand when we were at the landlady's house, and then I just thought he put it down after I told him to, and I didn't know he really actually kept it with him. I guess he forgot about it. But we forget a lot when we're worried about somebody's life here.
Mm-hmm. When did you start worrying about their lives?
when I can't get in contact with them, my family ain't make contact with them, and Vicky's all she is concerned about this stupid bed.
Okay. Why is all the stuff in your dad's room piled on the bed?
Because I was getting the family photos out of the closet, so that's why they wouldn't get ruined.
So what all did you stack on the bed? Just property, or was there? Did he get like 3 mattresses on there or something?
Yeah. That's always been there. That's how he had said he had to make it comfortable for her to lay on.
Was there sheets on it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you just started stacking stuff up on the floor on the bed?
Yeah.
You didn't see anything there or anything? Like any blood or anything like that?
No, sir.
And where was the album at? The photo album?
They're in the closet. That's where my daddy put them.
Is it an album or frames?
There's a couple album books. There's some boxes that have pictures in them, and then there's like the plastic tote kind of things, and then there's like like an old suitcase kind of looking, like it has
so
old.
You bank at GT as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about Matthew or Cody?
He Wells Fargo.
Which bank does he normally use? Which branch?
He normally either has his mom take him up to Zephyr Hills or the one there in Lakeland.
The one by Publix?
Yeah.
In that plaza there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He normally hands me the card and I punch it in for him.
Do you have an ATM card and all that?
Yeah, he does.
Do you have your own ATM card and all that?
I have my own ATM card.
Is your checks direct deposit?
Yes, sir.
From your work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you only use the ATM or for money, or do you keep money on you? Or
I normally keep money on me, or I'll just use my bank card for gas and stuff, and he'll give me some money every now and then.
Okay. Let me ask you something. Do you know? Did you graduate high school?
Yeah, I graduated with special ed.
Okay. Did you go to college?
No, I've been wanting to, but I just I want to focus more on my daughter.
Okay. You say special ed. You graduated. What does that mean?
Basically, my reading and my spelling kind of suck.
Okay, like a slow learner type thing.
Yeah.
Okay, but you have a job and
yeah.
All that stuff. Are you a cashier?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can count money and all that stuff. All right.
It takes me a while to learn something, but once I learn it, I'm pretty good at it. And I've been a cashier before up in Georgia.
Okay.
So.
At Lowe's?
No, up in Georgia. I've worked at Pizza Hut was my first job. My cousin Tara got me.
Were you a server?
No, I was the person who did the prepping and washing the dishes.
Okay.
Which everyone can wash dishes.
Right, but now you work with money and you're pretty good. Have you ever been accused of stealing money or getting count wrong or anything?
No, sir. Okay.
Cheyanne feels a sense of relief in being able to truthfully deny any wrongdoing. It's as if a weight has been lifted from her shoulders and she can finally breathe again. For a moment, she forgets the gravity of the situation she finds herself in and allows herself to revel in the temporary sense of freedom. But as the reality of the investigation sinks in once again, she knows that she cannot let her guard down.
I double count at the end. I count it once, I count it twice, and I count it to the customer.
Okay.
Because that's what I just taught at Dollar General when I worked there.
As a cashier?
Yes.
Okay.
I worked at McDonald's as a cashier too when I was pregnant with my daughter.
But do you know how cellular the cell phones work? Do you know how these work? They don't have a plug like a house phone, do they? They don't have like a cord and stuff, right?
No, they're wireless.
Right. Do you know how the wireless works though?
Yeah, it bounces off the satellite, right?
Sort of. Have you ever seen
towers or
cell towers? Have you ever seen those cell towers? They're tall, they get like things coming off of them.
Yeah.
That's what your cell phone uses. Okay.
Yeah.
If you live in an area where you don't get that much signal on your phone, and it's like sometimes it doesn't work, why do you think that is?
Because you're in a bad area, and
well, what do you mean by bad area?
Like maybe there's it's not picking up the frequencies or something like that.
Do you think maybe because there's not a tower nearby?
Probably.
Okay.
Newbold's questioning of Cheyanne about how cell phones work seems like a harmless inquiry, but it's actually a carefully calculated tactic to draw out more information from her. With each question, he builds a sense of trust and rapport, setting the stage for the eventual confrontation. Cheyanne, unaware of Newbold's intentions, answers each question confidently, believing she is impressing him with her knowledge. In reality, she is unknowingly revealing more about herself and her situation than she realizes. As the conversation continues, Newbold's approach becomes more and more like that of a wise mentor, guiding Cheyanne towards a realization she never saw coming. But despite Newbolt's skilled use of questioning, as of this moment, it remains to be seen if Cheyanne will crack under the pressure and reveal the truth.
If you were in the middle of the desert and there were no cell phone towers, do you think your cell phone's going to work?
No.
Okay. So the only way your cell phone works is by cell towers, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you drive from your house, let's say there's a cell tower in your front yard. I'm not saying there is.
Okay.
Let's say there's a cell tower in your front yard. Do you think your phone is going to be using that cell tower at your house?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think if you drive to Plant City and go to Lowe's, do you think your cell phone is going to be using that same tower?
No.
Because what?
There might be another one probably, or...
Closer?
Yeah.
Okay. So...
My dad explained it to me.
He did?
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
He wanted me to learn.
When did he explain that to you?
Whenever I first got a cell phone.
Okay. So having said that, if your dad, he lives 45 minutes from you, say?
Yeah.
So it's several miles. And I know I'm familiar with, you're up way up on 98 North, right?
Yeah.
Almost to a different county, right?
Yeah.
And your dad is all the way down south, almost to a different county, right?
Yeah.
Like Hillsborough County, which is Plant City and stuff. So do you think that if you're talking to him on your cell phone at your house, and he's talking to you on his cell phone in his house, do you think both of you guys are using the same tower?
No.
Okay. So when you're traveling, we've learned that when you're traveling, your phone is going to use the closest tower. Okay.
Right.
I'm telling you that because whenever your dad's phone is being used, we're going to get all those phone records. Okay. We're also going to get all your phone records. Okay. We're also going to get all Matthew's phone records or Cody's phone records, and it's going to show you. It's going to show us everybody you're calling and texting, whether the phone call went through or not, and where you were when you made those phone calls. Same thing with your dad's phone. Okay? We're gonna see text messages. If stuff is deleted, it's not deleted. The stuff might be deleted off the phone, but it's still in your computer somewhere. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if I text him a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I found that weird that all of his text messages were kind of blank, and I have been, like Josh said that he's been seeing this guy rides down the road with a bicycle too.
Where's it? Where? What do you mean?
Like every day there's the guy that rides down the road in a drain field.
Okay, what does that mean?
I don't know. I was just thinking that.
Well, that guy that you just said has nothing to do with this case.
Yeah.
Right? Zero. That guy doesn't exist. So,
Cheyanne's feeble attempts to preemptively explain any potential inconsistencies in her story only serve to highlight her growing desperation. As detectives bring up the possibility of analyzing her phone records, she frantically grasps at straws to justify any discrepancies they might find. But her explanations are flimsy, like a house of cards on a shaky foundation, and Newbold sees right through them. His voice becomes more cutting and decisive as he dismisses her half-formed excuses about a malfunctioning phone and a non-existent cyclist. He continues to shatter the illusions that she's created, revealing the harsh truth beneath.
I've been just thinking of different
I know, but here's the deal: so we're going to be able to see all, even if stuff's deleted off the phone, we're going to be able to see the text messages and everybody called and stuff and whatever. It stays in the computer, okay? And this goes back for years, okay? So we'll be able to get stuff from last week and the week before that and all that stuff. We're also, I'm concerned about a lot of stuff here, Cheyanne, okay? And I'm not saying you're a bad person at all. I know you have a very tough life, okay? Having to deal with your daughter and their situations. And do you love your daughter?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I love her with all my heart.
All right. But I know you're having a tough time with that, and it's affecting your relationship. Because you said that even with your daughter not there, it's made it better for you and Cody to work on your problems and get better as a unit.
So we can handle her.
Right.
As Newbold continues to address Cheyanne by name, his tone shifts from gentle affirmation to a more probing and confrontational approach. He begins to challenge her narrative and point out inconsistencies, all while maintaining a level of empathy and understanding towards her situation. This balance of compassion and firmness is a delicate operation, and Newbold executes it with precision, knowing that any misstep could cause Cheyanne to shut down or become defensive. Despite her best efforts, Cheyanne's story starts to unravel under the weight of Newbold's questioning. Her lies and half-truths become more apparent, and her facade of the devoted mother begins to crack. Cheyanne is left with a sense of confusion and uncertainty. She's not sure what will happen next, but one thing is clear. The comforting illusion she had created for herself is gone, and she's left to face the harsh reality of her actions.
But I have here's what I know. I have a weird suspicion that that we're not going to find a raccoon in the woods by your dad's house, are we?
I threw one out there.
Are we going to find a raccoon that you threw out there, Cheyanne?
It should be out there. I don't know if it is. There's animals that run wild out there. I don't know.
So if it's not there, an animal came and got it?
I don't know. I don't know what goes on in my neighborhood.
Well, we know a dead raccoon is not going to be picked up by the guy on the bicycle, right?
No.
Right. So I'm saying if it's not there, you're saying it's got to be the animals that got it, right?
I threw one out there. That's all I know.
I know. Are we going to find it out there?
It should be able to find one out there because I threw it.
But if it's not out there, where does it go? How did it leave?
Probably another animal.
Okay. I don't think that, to be honest with you, I don't think that you found a dead raccoon under the house. Number one, because you already said that you found rats in the house, which I do not believe. Okay? So if you got the rats out, what would make you look, and you said that was what was thinking.
Yeah.
And you said that the meat had maggots on it and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But I could tell you that the garbage can does not smell anything like rotten meat was in there. That stuff smells horrible. Horrible.
Yeah.
When Cheyanne insists that she threw out the rotting meat, Newbold's response is cold and unyielding. He repeats his challenge word for word, refusing to let her deflect or distract from the issue at hand. Newbold's determination to uncover the truth is clear, and he is willing to confront even the smallest lies in order to do so. He questions the existence of rotting meat and dead raccoons, forcing Cheyanne to confront the fact that she has been lying to him. In addition, he continues to address Cheyanne by name, using this direct address as a way to keep her engaged in the conversation and focused on the questions.
I'm going to tell you right now, I cook a lot of stuff in my house. Okay, a lot of meat. That's all, and I eat a lot of food, as you can tell, right? I throw meat and bones in my, you're not supposed to, because if it's not in a bag, they don't like it, but I still do it, okay? I don't follow all the rules and stuff, but I'll throw meat in my garbage can and it rots and all that. It gets real disgusting, as you know.
Yeah.
But that smell does not go away. It doesn't just disappear unless you clean it out with bleach and put special perfumes in there and all that stuff. But we had guys out there smell in that garbage can and it didn't smell anything like rotten meat. That would lead me to believe that there was no rotten meat there.
Well, I threw it out in there.
Okay.
I swear.
That would lead me to believe there's no rotten meat in there. But here's what I think, okay? I don't think you're a bad person, but I do think that you know where your dad is and where your daughter is. Okay? And if you love your daughter and your dad, I would think that you would be honest about it.
I am honest. I don't know where they are at all. I don't.
I'm going to tell you that when we find your dad and your daughter, okay, I can assure you that we're going to know what happened to them and we're going to know how they got there. Is there going to be any evidence whatsoever to suggest that you had anything to do with their disappearance?
No.
Nothing? Nothing.
I didn't. All I know is that my dad and my daughter left.
Answer my question. Is there going to be any evidence that you had anything to do with their disappearance? I'm not calling you a bad person.
No, my fingerprints are on their stuff because I always move their stuff in the house all the time. I mean, oh, cool, Dad, what's this? You know?
I understand that. But is there going to be, I didn't ask you that. I asked you, is there going to be any evidence in your dad's truck that would lead us to his disappearance?
No.
That you moved, you have to understand what you're saying here. You're telling me that you don't even stop at your dad's house after he didn't even take, you went by there. The doctor's office, you are so concerned about your daughter that you don't make sure that she goes to the doctor. But you drive past your dad's house, he looks like he's there and he's fine and everything, but he didn't take her to the doctor, so why wouldn't you stop? Cheyanne, why wouldn't you stop?
I just didn't. I didn't want to do it with my dad.
But that's your daughter. You said you love your daughter with all your heart.
Yeah.
Mothers die for their kids.
Yeah.
And a bad relationship with your dad is not going to stop a mother from making sure her daughter gets the proper treatment that she needs, especially if she has problems. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you made mistakes, fine, we can deal with them. But I need to know what
My
happened.
mistake was not going and actually knocking on the door.
That's not your only mistake, okay? That's not your only mistake.
Leaving her with him.
That's not your only. No, you said you made it perfectly clear that your daughter's in a better place with your dad. Didn't you?
But
you made it perfectly clear that that's the deal.
But if I would have just known that he's gonna run off, like.
And I know why. I'm gonna tell you, Cheyanne. I know why you decided to go get all these bug sprays and air fresheners. Okay, it's not because dead rats were in there. You think them rats just happened to die there right when your dad left? Do you think your dad's gonna be in the house with dead rats with your daughter? Doesn't your dad love your daughter? He made it perfectly clear, according to you, that he wanted to spend his last year of his life with his granddaughter.
Yeah.
Why would he have her walking around with dead rats in the house? That's because that's not what happened. That's not what happened. I know why you got the bug killer and the cleaners. And I know that the house was cleaned up. And I know that your dad did not put those sheets on the couch. I know that. That's impossible. That's impossible. Because what's on that couch, if what's on that couch would have went through those sheets. So the sheets weren't just been, you know what I'm saying? What's on that couch, if your dad had sheets on there, if your dad had sheets on the couch and something happened, that's going to be on the sheets. Okay? I'm telling you right now, I just need you to be honest with me. I don't think you found a dead raccoon. Okay? I really don't think that. I think you were probably near or under the house, but I think that you know where your dad and your daughter is. And if you say that you don't now, but later on we show that you do know, that doesn't show any love whatsoever in my book, regardless of what happened. If you have no remorse whatsoever for anything to do with their disappearance, that makes you look bad. That makes you, people will be like, she don't care about them. She doesn't love them. But people make mistakes all the time. And if you show remorse for that, then, you know, we can understand that. Okay? But I just need to know from you, because it's going to look bad if something happened, okay, and you had something to do with it, but you're lying about it. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm not lying.
And you know we're talking to Cody and Cody's dad.
Yeah.
And I don't know what Cody's saying right now. I'm going to find out. But if he's telling a different story and your stories don't match, then I know you're lying. Okay? I just want you to be honest, and now's the time. Now's because I don't want Cody telling on you for something and you taking some blame for something. But I'm going to tell you right now, husbands and wives, best friends, they do it all the time. They're not going to get in trouble. They're going to place blame on somebody else. And I think what he's going to say, he's going to tell us what happened, and he's going to blame it on you. He's going to say it's your idea because it's your kid. What happened?
I left my daughter with my dad.
What happened? I know you left him with your dad. What happened?
I don't know.
Cheyanne, I'm telling you.
I did find rats there. I did get rid of them.
You didn't find a raccoon though, did you?
There was a raccoon underneath there.
But you didn't throw it in the woods. Because there's no evidence of that. We have people there now. There's no evidence of that whatsoever. Zero. You didn't throw meat in the garbage can because there was no meat in the house that was rotten. Do you know how long it takes for the meat to rot? Like that?
I don't think not that long. I don't know.
How long do you think?
I know we put some out in the trash can at our house, and there were.
I'm not talking about a trash can. I'm talking about if I took. How big was the package of meat?
It was about like this big.
And what kind of meat was it?
It was from.
What kind of meat was it?
Ground beef.
Okay. And that was where? In the sink?
Yeah.
Inside the house?
Yeah, it was like kind of like bleh, looking, like dark color.
Okay. But there wasn't maggots and stuff on it. It's impossible. What night was it that you found it? Wednesday night?
Thursday.
No, you said Wednesday.
Yeah.
You said Wednesday night after Cody told you that about the text messages supposedly, and I don't buy that either. He's not going to have text messages on his phone that your dad is leaving the state with your beloved daughter, okay, because he has a year to live. He's not going to tell you that because he forgets stuff. You don't forget stuff. That's significant. That's huge. That's huge. A man, your dad, okay, whether it be your dad or not, your dad is taking your daughter out of the state because he's dying, according to him. And he's going to change phones and all this stuff, allegedly, and all this stuff. I don't even think your dad sent those text messages, if they even exist. Did Cody delete them?
No.
They're still on his phone.
They're still on Cody's phone.
Here's what I'm going to see when I look at the phones. I can promise you this, okay? I can promise you, if they're on Cody's phone or whatever your dad, whatever text messages that or phone calls you made from your phone, if you really did, to your dad, this is what we're going to see on the records. We're not going to see anything at all because they just didn't happen. Or we're going to see your dad's phone in the same place your phone is, in the same place Cody's phone is. That means that those phones are near each other and together. And the only way that would be happening is if your dad was sitting next to you, texting you or calling you, and people don't do that, they turn and talk to them, right?
Newbolt's strategy of presenting multiple scenarios is an intentional attempt to elicit a confession from Cheyanne. He's creating a safe space for her to come clean and demonstrate remorse, while also making it clear that there will be consequences if she continues to lie. A method from the Reed technique whereby offering her two potential outcomes, he is creating a situation where she is forced to choose which one is more believable, thereby revealing her thought process and providing valuable insight, and most importantly, a confession. Cheyanne's comfort and confidence are beginning to wane. The earlier validation she received from Newbold has given way to panic as the detective continues to push for more information. She's beginning to realize that her statements aren't going to hold up under any further scrutiny, and that she needs to start being honest to minimize any further collateral damage.
No, me and my dad, we sat in the same room, we'll send each other's text messages.
Okay, but these text messages are talking about going to Georgia and stuff, where it was not sent from the same room.
That's why I was wondering.
So, no, I'm wondering, what we're wondering is what happened, because we're going to be able to put all that together, okay? I'd rather not waste my time and find the daughter that you love, that it seems like I care more about right now, and I want to find your father that it seems like I care more about right now. I want to find them.
I want to find them too.
Okay, but I need you to tell me the truth. You know what happened to them, and I need you to be honest with me. What happened?
Newbold's interrogative tactics are a combination of subtle provocation and emotional manipulation. Cheyanne's every word is scrutinized and her emotions are exploited by Newbold's masterful interrogation skills. She has not yet fallen for his trap of proving her worth as a mother, but Newbold refuses to let her off that easily. He goes as far as to suggest that he cares more for her father and daughter than she does. Cheyanne tries to reassure him that she's just as worried, but Newbold sees through her superficial affirmation. He wants more than empty words. He wants her to show her concern by telling the truth, and until she complies, he'll punish her with abrasive interruptions, cutting her off mid-sentence and throwing her off balance.
I don't know.
Cheyanne, I'm telling you, you know that, here's what's the deal with the meat situation. It takes about 2 weeks, okay, for meat, like raw meat. I'm not talking about humans. It takes about 2 weeks for raw meat to get that way, okay? When you dropped your daughter off at your dad's house and you went inside and stuff, was there meat in the
Yeah, there's meat in the sink.
There's meat in the sink, okay?
Yeah, and he says, I don't know about this meat, it looks kind of gross.
Okay, oh, so he left it there when he left? And he left dead rats on the floor when he left? Really? Come on, Cheyanne. Just be honest. Be honest. And I'm telling you right now, just be honest. Because if you're not honest, and we find out you had something to do with the disappearance with your father and your daughter, it's going to make you look like a horrible person. Do you think you're a horrible person?
No.
Yes or no?
I feel like a horrible mother let my dad take
Do you think that you're a horrible person in general?
No, I do everything that I got, and I do everything by, like, I work hard, I try
Okay, well,
to make
then keep doing it. Then keep doing it, being a good person, because right now you're not. Okay, if you do everything by the book and work hard and you're a great person and all that stuff, then do the right thing.
I'm telling you what I remember and what I know.
Okay, but you're not going to forget the disappearance of your mother, or excuse me, of your father and your daughter, how that happened. So I want you to tell me how it happened.
All I know is that...
And I know you didn't do it by yourself. Where are they? Let's just start with that. Just tell me where they're at, because we're going to find them.
I don't know.
Just tell me where they're at, Cheyanne.
I don't know. Honest to God, I don't know.
Well, God's not here, okay, right? Is God here?
No.
So don't promise to God. I understand that, but He's not going to be able to tell me that you're telling the truth. I just want to know where they're at.
I don't know where they are. I don't.
Are they at the house? Is that what stinks?
I don't see them at the house. I look there everywhere.
Something happened at the house. I know that. Okay? There's blood at the house. There's blood at the house. Okay?
Yeah.
And I know you know what happened. I'm trying to find out from you. Did you go in there and find some bad stuff and you were scared and you guys covered it up and did something with them? Just tell me that. Nothing bad happened there and they got up and walked out of there on their own. So, did you go there?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if something bad happened there?
All I know is that everything looks normal.
But it's not normal. Okay? The sheets that you guys put on those couches in the love seat is covering up stuff. It's covering up stuff that we saw. And you know how it got there. Okay? So, if you go in and find some bad stuff in the house, I can understand if you're scared and you want to hide stuff. I understand that.
Newbold has steadily pushed Cheyanne towards the truth, minute by minute, even if it means lowering the bar of admission. By proposing a scenario where Cheyanne stumbled upon a gruesome scene, covering it out of fear, he offers her a way out of the accusation of being the culprit. But remember, a confession is a confession. Save for admissions extracted via torture, the circumstances of the confession very rarely matter. Covering the scene of a homicide out of fear is still a confession to being at a crime scene. Cheyanne makes a small concession by admitting that she doesn't remember what happened to her father and daughter, rather than continuing her outright denial. While it may not be a full confession, it is a step in the right direction towards the truth. Getting a suspect to admit to even small details can help build a stronger case.
Okay, also know that cleaning went on in the house, not just bug spray. You decided, for some reason, you all decided that you need to clean stuff up. Okay? Trust me, I know this. So, where's your dad and daughter?
I don't know.
Cheyanne?
I don't. I swear, I don't remember. I don't know where they are. They said they were leaving.
So what's going to happen when we see your dad's phone communicating with your phone? What's going to happen when that call doesn't even exist on your phone on Monday when you said you tried to call him and he goes straight to voicemail to make sure he took your daughter to the doctor? What's going to happen when that call doesn't exist? What's going to happen if that call does exist, but it's in the same place as your phone or Cody's phone? What's going to happen then? Because it's going to look very, very troublesome, Cheyanne, if your phone is communicating with your dad's phone, but you guys are up in North Lakeland. I really don't think you're a bad person. I think you want to do the right thing and be honest. If you went in there and you saw some bad stuff.
I remember.
Okay, but you're not going to forget that. So you need to remember where they're at so we can find them. At least do that. At least tell us where they're at. Are they at the house, Cheyanne? Yes or no? I don't know. Are they at the house? Yes or no? Because it's either they are there or they're not there. And you know where they're at. Are they at the house? Yes or no?
No.
Where are they at? Cheyanne? You do know.
They told me they were going to Georgia. That's all.
That's not what happened because let me tell you right now.
If there's blood in the house, then Vicky was the last person to see them.
We already can tell. I can already tell you that Vicky had nothing to do with this. I know I can prove that. Okay? My main concern right now is finding your dad and your daughter. And I don't want to mess with this all night. I just want to find them. Regardless of what happened, I want to find them. Okay? So it makes you look like a horrible mother and person if you know where they're at, and we can prove that, and you say you don't know. That doesn't make you look like a good mother, a good loving mother that you do anything for your daughter, does it? If it is, then act like it. Don't protect anybody. This is your daughter. She's 6 years old, Cheyanne. She's 6 years old. She might have had some problems. Cheyanne, look at me. Look at me. Where are they at? Move your hand, sit up. Sit up straight. Because I don't see one tear coming out of you. Okay? I don't see one tear.
Newbold's persistence pays off as Cheyanne becomes increasingly agitated. He has broken through the shell of her defenses, and now he must capitalize on this moment of vulnerability. He begins to speak more softly, his tone less accusatory and more empathetic. He tells Cheyanne that he understands how difficult this must be for her, but that it's important for her to remember that telling the truth is the only way to move forward. As Cheyanne gathers her thoughts, Newbold reminds her that he is there to help her, not to hurt her. He tells her that he knows she's a good person and that he believes in her. Cheyanne seems to relax a little more, and she begins to speak in a quieter voice. A voice reminiscent of someone who's finally accepted an inevitable situation instead of fighting an unwinnable battle.
I don't know where they are.
Yes, you do.
Cheyanne, we already know enough. We have enough information to know there's parts of your story that aren't true. You got to answer our questions. This stuff we have to know. All right? For your daughter, we need to find her.
I don't.
You do know. We have enough people in the neighborhood that know that you know. We didn't just talk to you. We talked to other folks in that neighborhood. You need to tell us what you know. You need to tell us where your daughter's at. There's no way your dad left there to leave for the rest of his life and left his wallet there and left his money in his wallet and left his car there. That just didn't happen. This stuff doesn't make sense, Cheyanne.
Then leave. Think you would leave your daughter's medication there? Really?
The contrast between Newbold's urgency and Clark's neutral tone is indeed an effective technique to create a good cop, bad cop dynamic. With Clark appearing as a more reasonable and level-headed authority figure that Cheyanne might be more inclined to trust. The sudden note-taking by Newbold also adds to the tension and uncertainty looming in the air, making Cheyanne wonder if she said something that could be used against her. In addition to the direct methods of applying pressure to a suspect, these subtle tactics are also designed to keep Cheyanne off-center and further increase the external pressure on her to reveal more information, or, in the case of guilt, confess.
I don't remember. All I remember is that they had a text saying that he's going to Georgia.
Okay, I believe that text may exist, but I don't think it came from your dad. So there's no reason why Cody would be taking your dad landlord's phone. I mean, look at it. Sit up, Cheyanne. Sit up. Okay. You guys, your dad's missing, and your 6-year-old daughter's missing. Okay, and you guys are cleaning up the house, bombing the house, moving cars around, taking this truck, taking your dog. Like, they don't even exist. You know what that tells me? That tells me that I've done this job a long time. This is not my first case, okay? That tells me that you know where they're at. And you know they're not coming back.
It doesn't say let them come back, so...
I know, but that's what the text message said. That's what the text message said, that either you or Cody sent to Cody's phone. Your dad didn't send that text message. Remember the phone records I was telling you about? We have the phone records. Okay? So I know all that stuff you said is not true. It's impossible. So, where are they at? Cheyanne?
I really don't know.
Yes, you do. Well, what happened to them?
I don't know.
Do you agree with me that a lot of the stuff you said is not true? Do you agree with me?
I'm just going off of what I remember.
Okay, but do you agree with me?
I'll remember.
I'm not asking you what you remember. Do you agree with me that a lot of the stuff you told me is not true? Do you agree with me that the raccoon, you pulling it out, throwing it in the weeds right there is not true? Is that true? Just let's start with that.
I pulled out a raccoon and I tossed it.
Where did you toss it?
I tossed it like that.
Where did it go?
I heard it hit the woods or trees or something.
Would you agree with me? That's not even true.
That's what I hear. That's what I...
No. Would you agree? Isn't it true that you did not even pull a raccoon out of there? Is that true? Yeah, let's sit up, Cheyanne. Is that true? Yes or no? Is it true that you pulled... Let's just...
Yes.
That's true that you pulled a raccoon out.
Yes.
And you threw it not even that far to get rid of the smell. Did that get rid of the smell? No, because it still stinks out there, right?
Yeah.
So you tossing it 5 feet, how is that doing any good? You're going to go through the pain and labor of bending down, picking up a raccoon, and you're a woman with some tongs that you see you got out of your dad's kitchen, and throw the raccoon. How big were the tongs? What do they look like?
I didn't use the tongs for the raccoons.
You told me you did.
I used that for the rats.
You told me you used the tongs for the raccoons because I said you picked up the raccoons, you're banging your hands. You said, no, I used tongs from my dad's kitchen.
I used the pole thing to bring it out.
And then how did you pick it up?
I don't...
Sit up, Cheyanne. See what I'm saying? You're digging a deeper hole by the lies.
I'm not lying.
Cheyanne, I want you to sit up. Huh?
My mind is...
Well, let's take this slow. I want you to sit up and look at me. Please? Can you do that for me?
Cheyanne's body language bristles with defiance, refusing to heed Newbold's commands to sit up straight. In response, he takes action, pulling his chair closer and blocking her escape route to the door. With a sense of purpose, he intrudes into her personal space, determined to keep her focused on him and intentionally making her feel like she's trapped. Seeing her resistance, though, Newbold modulates his tone, urging her to sit up for him almost like a plea. His words convey a subtle shift from authority to entreaty, an attempt to elicit cooperation rather than compliance. Cheyanne finds herself responding to his request. Newbold's patience, already worn thin, is now nearing empty as he warns her that lying is no longer an option. He speaks with a fierce intensity, and his words strike her like thunderbolts, leaving her feeling exposed and vulnerable. For Cheyanne, the only way to move forward is to face the truth head-on, no matter how painful it may be.
Let's just start here. Let's start fresh, okay? Now, I'm going to start in the middle. Did you pull out a raccoon from under the house?
Yes, sir.
And why did you do that?
But it stunk.
Okay, and where did you throw it?
I just threw it.
You just threw it where?
Like it sounded like it hit the woods.
But do you remember telling me that you used tongs to take the raccoon because you said you weren't going to touch it? Do you remember saying that? Well, why did you say that? Because it's not true, right? Cheyanne? It's not true. See what I'm saying? Wouldn't it be a lot easier if you just told the truth? Wouldn't it be a lot easier?
I'm going by what my mind remembers.
Okay, but your mind is not gonna forget. And I need you to sit up and look at me.
That's what
I need to go by. Your mind is not gonna forget. Like for instance, all that stuff you told me about you and Cody's relationship. You don't forget that because you love that stuff. That's your love. On a scale of 1 to 10, you guys have a 10 relationship. But on your daughter's scale, you have like a 5.
Yeah, I've been trying to work on it, but she doesn't seem like she wants to work on it.
Clearly.
But
where is she at?
She's with my dad.
Where? I believe she's probably with your dad, possibly. But where are they at?
I don't know.
Cheyanne.
All I know is that the text message said that it was...
Forget the text messages, okay? Because I'm telling you, it did not come from your dad. It did not come from some guy riding on the road. It did not using your dad's phone. How would he even know to text Cody? Okay? How would he even know to call you? Okay? It did not come from Vicky because I can account every step of Vicky's way that's verified by other means. Okay? So I need to know from you what's not verified. What we can't verify is from you is because everything you say because you're telling a lie. And I already know this. So that leaves one other choice. You can either keep lying and look like a horrible person. That's up to you.
Not lying.
You can say whatever you want, but if you're telling me that you're saying the truth, then I could just tell you that you're not, because we can prove otherwise. So if you're not telling the truth, that means you're trying to hide something. And if you're trying to hide something, I would say that makes you look like a bad mother. I just want to know where they're at. Let's just start there. I don't care what happened to them disappearing. I want to know, let's start where they at. Let's just start there.
I don't know where they are. I don't.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave this room for a second with Detective Clark with you, and I'm going to go find out if Cody's story matches your story, okay? And I'm going to find out if he's told the truth. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What if he gives me a whole different story? Like he tells us where they're at.
Newbold's request sounds like a mere suggestion, as if Cheyenne's response holds no weight, but beneath his nonchalant tone lies an urgency for her cooperation. The detective knows that what he's asking for is far from simple. The truth is a tangled web, with each thread leading to another and another and another. Despite the enormity of the task at hand, Newbold presses on, perhaps hoping that even a small admission might loosen the knot, but he's also aware that time is running out. His mention of speaking with Cody is a subtle reminder that the truth will come out, with or without Cheyenne's consent. She knows that the only way out is to confess, but the words refuse to come.
Well, because he knows where they're at, and you know where they're at.
No, we don't.
Yes, you do. And this $30,000, what did y'all do with that?
I didn't do nothing with his money.
Well, what did Cody do with it? What did y'all do with it? What's at the storage unit?
Nothing.
Did you go to the bank for real?
Yes, I went to the bank to try to find my dad.
You went in there?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do at the storage unit?
The storage unit is still there, and I have my storage unit, and I've been trying to find my dad.
What did you do there? What was your purpose of going there?
I went and got a bunch of old clothes that I can't wear no more.
Out of storage?
Yeah.
For what?
I
What
was
did you do with them?
just slowly get rid of my stuff.
So when you went there the other day, you went and got your stuff out?
Yeah.
And what did you do with it?
I donated it to Goodwill.
Because you didn't tell me that earlier. You said you went there just to pay on it because you and your dad share the contract, right?
Yeah, we
Okay.
also got some stuff out.
But you didn't tell me that earlier. And
sorry,
once
it's
again,
wrong.
your dad's missing and your 6-year-old daughter's missing, okay? And you're out, oh, let me take these clothes out and take them to Goodwill, and not, oh my God, where's my 6-year-old daughter? That doesn't have her medication. You see what I'm saying? So that leads me to believe again. That leads me to know that you know where they're at.
No, I don't know where they are.
And when we find them, I want you to sit up, please. Can you sit up for me? I need to communicate with you, okay? I need to communicate with you. You putting your head down on all that stuff is not going to help anything. It's not going to help you. Is that going to help you tell the truth?
I'm trying to remember, and that's all I remember. That's all it's like in my head, and I remember.
You don't remember where your dad and your daughter is.
All I know is that they went to Georgia.
They did not go to Georgia. Okay.
I know, because you said there's blood in the house.
There is, and you know the blood's there. You knew the blood was there when you were at the house. You knew it before the police got there.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Where are they?
I don't know. All I know is that when I take my medicine, I pass out, and I don't remember what happened during the time that I'm.
So when did you pass out in the last week?
I pass out. I've been passing out a lot when I take my medicine.
You passed out. I don't believe that.
Newbold's unyielding gaze has peeled away the layers of Cheyenne's story. She's walking on thin ice, frantically searching for a lifeline to cling to. In a desperate attempt to salvage her story, Cheyanne grasps onto the flimsy excuse of her medication. This has now become her safety net, a metaphorical shield against the accusations and doubts that threaten to drown her. But again, Newbold knows that this is just another step in her evolution from outright denial to half-hearted excuses. Cheyenne's attempts to justify her inconsistencies only serve to further erode her credibility in his eyes. Her voice is shaky, her eyes darting around the room as she struggles to keep up with the questioning. The weight of the truth is overwhelming. Cheyenne's only shot at escape is through a smokescreen of half-truths and deflections.
What I believe right now is that you...
I'd sit in a
What I
chair and
believe
look
right
at
now,
them and I'd
Cheyanne...
sleep.
Okay, but what I believe right now is that you lie a lot. Okay?
No.
You never lie. You haven't lied to me one time.
I'm telling you what I remember.
Have you lied to me one time?
No.
Cheyanne. There's no raccoon. Okay, I know that. There was never a raccoon dead under there and that's thrown in the woods or by the woods. Okay? So if you're lying about that, what else are you lying about? I'm gonna ask you again, was there a raccoon dead or not? Just How hard is it?
Yes, there was.
There was a dead raccoon over there.
Yes.
And you picked it up with what?
I pulled it out with the long thing. I don't know what it's called.
It's got a saw on the end of it?
Yeah.
And then how did you pick it up with that?
And I used tongs for it.
But you said you used tongs for the rats.
Yeah.
And then you said, oh, I didn't use the tongs for the raccoon. You see what I'm saying? It's not hard. It's not hard. I mean, what's hard for you is that you're not remembering the lies that you told. Okay?
No.
I'm good at my job. I remember everything you say. Okay? And if you're messing up little stuff, you're messing up big stuff. All right? So I'm gonna start again. Where did you pick the raccoon up or not?
Yes.
How did you pick him up?
With tongs.
And you're telling me tongs now because you know you can't pick it up with the pole saw. It's impossible. The pole saw is not like this. It's a saw. A long saw. It extends out and it has a saw on the end of it. It's a long pole. So you and I both know you can't pick up a raccoon with that because the saw is wobbly, right? Yeah. Do you agree with me that you can't pick it up with the saw?
Right.
So you didn't pick it up with the saw. And you didn't pick it up with the tongs because... Why?
I picked it up with a tong. I had tongs in my hand. They look like tongs. They go like
Where'd you get them from?
The kitchen.
So was it tongs or not? Or it just looked like tongs?
I call them tongs.
How long were they?
They're like this long.
You picked up a raccoon with tongs that long. Was it a baby?
No, I just picked it up by its hind legs. I mean, as long as you don't touch you can throw it.
Why didn't you throw the rats in the woods? You threw them in the trash can? Really? Look, I know why the bombs are there. I know why the fresheners are there. It has nothing to do with rotten meat, which you failed to tell me until I asked, because I already knew about the rotten meat story, which is a fib, a lie, not the truth. It has nothing, those bombs and all that have nothing, zero, to do with meat, dead rats, and a raccoon. You understand me? Yeah. Do you understand? Are we on the same page? And I'm right. I know I'm right. I know I'm right.
I'm just going by what I remember.
Oh, so is it possible that's not true then? Because you could have blacked out?
Maybe, I don't know. This is what I remember.
Okay, but where do you remember your dad and your daughter being?
I left them at the house and I went and picked Cody up. And then my days at work was all jumbled and everything, and I remember doing all that stuff. And that's all I remember. And
why's your dad's truck up at your house?
Because I wanted to make sure it stayed safe. So he can come
you
back.
making sure your dad and daughter were safe?
I just might call family to see if you
No,
made
you should call the police.
No, I waited.
You had to get a phone number from somebody for the police station. Have you heard of 911? Have you heard of that? Just tell me you've heard of that.
Yeah, I've heard of 911.
Okay, you've heard of 911. So why didn't you call 911? Is it an emergency?
Well, yeah, but it's like...
Is it an emergency? Your daughter is gone with your dad, disappeared with no medication. Is that an emergency? Please tell me yes.
Yeah.
Do you think it's an emergency?
Yeah, I just wasn't thinking.
You weren't thinking?
Because I was freaking out, like, why would he leave?
He didn't leave.
I know, because he said there's blood in the house.
What does that mean?
I mean, somebody did something to my daddy.
Cheyanne clings to the endearing moniker Daddy in a desperate attempt to portray herself as a vulnerable and naive daughter plagued by worries about her missing father. Yet, her act only serves to amplify the dissonance between her supposed innocence and her troubling reticence to inform the authorities. The detectives are no strangers to Cheyanne's baffling failure to report her father's disappearance, but now Newbolt's tone takes a sharp turn towards accusatory as he confronts her about her lies. The facade of helplessness quickly deteriorates under his probing questions, and Cheyanne's true motives are laid bare for all to see.
Okay, so
I don't know who.
So what happened?
I don't know. I came home to the house and it just looked like it is.
You didn't see blood anywhere?
No.
And them sheets were already there. I can promise you your dad didn't put those sheets there.
Well, then who did?
You did.
No, I didn't.
You did. You were there when they were put there. Just see how hard it is to lie? because you're messing everything up. If you would just choose to tell the truth,
I'm telling you,
it would be a lot easier to tell me the story. Because you and I, Cheyanne, you and I both know that we're going to find them. And we're going to be able to show that you had something to do with their disappearance. Okay? Evidence does not lie. People lie. Okay? Evidence does not lie. They have no reason to lie. Evidence is not a person. Evidence tells you one thing, and that's the truth. That's what's great about it. All right? But here we have a grieving mother who's lying about where her daughter is. So therefore, you're not grieving.
Yeah.
You're hiding something. Yes, you are. And I'm telling you, I just want you to be honest because I know you're lying. You and I both know that you're lying.
I'm telling you,
no, you're not. And I want you to sit up and look at me, please. Because that's not working, all right? This little show is not working.
It's not a show.
You're not crying. There's not one tear. Your daughter's missing. I tell you, there's blood in the house. She doesn't have her medications, and not one tear is falling from your face. So don't try to make them come out now. But
I am crying. I just can't. I'm dehydrated.
Do you want more water?
Yes.
Well, drink that up.
Newbold's sharp scrutiny cuts through Cheyenne's lies and deceptions, leaving her exposed and vulnerable yet again. He sees through her charade of innocence and her attempts to downplay the monstrosity of the situation. Even her physical state cannot shield her from his piercing gaze. As she struggles to keep her composure under the intense questioning, her mind races with overwhelming thoughts, hindering her ability to stay one step ahead of Newbold. Her attempt to feign dehydration is nothing more than a feeble attempt to divert attention away from her deceitful behavior. The all-seeing Newbold notices all of it, every part of it, every step of the way.
I'm trying to talk to you, and
I understand that. But I'm not going to let you tell any more lies. I want you to be honest.
I'm telling what I remember.
No, you don't. The blackout thing doesn't cut it, because I don't believe that's true, okay, at all.
Cody's seen me black out before.
Great. That's great. But that has nothing to do with your daughter and your father being missing, okay? Nothing, zero. Did you black out when you went to the storage unit? Yes or no?
There was a moment where Cody asked me what's wrong.
Oh my God, what is wrong with you? Did you black out when you went to the storage unit? Yes or no?
Yes.
You blacked out of the store. Why didn't you tell me that? Did you black out when you went to the bank?
No.
Did you black out when you found out your daughter didn't go to her doctor's appointment?
Yeah.
You blacked out then?
Yeah, I blacked out, and like, you know, my friend goes, "What's the matter?" I said,
Who said that? Who said that?
One of the girls. That,
What's her name? T, come on. What's her name? What's her name?
Black girl at work.
What's her name?
Shaniqua.
Shaniqua is her name?
She called Shaniqua. I can't pronounce her name.
What is she a
heavy set black girl with glasses?
And she asked you, "Are you okay?" And you said you blacked out?
I didn't tell her I blacked out because I just don't.
But she asked you if you're okay.
Yeah.
Why did she ask you that?
Because I feel like I was in shock.
You look like you're in shock because you found out your daughter didn't go to her appointment?
Yeah.
Okay. You were in such shock that your daughter didn't go to her appointment. You say you called your dad one time and it went to voicemail. And you said you were in such shock that you drove past their house that you didn't even stop to find out why your daughter didn't go to her appointment. That's how shocked you were.
I know by the house and
I'm going to go right now to find Shaniqua, or whatever her name is, and wake her up in the middle of the night to ask her if she remembers on Monday.
I talked to a bunch of people at work about.
So it may not have been Shaniqua?
I talked to her, I talked to.
She asked you if you were okay.
And I said, no, my kid's missing. Because she didn't go to.
You told her that on Monday?
No. I told her later on.
You told her, so you knew Monday your kid was missing.
No, I just told her.
Yes, you did, because you had something to do with it. So
No, I didn't.
I'm going to go find Shaniqua, and I'm going to ask her on Monday, did you ask Cheyanne if she was okay for some reason? And you know what she's going to tell me? She's going to tell me, what are you talking about? Just like Vicky's told us, I didn't say anything about a taxi. What are you talking, or a rental car? What are you talking about? We talked to Vicky, obviously.
She told me that.
She didn't say any of that. Stop.
That's what she told me.
She did not say anything of that. Stop lying, Cheyanne. Tell the truth. That's all I'm asking you to do.
I'm telling you.
You did not black out at the storage unit. You didn't briefly black out at Lowe's whenever you found out your dog and didn't go to the doctor. You know why I know that? Because you weren't concerned about it, or you would have stopped at your house, at your dad's house, and said, "Hey, whether or not your dad have a good relationship or not, you're going to say, hey, why didn't y'all go to the doctor?"
As the interrogation wears on, the detectives follow a familiar pattern with Cheyanne. They allow her to freely cast her net of deceit, and then swiftly pull at the threads to reveal contradictions with her earlier statements. With each correction, the demand for Cheyanne to be truthful mounts, until she finds herself frantically chasing her own logic in circles, leading to dead ends. The detectives are masters of this psychological game, leading Cheyanne deeper into her own deception until she has no choice but to confront the truth. She's trapped in a labyrinth of her own lies, with no way to break out. The only path to escape is the same one that leads to her confession.
So stop with the lies about blacking out. You get an excuse for everything. Did you black out when you were cleaning the house? What all did you clean in the house? What all did you scrub?
I don't remember scrubbing anything. I don't remember scrubbing anything.
Well, who did all the cleaning?
My dad does cleaning in the house.
Your dad does scrubbing the floors and all that? Your dad does that?
Yeah, he mops his house all the time.
He scrubs his floors and all that?
Yeah.
He does?
Yeah.
How often does he do that?
About once every 2
How do you know? You don't even live there.
I asked him.
You asked him, you scrub your floors? You asked him that?
Yeah, because I tell him, like, it looks like you got dog hair right there piled up in your bedroom again from Lucky Lane.
So, but he scrubs his floors about once a week.
Yeah, because
Okay. But he's going to leave dead rats in the kitchen floor? Really? Come on. Come on. Prove to me you're a half-decent mother. Prove to me that. By telling the truth. Tell me the truth, Cheyanne. Tell me the truth. What happened?
I'm telling you the truth.
Cheyanne, just tell me the truth.
I don't remember. All I know is that I seen the text message. It just said,
Whether it's a text message or not, I'm telling you, you know and I know it's not coming from your dad. If your dad's phone, but it's not coming from your dad. So some other mystery person had your dad's phone. How are they going to know to text Cody or you specific information? They're not going to know.
on my dad's phone, where he's listed underneath Cody, Shy's Cody.
Okay.
And Shy and...
Who's Shy?
Me.
I know that's you, right?
Yeah.
How's some stranger going to know that? How's some stranger going to know who Shy is? Tell me, how's some stranger going to know who Shy is? They're not, right? They're not going to know who Shy is, and they're not going to know to text Shy's Cody some specific information about going to Georgia. They're not going to know that, right? Don't you think that's impossible?
Well, I text him, I love you, Dad, all the time from Cody's phone.
What happened?
I don't know. I don't know.
What's it going to take for you to tell the truth?
I'm telling the truth, I don't fucking know.
Why are you cursing at me? I'm not cursing at you. I'm just a man concerned about your daughter, and you keep lying about stuff. So you have zero concern about your daughter, do you?
I'm very concerned about her.
Then look at me and be honest. If you're concerned about her, be honest. Just be honest. That's all I'm asking. You're not being honest. You're not even crying. Prove to me that you care. Maybe you're dehydrated, but you've been drinking water. I don't understand. So prove to me that you're a halfway decent mother and tell me the truth. Because this is not going away, okay? This is not going away. We'll be right back.
Newbold returns to his team with a sense of urgency, eager to hear what Cody has shared. The hours of interrogation have taken their toll on both the suspect and the detectives, leaving them exhausted and on edge. As Newbold listens to details of Cody's movements over the past few weeks, a sinking feeling takes hold. While Cheyanne was suspected of withholding information from the beginning, it's becoming more and more apparent that not only did something sinister happen, but the despondent mother and daughter they were speaking to for the last 2.5 hours was likely the culprit. In the very next room over, Cody is left alone to ponder his own involvement during his interview with detectives. At nearly this exact time in the video, he begins to realize the gravity of the situation he has found himself in. Cody has crucial information that could unravel the case, and he knows it.
There was a shovel in the tub.
There was a what?
A shovel.
A shovel?
Yeah, when you have a flat-headed shovel. Well, it's like a straight concrete with and stuff. There's a shovel in the tub. It had water in it. That's the rust stain in the tub. I don't know if you eliminated that or whatever. See if there's blood was in there. But she also asked me something funny at Walmart.
What's up?
How long does it take maggots to decay your body?
What?
Yes. And she asked me if I thought one of those big 55-gallon tubs would hold the body.
When did she ask you that?
This is maybe 3-4 days ago. There's parts of your story, and there's parts of this whole thing that's not adding up. Detective Newbold's right. You're not being truthful. You know it, and we know it. But you're not telling the truth. Listen, you know it, and we know it. Here's how I know. Because you're not concerned. Hear me out. Like he said, you're not crying. You went to your dad's house on the 22nd because you thought he took your daughter out of state. You didn't bother calling the sheriff's office so we can go look for your daughter. That means you're not concerned. Then you went to a storage unit to remove your personal property so you can go sell it or get rid of it or donate it everywhere we were. And again, you didn't call the sheriff's office. And then that weekend you went and hung out with one of your friends for Saturday and Sunday. Had a good time and hung out. Never called the sheriff's office. All right? A week goes by. You never call the sheriff's office. You never tell us that you're concerned. Your dad's gone. Your daughter's gone. You can't get a hold of them. Now almost another week's gone by. And you finally call. All right? You were so concerned on the first day that he was gone that you went down there in the evening after everybody had worked, packed up the dog to make sure the dog's all right. But you didn't take any precautions to call us about your daughter.
Cheyanne, that's your question.
The weight of Cheyanne's revelation hangs heavily in the air as Newbold returns to the interrogation room. Cheyanne's demeanor shifts, sensing the gravity of the situation. Newbold sits down across from her, his voice and expression stern, as he reveals what he's learned. Newbold's hammer takes another swing into Cheyanne's wall of lies, crumbling each one of them one by one. The reality of her involvement in this sinister chain of events begins to sink in. The pace of the interrogation picks up as Newbold relentlessly probes her for the truth, leaving Cheyanne reeling from the overwhelming weight of her own guilt.
Why did you ask Cody at Walmart if he thinks the body would fit in a 55-gallon drum? Why did you ask him that?
I didn't ask her.
You didn't ask him that?
No.
Did you ask him about maggots?
No.
You didn't ask him that?
No.
He's lying.
I don't remember.
He's lying? Did you go in the bathroom at the house? Where did the shovel come from? Where did the shovel come from?
don't know. There was
Cheyanne.
a shovel in the bathroom when I went in there.
Where was it at?
There's a shovel outside.
Why was there a shovel in the bathtub? Cheyanne, why was there a shovel in the bathtub? It's time to get real now. Why was there a shovel in the bathtub?
I don't know.
Did you put it there? Did you put it there? Just tell me why. Why did you put it there?
Excuse me.
Why did you put it there?
I didn't put it there.
Yes, you did. I know you did. I just wanted to tell me why. Why is the shovel in the bathtub?
There's a shovel outside. There's not a shovel in the bathtub.
Is it outside now?
Yeah, that's where it's been.
Why was there a shovel in the bathtub? Don't look over there. Look at me. Why is there a shovel in the bathtub? Why would you ask Cody, can a body fit a 55-gallon drum? Really? Really? I couldn't even make that up. Why was there a shovel in the bathtub?
You know?
Cheyanne, why was there a shovel in the bathtub?
I don't know. There wasn't one when I went in there. Used the
Cheyanne, why
bathroom.
was there a shovel in the bathtub?
There was not a shovel in the
Yes, there
bathtub.
was. Did you mess with the shovel outside?
There's a shovel outside.
What'd you do with it?
There's a shovel right outside the back door.
What'd you do with it?
Nothing.
Why'd you notice that?
Because that's where Daddy keeps all his stuff. Like, I noticed everything on
What'd
his
you do with the
phone.
shovel?
Nothing.
Did Cody tell the truth now? Because I know the answer to this. Did Cody give you an ultimatum? Do you know what that means? Do you know what the ultimatum means?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Like, gotta choose this or this.
Did he give you that about your daughter? Did he say you need to tighten up with your daughter or else? Did he tell you that?
Yeah.
Why did he tell you that?
Because she needed help and we needed to figure out what's wrong with her.
So he told us that he told you he gave you an ultimatum because he can't deal with it. He said you better tighten up or he's gone, right?
Yeah.
So he told us that. He also told us that you asked about the 55-gallon drum. So why would he tell us that and lie about that? Why did you ask him that? Why did you ask him that?
I didn't ask
Why
him
did you
about
ask
it.
him
I
that?
asked him if a big Christmas tree could fit in there because we have a 7-foot Christmas tree in the storage unit.
To fit in where?
Into the big tote.
What tote?
The tote at Walmart.
You bought a tote at Walmart?
No. I bought a tote at Walmart, but it's for the picture albums and it's a little blue one that's inside the camper.
Okay.
But I didn't buy that big one. I was
Why
thinking
did you
about
ask him that? If a person would fit in there? You didn't say anything about a Christmas tree. Because if you were asking about a Christmas tree, you would have got it out of storage and you went there. Did you get it?
No, because it's
Okay.
buried.
So then why are you even worried? Why would you even ask him that? It's in storage. What were you going to do with it? Why did you ask him if a body would fit in the barrel? Why did you ask him that?
I don't remember asking him that. I don't remember asking him that at all.
Could you have asked him that?
I don't know. Probably.
What's up with the shovel?
There was just shovel outside the house. And
Why was it in this bathtub?
I don't know.
Did you wash it off?
No.
Have you ever touched the shovel?
And I've helped dig crap out of the dog's pen with it. To clean her pen up where she ain't stepping in
Why
it.
did you put it in the bathtub? I know you put it in the bathtub. I just want to know why. Why would someone put a shovel in the bathtub? Cheyanne, tell me the truth. Don't make up another lie. I want to know why the shovel was in the bathtub.
I'm telling you
I
what
want
I
to know
know.
why the shovel was in the bathtub. And I want you to tell me the truth.
I'm telling you what
Let's
I
just start
know.
with that. You don't know. Tell me the truth.
This is what I remember.
What do you remember?
There's a shovel outside. I seen there was rust in the bathtub.
Because the shovel was in there. Why was it in there?
There's always been rust in that bathtub.
Why was the shovel in the bathtub?
I didn't see no shovel in no bathtub.
Why was the shovel in the bathtub?
I didn't see no shovel in no bathtub.
Why was the shovel in the bathtub? So you asked Cody about a Christmas tree? Really? He didn't tell us about a Christmas tree. He said a person.
A Christmas tree buried in a storage unit in July doesn't make any sense. Nobody pulls a Christmas tree out in July.
I was taking things out of that storage unit and put it in my
No, but that has no. Let's just stop with that. Why did you ask him about a person? No Christmas tree. He would have told us a Christmas tree. Why would he say a person? Why?
We watch a lot of Criminal Minds shows.
So you asked him that? What did you ask him? Tell me exactly what you asked him. I'm gonna see if you mentioned what he said.
What all can you put in that tote? Like Christmas tree or
You didn't ask about a
stuff?
Christmas tree. You and I both didn't ask about a Christmas tree. Why did you ask about a person? Cheyanne. It's time.
That's all I remember. That's all I remember in my brain.
No, why did you ask about a person? You know you asked about a person because you just said, oh, we're watching all the Criminal Minds. Why did you ask about a person being in the tote? Would they fit in the tote?
I don't remember.
Yes, you do. You just don't want to say it. Why did you ask that?
I see it in Criminal Minds. Where
What did you see on Criminal Minds? Tell me.
a big old tote and a Christmas tree in it. And
Okay, so if you saw a Christmas tree in a tote, inside of a tote on a TV show, why would you have to ask him if it fit if you already saw it?
I was talking about my 7-foot Christmas tree.
Would fit in what tote?
And the big tote because it's a big tree.
When did you get the tote?
I didn't buy it. I didn't buy that tote. I bought a little small tote that I put picture albums in.
What tote are you talking about putting in the Christmas tree in?
It was a big tote that I seen at Walmart.
Oh, you saw them and said, hey, will a Christmas tree fit in there and a person?
I was just trying to get an idea of
I know, but tell me exactly what you asked them. Tell me exactly what you asked him.
all I remember was talking about Christmas tree. That's all I remember about. I don't remember about no body.
You didn't ask him will a person fit in there?
No, I don't remember that.
Is he making that up? He didn't make up the part about he gave you an ultimatum. You never told us that. Did you ever tell us that he gave you an ultimatum? Or did I have to go find it out myself? Did you tell us that? Just tell me
It
yes or no.
slipped my mind, okay?
Okay, but he told us the
There's
truth.
a lot of things I'm trying to remember.
But
It's
I'm
hard
saying-
for me to remember
It's
things.
because you're lying, Cheyanne.
No, it's not. No, I'm lying. I
Look at me.
can't even remember like some
Okay.
things what I do day to
But
day.
he told us that he gave you an ultimatum, and that's true, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. He told us that you asked about putting a body in the tote or a drum or whatever. Is that true? Or is that just that part of the lie? That's true, isn't it?
No,
That's not true.
I don't remember ever saying anything about a body in the tote.
Did Cody ever see a shovel in the tub and tell you about it?
No, I don't remember.
Is that something else he wouldn't tell you?
I don't remember that.
Why was the shovel in the bathtub?
There was a shovel outside. I didn't see no bathtub shovel.
Why was the shovel ever in the bathtub?
The shovel shouldn't be in the bathtub.
I know. That's
His
why I'm
dad was
asking
washing
you.
crap off of it from
Say
showing
again?
no. His daddy was washing crap off
No,
of
not
it.
your dad. You.
No.
Why did you ask Cody without a person being in tow? You already said, oh, criminal minds.
I understand on criminal minds where he's going to put a body in a tote.
Okay, so why did you? So did you tell you asked him will a body fit in the tote? Had nothing to do with the Christmas tree.
No, I don't remember.
Yes, you do. You're just choosing not to tell it.
I don't remember, like,
You were going to your storage unit to take out clothes and all stuff, take out Goodwill. Why didn't you take the Christmas tree out?
because it was buried underneath a bunch of boxes. And
So did you get it towed at Walmart?
yeah, I bought a little blue tote,
How big is it? Show me.
about like 18 gallons to fit the picture albums in. That's what's inside of
What
it.
else did you buy at Walmart? We're gonna
Air
find out.
fresheners for the house.
Okay,
For
when
the camper.
When did you get all that?
Like the night I picked Cody up from work.
The morning?
The night I dropped Cody off at work.
Then they dropped. Okay.
Yeah.
So you went in there and bought what?
I bought the tote for the picture frames and some air fresheners
For what?
for the camper because it stinks too.
Okay. What kind of air freshener did you get?
The little pop-up ones.
What else did you buy?
And some air fresheners because it's gonna spray the bedroom.
What bedroom?
Mine and Cody's bedroom.
The fifth wheel?
Yeah,
Has a bedroom?
yeah.
Okay.
It's we call it upstairs because it's
Where did you buy the spray ones that are at the house? Your dad's house.
my dog.
With the bombs?
Yeah, to kill the roaches and stuff. And
Did Cody see the dead rats?
no,
He came in the house and didn't see the dead rats?
no, got them cleaned them off.
Did you tell him about them?
Yeah.
What about the raccoon?
I told him about the raccoon too.
He
And
didn't see you, like, go around the side and all that?
yeah,
And did you see the raccoon?
he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm getting a raccoon from underneath the house."
And you know what he said? He said, that's not what happened. Because he never saw it. So what were you doing over there? You trying to hide something better?
No.
When are you going to tell the truth, Cheyanne?
I'm telling the truth.
You're not. Why was there a shovel in the bathtub?
There was no shovel in the bathtub. It was outside.
Okay. That's Cody again. Let's call him a liar.
Cheyanne.
From a relationship.
What?
I didn't do nothing.
Cheyanne, look at me. What are you saying?
Why are you guys trying to, like, put words in our mouths that we didn't say?
That's not what's happening. Taking a new bullet is coming in here and asking you questions based on what Matt said or Cody. He told you we're going to talk to everybody. The stories don't match up. We know somebody's lying, right? Look at me. Where's your daughter? Don't say I don't know. Because everybody knows that that's a lie. Where's your daughter?
Last time I was in, she was with my dad. That's all I remember.
Where?
They were in the house and all that.
Where in the house?
They were sitting in the living room.
In what condition?
I was talking to them when I left.
Were they talking back?
Yeah.
Cheyanne. Tell me the truth.
That's what I remember. That's all I remember.
Listen. We both know that's not the truth. All right. Look at me. Where's Meredith? Look at me. Where's Meredith?
Don't know where she is.
Where's your daddy?
I don't know where my daddy is. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Listen.
I don't know. I don't know where they are.
No, you do.
No, I don't.
Listen, it's time to end this game. Listen, look at me. When people are genuinely upset, and they cry, they have tears. You don't have any. So listen. You unpacked the storage unit, you went shopping for totes and cleaning supplies and all this other stuff, and you went hanging out with your friends, and you did all this stuff, and you were so concerned that you went to the bank, but you never called us. It's time just to be truthful. You've been living this life for 2 weeks. Tell us the truth.
Oh, hey.
Listen. Last 2 weeks have sucked pretty bad, huh?
Because I don't know where they are.
No, not because you don't know where they are. Because you're living a lie. You're living a lie. Okay? It's time for that lie to end. It's time for you to help us find Meredith. Listen, it's time.
I know. I don't know.
Cheyanne.
I don't know. Honest to God, I don't know.
Quit holding your face down in your hands. Look at me.
No. I cried so much over Wednesday day.
No, that's not the case. Just tell us the truth. Don't say that's all I can remember, because that's not. You remember exactly what happened. You just don't want to say. I think it's easier for you to lie to us than tell us the truth. Because I think it's difficult for you to say. Just tell us the truth. I know it's hard. I know it's going to be real tough to tell me the truth. But I know you want to. I don't think you're a bad person. I know it's going to be tough to tell me the truth.
I always had to defend myself from my daddy.
What's that?
I always had to defend myself from my daddy, so I told him when I left, take care of my daughter, because I can't take care of her no more.
You had to defend yourself from your dad?
A lot of times.
What does that mean?
Like, my dad used to go, like, he hit me so hard I couldn't hear in my ear when he kicked down the door when I was little.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, honest to God, like, my ex-boyfriend could tell you, but I don't have his phone number anymore.
Did that happen recently?
That happened when I was 17.
Did it happen recently?
Dad,
were you defending yourself?
My dad's always gotten angry at me and yelled and, like, gets in my face and he punches the wall and stuff, and I've always had to cower in a corner.
Did he yell at you when you dropped Meredith off?
Yeah.
So tell me what happened then. If you had to defend yourself from your dad since you're a kid, tell me what happened.
I always had to, like, I try to push him away where he runs away from me, but leaves me alone.
So if you had to defend yourself every time he yells at you because he's been abusive, is that what you said?
Yeah.
So was he abusive when you dropped Meredith off? Or just verbally?
Yeah, it was verbally, and then he punches and throws things, and he said that you're a horrible mom for just dropping your kid off and leaving. Like your mother. You're just like your mother. You drop your kid off and you leave her. And I'm like, no, I asked you to take her for me.
Did you feel you had to defend yourself then?
I always have to defend myself when I'm around my daddy. Always.
Always?
Yes.
Even then?
Every day I talk to my dad, I have to defend myself, and he's always calling my mother, or he's always
getting on to me, telling me how worthless I am and everything.
So what did he say when you dropped Meredith off?
He said that I'll take care of her and don't you worry about it. And I'll do this and this and this, and a lot of things I just kind of blocked out of my head because my daddy is yelling at me again.
Cheyanne's revelation about her father's abusive behavior added a crucial layer to the investigation. It gave the detectives an understanding of why she may have struggled to recall certain details or provide a coherent narrative. Armed with this knowledge, they were able to approach the situation with a new level of empathy and sensitivity, using it as a way to gain her trust and encourage her to speak more openly. Through this approach, the detectives were able to uncover deeper truths about the case and ultimately bring justice to Cheyanne.
He yells at me all the time, even when I'm just when I just get onto her for, hey, stop that, you're getting onto her again, you're gonna wind up like your mother. No, I'm not like my mother. I'm not like my mom, and I love them, and I'm not freaking lying.
You're not lying about what?
Anything. I don't remember things. I have a horrible memory. I try to remember as much as I can, but that's, my mind just doesn't let me remember. I've been hit so much, I don't remember things. I'll be driving down the road and I'll black out. And I see now I'm in another lane and I'm like, oh crap. Cody asks me what's wrong with you when I'm driving, and they're like, hey, you're going another lane. And then just I snap out of it, I go into a daze because I don't know, I just start, I feel so worthless with my dad around. He always calls me that. He always threatens to, he says one day I'll find out that you're an unfit mother, that you can't take care of her, and if you ever go to sign her away, I'll take her from you, and you'll never get her back.
When did he tell you that?
He told me that last time, the first time she got vaporactic. And then I confronted him about everything, and then he said, oh, I was just mad and stuff like that. And I'm like, but it didn't seem like you were mad and stuff. My dad's actually
Well, didn't you tell him that you were thinking about signing your rights over to somebody that could take care of her?
Yeah. And that's when he said, well, yep, you're definitely like your mama then. If you want to just pass your kid off on to somebody else.
Hey, why have you been carrying your gun over there?
Because I don't like it being at the house whenever I'm with Meredith at my house, so I leave it with him, where it's totally away from her.
With who? With
my daddy.
Okay. But where's that now?
It's at the trailer.
When did you get it back from your dad?
When I went down my daughter.
You didn't tell us about you picked up a gun. That gun, you told us about the rifles.
Yeah. I did it with them too.
Why did you ask Cody how long it would take for maggots to eat a body?
I don't remember asking that. I don't remember asking that.
And both of you guys saw the shovel in the tub, and you took it out right away when y'all saw it. So why was the shovel in the tub?
I don't remember that. I just remember the shovel was outside. I don't remember.
You know what you don't remember, Cheyanne? You don't remember things that don't look good. So when you got this raccoon, look at me, Cheyanne, please. When you got this raccoon from under the house, Cody wasn't even there. You told him about it later, right? You told
Now
him.
my days mumble jumbled together.
Okay, but was Cody there when you moved this raccoon, or did you just tell him later?
I don't remember. I think he was at the house when I told him about it. I don't remember. All my stuff that I do, everything's like, my days just run together now. I don't sleep at night hardly because I'm laying there in bed and I'm trying to find out where, I'm texting family finding out, and then I just pass out and I wake up and I fall asleep and I wake up and I fall asleep and I wake up, and I haven't been sleeping good in the past 3 months. My boss actually asked me what's wrong with you. I said I just retired.
So, Cheyanne, this isn't going away.
I don't know what happened.
Listen, it's gonna be tough, to be honest. I know it's gonna be tough.
I know that sometimes when my daddy does attack me, I do black out. I do. Because I don't remember parts of times, and it's like one time it's 1 o'clock, next time it's like 3 o'clock.
So did that happen?
It happens a lot. It's been happening a lot lately.
So what happened to your dad?
I don't remember. That's the problem. I don't remember. I just remember leaving the house and he was okay when I talked to him, and I don't remember.
No.
I don't remember at all.
You just be honest. I know it's tough.
I can't remember. I just remember I was yelling at my dad and I left.
You were yelling at him when you left? What
Yeah.
day? What day was that?
It was Saturday.
Was it Saturday?
Yes.
Could have been another day.
No, it had been Saturday because
So when you're yelling at him, what happened?
I just,
Come on, be honest with me, Cheyanne.
I told him I'm not mom. I'm not trying to get rid of my kid. I'm
Does it make you
just
mad
trying
when
to
he-
find her.
Does it make you mad when he calls your mom?
Yes. I'm not my mom.
So
I graduated high school. I don't do drugs. I just do what the doctor gives me.
So Cheyanne, look at me. So what happened to your dad when you were yelling at him?
I just remember yelling at him and he came at me, and that's all I remember.
At his house?
Yeah, and I remember hearing the door, like a boom.
Then what happened?
I don't remember. I was yelling as I was walking out the door. That's all I remember.
No. You know what happened. I know it's tough. Okay.
I can't remember.
After hours of intense interrogation, the detectives feel like they are finally on the cusp of a breakthrough. Cheyanne is being pushed to her limits, with investigators prodding and poking at her story, trying to uncover any flaws in her poorly fabricated armor that might lead them to a full confession. Now, as they look into her eyes, they can see the flicker of doubt, the hint of uncertainty that suggests she might finally be ready to confess. With a sense of urgency, they push her one last time, their questions coming fast and hard. They refuse to let up, hoping to bring an end to the mystery, and as they lean in, intently observing her every move, they see the mask of deceit slip away.
I'm gonna tell you something, okay? I want you to listen up. It's very important. Okay, you had the right to remain silent.
Newbold's intense focus on Cheyanne never wavers, searching for any clue or slip-up that could crack the case wide open. Cheyanne can feel that she's being pushed to the edge of a cliff, looking down into a canyon of her demonic crimes and deceit. Newbold's tactics have left her feeling cornered and trapped with no way out. She's exhausted, but there's no escaping the relentless questioning. Her Miranda rights are read to her, a reminder that the law is closing in. As the interrogation moves into its next phase, Cheyanne's mind races with thoughts of guilt, remorse, and the consequences of her actions. The soul-crushing scale of the situation bears down on her, a heavy burden that she cannot escape.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during any questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of your rights? You understand that? Are you comfortable still answering questions?
I didn't do nothing.
But you understand your rights?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Yes or no? It's about Vicky. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, about Vicky, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes, about Vicky.
Okay. Are you do you have her stored in your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know her phone number by heart?
No.
Are you able to read? Can you read?
No.
Okay. I'm going to tell you what she tells you on a text message, okay? On July 26th, she asked you, "Hey, Shy, has your dad got home yet?" Do you remember that text?
Yeah.
Do you remember what you told her?
No.
You said, "Not yet. I talked to one of my family members and he's doing okay up there." What does that mean? I thought I thought no one knew where he was.
When I reworded the question to the family member, then they go, "No, that was like a while back he was up here."
Really?
I ain't done nothing wrong.
Well, you're clearly lying to Vicky to make her think your dad's in Georgia and everything's okay, right? No, I talked to one of my family members and he's doing okay up there. So where's he at?
I don't know.
Cheyanne, where's your dad at?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. Can you please look at me? Where's your dad?
I don't know.
Where's your daughter?
With my dad.
Here's what happened. You love Cody so much, right? You want to marry him, right?
Yeah.
Is he the love of your life?
Yeah.
I hope so, if you want to marry him. Okay? This man you do not want to lose, right? You even said your dad said you finally got a good man, right?
Yeah.
So you're proud of that.
Yeah.
You don't want to lose him, right?
No.
But he threatened you that you're going to lose him if you don't do something about your daughter, right?
So I only got her help.
No, he said you better take care of the situation. You couldn't control it. You couldn't control it. You couldn't. And you were afraid of losing Cody, so you took care of it.
The detectives have uncovered a possible motive for the murder. It appears that Cheyanne was forced to choose between her boyfriend Cody and her daughter Meredith. He reminds her of her father's approval of Cody, a minor anecdote that she mentioned briefly half an hour earlier. By bringing up this detail, Newbold seeks to create a connection with Cheyanne to make her feel that he understands her and is on her side. This tactic gives Cheyanne an opportunity to let her guard down and to open up to him. She admits that she doesn't want to lose Cody, a statement that is now admissible in court as evidence of her emotional attachment to him.
And you're trying to make people think that your dad and your daughter are still alive by telling these fibs. Oh, I have heard from my dad that talked to one of my family members and he's doing okay up there. There's no confusion about that. That's very clear what's going on. Okay? Where is your dad and your daughter? What did you do with them?
I don't know where they are.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. When you got there, did it get out of control and your dad came at you or something? You had to defend yourself with your gun? I can understand that. I can understand that.
I just can't remember.
But what happened? Do you remember all these times that your dad comes at you and hits you and belittles you, but you don't remember that day you dropped your daughter off?
No, I don't remember. Like, it's like I became a different person. Like, I blacked out.
And what happened when you blacked out? You eventually woke up because you cleaned up. So what happened?
Newbold's approach is shrewd, aiming to make Cheyanne feel as she has some control in the situation. By suggesting that her actions may have been understandable, he empowers her to believe that her confession could mitigate her culpability. In doing so, he attempts to reduce the fear and guilt that may be inhibiting her from telling the truth. The key word is understandable, not permissible. Newbold takes care to empathize that he is not condoning murder, but rather attempting to understand the circumstances that led to the murder. It's a subtle nuance, but one that may make all the difference in securing a confession from Cheyanne.
Then it may have been because you're mad, your dad came at you and stuff went wrong. Okay? I can understand all that, but we still need to find them. Isn't that important? Isn't that important? All I want to know from you, Cheyanne, is where are they? You do know.
I don't remember.
Okay, but what happened when you got there? Did your dad get mad at you and come at you?
Yes.
Okay, so what did you do in return? You said you have to defend yourself. What did you do?
I hit him.
With what?
My hand, I punched him.
And then what?
He got pissed at me and I was on the floor and I don't remember.
And then you killed him. In self-defense. Did you kill him in self-defense or did you do it because you hate him?
I don't remember. That's
Yes, you do. You did it in self-defense, right?
The sudden change in direction catches Cheyanne off guard, leaving her without a coherent response. But Newbold is patient, letting the full weight of his words sink in before gently prodding her to continue. The question hangs in the air, pregnant with the weight of the truth that it seeks to uncover. Why did she kill her father? The answer, when it comes, is a torrent of pent-up emotions, a deluge of fear, anger, and desperation that has been building inside of Cheyanne for a long time. Cheyanne struggles to articulate the jumbled mess of thoughts and feelings swirling inside of her, but Newbold is unrelenting, his unwavering gaze urging her on.
My dad...
This is a grown man. Can you beat your dad up?
No.
Okay, so you're a girl, right? Just tell me what happened.
He's really strong.
I know. So tell me what you had to do. Tell me what you had to do. What did you have to do?
I don't know. I blacked out.
But when you came to, what was going on? Where were you?
I was in my car.
And what happened at the house?
I remember
What did you do to your dad? Where did you take your dad?
I don't remember.
Is he under the house?
No.
Is he under the house?
No, sir.
Where's he at then?
I don't.
Is he in the woods? Where's your daughter at?
I don't know.
What did you do with her? Did you hide her?
I remember my dad pushed my daughter really hard away from us and she was trying to break him up and hurting me.
What happened when he pushed your daughter? Where'd she fly into?
She fell into the knife that he always carries.
She fell into the knife?
Yeah.
He had a knife in his hand?
Yeah.
And did that hurt her?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Well, she fell into it, like, where did it hit her at?
In her neck.
The knife hit her in her neck? Okay, and then...
I don't know if it went, like, by her neck or what.
Did you see blood?
I don't remember that. I don't remember. I just remember I blacked out. And
but did she start screaming?
Newbold continues to navigate the delicate balance between empathy and persistence as he draws out Cheyanne's account of events. He acknowledges the power dynamics at play, with her father being a larger male figure, and gently encourages her to consider the possibility that she acted in self-defense. Cheyanne reaches for this opportunity to lay the blame on her father, and her reluctance to confess melts away as she begins to tell her side of the story. Newbold persists with this questioning, coaxing her to remember more and more details. As she opens up, her memory seems to somehow and coincidentally broaden and sharpen, and she becomes more forthcoming with information. He nods along and offers gentle encouragement as Cheyanne reveals the events leading up to her father's death. He notes the fear and panic in her voice as she describes the altercation, acknowledging that anyone in her position would have felt the need to defend themselves.
You have to remember that. You
I heard her scream, yeah.
Okay, and then what'd you do?
Mommy!
So did you try to get your dad off of her, or what? What did you do next? What happened next?
I don't remember. I just remember that my daddy was on me.
Okay, and how'd you get him off you? Did you have to stab him?
I pushed him. I don't know. I did something. That's all I remember, and then I blacked out.
Okay, but you didn't black out all the way. You remember some stuff because you remember your daughter falling in your dad's knife. How was your dad holding the knife?
He's going like this, and I was putting it like away.
If you're saying that this is a self-defense issue, okay. If that's what you're saying, okay. But just tell me the whole story so I can understand it. Tell me the whole story, and I can understand, so I understand. If you're saying it's self-defense, tell me the whole story that makes sense, okay?
But every time I go to my dad's house, even Cody can tell you that I always cower because my dad is always yelling at me.
I believe that.
And
Cody did tell me that. I believe that.
I'm always afraid he's going to do something to me.
Okay, so what happened when you got there? Did he come at you with a knife?
Yeah.
And then what did you do?
I kicked him in his balls, and then he got pissed off even more, and I wound up on the floor, and Lucky was just looking at me, and I looked at my dog like, come and help me, Lucky, help.
Where was Lucky at?
He was cowering in the kitchen.
Was he in a cage, or?
Now Lucky can't really hear all that well. My daughter stuck her fingers in her ears and now she's deaf.
She's deaf?
Yeah, because my daughter kept shoving her fingers in her ears. And
so Lucky wanted to get him to help you, so what'd you have to do?
All I remember is that he came this way with this, and then I put it away because my daughter was...
Say that again?
He came at me like this.
With a knife?
Yeah, like, and I put it away. Like, he kept his arm pushed it this way, and then my daughter was coming this way, and that's all I remember, you pushing her away.
But he had a knife in his hand?
Yes.
Okay. And then, did you see blood on your daughter?
I don't remember that at all.
So how did you get your dad off you? I mean, how did it end?
I don't remember that.
Cheyanne, if you're saying self-defense, then I would like to know what happened, okay? If you're saying he's attacking you, you can do whatever you need to do to save your life. That's okay. I need to know that because I don't believe you blacked out.
Newbold further uses the possibility of self-defense to encourage Cheyanne to reveal the truth about what happened that night. He reminds her that if she acted in self-defense, then there's nothing to fear from sharing her story. Take note, he's emphasizing that she has nothing to worry about, not that she won't end up being prosecuted. This approach speaks to Cheyanne's sense of victimhood and helps her feel justified in her actions. Slowly but surely, she begins to open up, revealing more details about the events leading up to her father's death. Newbold listens intently, asking follow-up questions and encouraging her to be as thorough as possible. It's clear that he's strengthening his rapport with her, one that will prove invaluable in getting the full story from Cheyanne.
I remember that I had blood on me.
You had blood on you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I had blood on me because I pushed it back towards him, and I don't know if it went into him, but I had blood on me.
Okay.
I don't know.
And what's your daughter? Is she quiet now?
Yeah.
Because did she get stabbed?
I think so. I don't know. I didn't.
I mean, if she got stabbed, there had to be blood on her. But if he did it, then he did it. But
I'm so scared.
I know you're scared, but we need to find them. Cheyanne, I just want you to tell me where they're at. You thought he changed?
Yeah, because he acts different with her. It's like he's trying to make amends for what he did to me.
Like he's nice to her, but not you?
Yeah.
Okay. I understand that.
You're the one who spread your legs for that bastard.
Say that again?
You're the one who spread your legs for that bastard talking about her daddy. And I was just drunk and I didn't.
Well, he said you spread your legs for
Her daddy.
Her daddy? Okay.
I was drunk. We just had a miscarriage, and I became into a depression, and I didn't drink.
I understand.
I drank so much
what
that
happened?
I passed out, and then a couple months later, I found out I was pregnant with Meredith, and I dumped him because I got scared that he was going to hurt me too. He was already slapping me around. And it was weird to have that. And then my daddy always hits me whenever I'm going to try to read, because I can't read because I can't read under pressure. I'm a very slow reader because my daddy never took the time to teach me.
Yeah, I believe that, Cheyanne. I think you're telling some of the truth now. What? Take your sip of your water real quick. I'll tell you that'll help you. Just take deep breaths.
I need my inhaler.
Where's it at?
Man, I need to go get a new one from the Walmart.
Where's your inhaler at?
Walmart, North Lakeland.
No, where's your one at? You don't have one?
No, I ran out. I don't spray no more.
Okay. Do you have asthma? How long have you had asthma?
All my life, but I grew out of it for a while. As long as I didn't run too fast.
Have you ever tried to use Primatene Mist?
No.
Hey, so what, after your dad...
I got scared. I don't want to go to jail or something like this.
Well, you're saying self-defense, so I need to know where you put them. Are they under the house?
No, they're in the shed at the landlady's house. I didn't know what to do.
They're in the shed of the landlady's house?
I don't know what to do.
Are they in totes or what?
Yes.
Okay.
Newbold's calm and reassuring tone encourages Cheyanne to continue sharing information, even as she becomes increasingly emotional. He nods in sympathy and offers soft words of support, continuing to establish rapport and trust as he delicately extracts information. With each detail that Cheyanne shares, he reinforces the narrative that the killing was in self-defense, making it more difficult for her to recant or deny her involvement later on. As the interview continues, Newbold carefully steers the conversation towards the events leading up to the murder and Cheyanne's behavior in the aftermath. He asks pointed questions that draw out her motivations, her thought processes, and her emotions at every step of the way. With each new revelation, he offers validation and understanding, slowly building a narrative that is sympathetic to Cheyanne's plight while also emphasizing her culpability in the crime.
How long were they at the house before you put them in totes?
I don't remember that day. Everything went blurry and I was freaking out.
When you say, hey, I need to hear you, okay, so I understand. Are they in totes, like storage totes?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And when did you put them in there that same day?
No, I freaked. I left because I don't remember exactly what happened.
Where's your landlady's shed at?
On her property.
Like, is it out back?
Yes.
Okay. Is it locked?
Yes.
Do you have the key to it?
Yes.
Where's the key at?
On me right now.
Can I have it? Please?
But I don't know what I'm going to do.
Well, I need to, first thing first is I need to get them out of there, okay? So I need you to give me the key. Is it in your jacket pocket?
No, my key thingy.
Did you get cut during this?
No.
Okay. Where's your key thingy at?
On my belt.
Can you get it off, please? Oh, I see them dangling there. Can you take this off, please, and show me which key it is?
I don't want to tell.
Are you worried about going to jail for self-defense, according to you, or are you worried about getting your daughter and your dad in the right place? Especially your daughter.
Which one it is. It's somewhere in there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you waste your money and stuff. I'm just scared.
Waste my money?
the state money or whatever.
Don't worry about money. We're trying to find your daughter, okay?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie. I was just so scared. I don't know my daddy.
Did you stab your daughter?
No.
Who stabbed your daughter?
My daddy did.
Who stabbed your dad?
I didn't protect him. I tried to get to her.
Did you stab him in the neck?
No, I stabbed him in the heart.
After nearly 3 grueling hours of interrogation, Cheyanne has finally made a stunning admission. She killed her father Mark in self-defense. But she also claims that in the struggle, her father grabbed the knife and fatally stabbed her 6-year-old daughter, Meredith.
You stabbed her in the heart? Where's the knife at?
I don't know where to do with that one.
Where'd the knife come from?
My pocket. Because that's where he grabbed it from.
He took the knife out of your pocket? Show me what the knife looks like.
It looks like what like Cody has. We have matching knives.
Well, I don't know what. Is it a folding knife?
Yes.
How long is the blade on it?
Like that big.
Okay. So you stabbed him in the heart with that?
Yeah.
How did you get the knife away from him?
I hit him in the head with the freaking thingy-majigger on the floor that he has.
What thing?
It's like, it's the thing that's underneath the, and I can't think of the name of it right now. I can't think of it.
Is it a piece of wood? Is it a piece of metal?
It was a piece of wood.
What is it?
It looks like, it kind of looks like the ball that Meredith had.
Like it's just a ball?
Yeah.
A ball of wood? Where did it come from? Like off a piece of furniture?
Yeah.
And where was that? I need you to look at me so I can understand. Where was that at?
But she was playing with it like a ball.
Who was?
Meredith.
Okay.
And my dad got mad at her for playing with it because apparently he was trying to fix something.
This is when you were there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you bashed him in the head with a ball?
Yeah.
Okay. What part was this? After he took the knife?
Yeah, I took a knife and I stabbed him in the chest and said, "You killed her."
You stabbed your dad in the chest after you said you killed her?
And then he said, "She's not talking to me." And I like that again.
Where was she stabbed at?
I didn't really look because I freaked out.
But where'd you see the blood at?
On the floor, all over the place.
Where at? What room did this happen in?
The living room. And then next thing you know, he grabs my gun that I had.
You grabbed your gun?
Yeah. And
After you stabbed him?
Yeah, and he was still alive. And he said, "I'm gonna kill you too, bitch."
Where was your gun at?
It was underneath the couch.
Your pistol?
Yeah.
Did he shoot you?
Now I pulled it, I pushed it out and he fired it on his neck.
He shot his neck?
Yeah.
Okay, so you stabbed him in the heart, then you pushed the gun. Was he sitting down?
No, he fell on the couch when I pushed him off of me.
The couch or the love seat?
The love seat part. I call it a couch.
He was on the love seat?
Mm-hmm.
How'd the blood get on the couch?
That's where Meredith fell.
Okay. Did you put the sheets there? When did you put the sheets there? Was it later on?
Yeah, no, I freaked out. I didn't know what to do.
No, I know you freaked out, but when did you put them on there?
I don't know how to handle these things. I don't know how to handle stress.
Okay.
That's why I was trying to get her grandmother really. And I was trying to talk to him about maybe putting her in her, so it's like,
Cheyanne, you don't have to look at me if you don't want to, but I need you to uncover your hands so I can hear you. Okay? Can you please do that for me? You can keep looking down, but you gotta move your hands. I can't hear you. I want to make sure I understand everything you're saying, okay? So, what hand did your dad have the gun in?
The left hand.
Is he left-handed?
It was how he can reach underneath there to grab it with the left hand.
And it was underneath the cushion or the couch?
The couch itself.
Or the love seat?
He's on the left side of the couch right here. He's underneath the couch. And then it's like, oh shit, that's where I put the gun.
And you pulled it out?
He pulled it out.
You...
But I pushed him and he
so he's sitting on the love seat, right?
He's laying down on love seat.
Okay, so...
He's holding this heat.
Are you standing up?
By the time I'm on my knees.
Can you show me, exactly, I'm gonna lay on the floor, and you get on your knees. I need to understand this, Cheyenne. Can you show me exactly what he did?
I leaned over and I pulled it and I pushed it towards his back when he fired.
I can't hear you. I need you to move your arms, please. He's laying on the couch, right? Look at me. Cheyenne, he's laying on the couch, right? And you're right here on your knees? He's this way? Okay. So he's on the couch, or on the left seat, the couch is right here?
I didn't even destroy evidence, I just got scared.
But the couch is right here?
Yes.
So where are you at? Right here?
Right here.
Can you stand up? You don't have to get on your knees, but can you stand up exactly where you were? Can you stand up, please? So he reaches down underneath the couch and grabs the gun with his left hand? Okay. Does he point at you?
The couch was closer to each other's.
No, I understand. Does he point at you? Tell me what, you gotta show, I need you to show me exactly what he did. This is very important. No, you need to get up. Can you get up, please? It's very important.
Even when I just didn't feel like that.
And the gun went off here?
Yes.
Okay. Did that kill him?
No, he was pushing more like that and then fired a couple more rounds. Because I was scared that he was going to try to kill me.
Cheyenne may have felt a sense of relief and even gratitude towards Newbold for his active participation in her confession, but in reality, he and Clark were not showing her any compassion. Instead, they spent nearly 5 grueling hours extracting the details of the events leading up to the murders of Meredith Jessie and Mark Weekly. While they may have some evidence and information to continue with the case, including the location of the bodies, the full truth will only be revealed once Meredith and Mark's bodies are recovered and examined during an autopsy.
But meanwhile, Meredith is laying on the couch.
Yeah.
Is she dead, you think?
I didn't hear anything from her. I don't know what happened.
Was the knife still stuck in her?
No.
Because it was your dad's chest?
Yeah.
Is the knife still there?
No. I got it.
Let me ask you this. Does Cody have anything to do with this?
No, he don't.
Well, how did you get them over there by yourself?
They didn't wait up my...
Well, how did you get them over there? Did you put them in a car?
I put them in the Suburban.
Are they still in the Suburban?
No.
How did you lift them up there by yourself?
I slid them into the back when I backed the truck up.
So if...
You want to get a tissue?
Yeah. How did you get them up in the truck, in the Suburban? Sorry. We didn't know that was in there.
I don't know, it hurt.
When you had the Suburban backed up to the house, did anybody show up at the house that day?
I don't remember.
Okay, but how did you get them up into the Suburban? You just picked them up?
No, I just slid it. It slid.
So you had the back doors open up to the porch or something?
Yeah.
And they slid right in?
Yes.
And then how did you lift them out of the Suburban into the shed?
I put Meredith down first and I just slid Daddy down on top.
He's on top of hers?
Yes.
Okay.
I just got scared. I didn't know what to do and I freaked
So Cody doesn't even know about this?
No.
Does his dad know about this?
No, I don't want to know.
I'm not telling you I'm going to tell him, but I just need to make sure they don't know about this.
No, sir.
Cody has nothing to do with this.
No, sir.
Well, what's up with the shovel that was that you took out of the bathtub?
I was trying to clean up the blood because I was freaking out and I figured it.
You were freaking out and you trying to clean up the blood?
Yeah.
But what was the shovel? What did you use that for?
To shovel up the crap that they left there.
What crap?
when the body dies, it releases the feces and rigor mortis and stuff, because it was a couple of days that I freaked out and I left that day, and then I went back because I didn't know what to do. I was freaking out.
So after you put them in, oh, you're reading that online? Is that what you said?
Yeah. No, I didn't read it online. It's just something I seen on Criminal Minds.
Okay. But you actually saw that for real because they were dead. And did you clean it up with that shovel after you put them in the containers?
Yeah.
Okay. And where did you put all that stuff at? In the containers with them? Or did you throw it out in the yard or under the house?
I don't remember what I did exactly. I was just
Is anything under the house, like the knife?
No, there's just blood that dripped out through the floor because it was cracked in the floor.
So what were you going under the house for over there then? To try to bury the blood or something?
I was just curious if anything was down there, and I did see animals, dead animal.
Was it a raccoon?
Yeah.
Do you think he was eating that stuff?
Yeah. And it disgusted me, and he already died. It just freaked out. I just freaked out. I didn't want to get hurt anymore. I didn't hear my daughter. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do.
I'll be right back.
So Meredith, do you recall what day this was?
No, sir.
Was it the day you dropped Meredith, or I'm sorry, Cheyanne, was it the day you dropped Meredith off there, or was it another day?
It was the day I dropped her off there.
This all happened?
This all happened in one day.
What time?
I don't remember.
Was it in the morning or in the evening?
It was dark.
So it was dark out morning or dark out evening?
Evening.
Do you recall?
I went back there to talk with him about her. He told me I better come back, that you need to talk with him.
So
I didn't realize that he was going to attack me. I should have known that he was acting weird this morning.
I can't hear you.
I should have known he was acting weird in the morning, but I didn't realize that he was.
So that was on Saturday?
Yes.
What day did you go back?
On Monday.
What?
I went back and I was like, I don't know what to do.
I can't hear you.
I just want to go down. Because I don't want that to hurt me anymore.
How did
I don't have to bruise it anymore because they feel, but he's hit me so hard several times where I went down to my ear for weeks.
So how did Cody get hit the text messages?
I did.
Huh? You gotta put your hand down, I can't hear you. How did Cody get the text messages?
I sent them because I was afraid. I was just trying. I didn't need to cover it up. I was just trying to protect myself because I didn't know what to do. And I've always had to protect myself from my daddy.
How many text messages did you send to Cody?
I don't remember.
Was it more than one?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Do you remember what phone you used to send them?
Yes.
What phone?
The Metro.
Whose Metro phone?
Eddie.
Your dad's? Did you keep it with you or did you leave it at the house?
And threw it in the Suburban and it deleted the messages. I didn't do that. I didn't know, just freaked out. I just didn't know. I don't know.
Is the furniture in the house now the same position it was before?
Yes. Except for the table and the carpet.
The table and the carpet wasn't there?
They were moved out, like
Was the carpet there before?
No, I played it there because I didn't want to look at it all anymore.
Where was the carpet before?
My bedroom.
So is there a lot of, was there blood on the floor and you covered it with the carpet? Is that what happened?
I don't know, I can't anything freaked out. This ain't me. I'm just tired of being hurt by Ellie. And then he came at me with a knife.
How did he get...
He was trying to
And you said it was your knife?
Yeah.
How did he get your knife out of your pocket?
These hands don't keep my knives or like anything in my pocket very well. If I sit down, it falls out.
So were you sitting down?
Yes.
Where were you sitting?
He knocked me on the floor.
He knocked you on your floor and the knife just popped out of your pocket?
Yeah. I didn't know that he held up on me and I'm just fighting him and thinking there's a knife and then I'm just putting it away and then Meredith runs trying to protect me. She was actually trying to protect me. I should never let her go into my daddy's house. Then I would have stopped her from my dad.
I can't hear you.
I should never let her go to my daddy's house. I should have realized that there was something wrong and just took her. It's been like I was just still with her today. Since you're upset about something and he does have cancer, it's a good thing that you... He said, you need to die. I'm already dying.
He told you that?
Yes.
Did he have any intentions of actually leaving and going to Georgia?
He talked about it, he really did.
He just discussed it?
Yes, with me and Cody about the place in Georgetown. And I freaked out, that's why I quit it.
You freaked out? What? You gotta put your hands down, I can't hear you.
I just freaked out, I got scared, I don't know what, I just tried to protect myself, and I've always had to protect myself from him. He's always hurt me.
Have you told anybody else what you've done?
No.
No?
But I'm ashamed of myself for, I was defending myself, because my baby, I don't know what, I just...
When you went back to the house, was there anything on the door or on the porch?
There was a letter, a letter mail thingy that one of the landlady's renters.
Like a check?
Yeah, I told her she'd asked me to deposit for her.
Your dad told you to deposit it for her?
Yes. No, somebody told me to deposit the check for her.
So, did you actually deposit that check?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you deposit it?
The Wells Fargo, and Amy took me there because I don't know how to deposit checks. I've never done it before.
Wells Fargo, where?
In Plant City, downtown.
And your friend Amy took you?
Yes.
And that's the one that was in the Marines?
Yeah, and she doesn't know anything about this at all either.
You didn't tell her?
No, sir.
So if we go talk to her, she's not going to say you mentioned anything or you asked her any questions?
No, sir.
She didn't have anything to do with this?
No, sir.
You sure?
I'm positive.
You just told her you need to go to the bank, and she took you to Wells Fargo?
Yes, and my dad's not here, and my landlady needed this check deposit, and I don't know how to deposit it.
Was that before or after this happened?
After?
You remember what day?
No.
Did you continue talking to the landlady? Did you tell her anything about what happened?
No.
How'd you explain? Why would she ask you to deposit the check then?
I thought her daddy's missing.
She didn't ask you if you'd call law enforcement or anything like that?
she asked me if I called family and stuff. And she said, well, I need money so I can get down there. And I'm supposed to pick her up. And pick her up from the airport.
Did she actually, did you ever actually call any family in Georgia?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who else did you call?
I called everybody who was in my contacts that I had working numbers for. I mainly started with my aunt. I don't know, it just turned into one big thing and I didn't know how to stop it. I didn't need to, I just freaked out and I just can't live with it. He attacked me and I just can't live with him hurting me no more.
So he attacked you with a knife, but he never cut you?
No.
So in the struggle over this knife, you never cut your hands or your forearms or anything like that?
He cut me on there.
I don't see any cuts.
It barely grazed my arm. And the cat scratched me over it. I healed quickly. But that right there was from the knife.
So the day when you had which vehicle did you use to move the totes?
The Suburban.
The one that belongs to the landlady?
Yes.
You say did you back it up? Did anybody show up that day? Anybody talk to you and ask you what you were doing?
They wondered who was here and Josh did.
Who's they?
Josh.
What did Josh say to you?
Okay, I didn't know who it was. I thought it was Debbie here. I said, no, it's just me.
Did he ask you what you were doing?
I don't think he did. And we talked about his baby. Asked him how she was doing. And he says, well, when your dad gets back in town. And he told me that the house was stinking.
He told you that?
Mm-hmm. I said, yeah, my dad's house has already stunk.
Did anybody else show up that day?
Vicky showed up over at my lady's house.
Vicky did?
Yeah.
Was the truck still at your dad's house?
No.
Where was it at the time?
I just told his dad if he could drive it up there so I can keep an eye out and
not the truck, I meant the Suburban.
Oh, it was over there at the my lady's house.
What did Vicky ask you?
If I seen my dad or heard from him, and I told her no, and I don't know. I'm calling people. I just didn't know, I just freaked out. I didn't know, I just freaked out. I'm just scared that he was gonna hurt me. And she wasn't talking to me. I couldn't. Her baby. Her baby. Can you believe you did that to my baby? And she just wouldn't come back. My family. My baby was sitting here without listening. I saw it always hurt me. Here's Lord. What I'm doing wrong, doing I'm trying to do right. And you black out so much that it takes a while for my mind to remember things because it's messed up. From being hit so much, and I'm slow sometimes.
So if this was all done out of self-defense, why didn't you tell anybody? Why didn't you call the sheriff's office and let us know what happened?
I just freaked out. I didn't know it. I just got scared. You know. I don't remember where I put it in.
Do you remember what color it is?
Black.
It's black. Is it a straight blade knife or like a razor knife? What kind of knife is it?
I one that you can punch out the windows when you get out of a car wreck and cut seatbelts. It's a safety knife. Safety, break out the glass, cut seatbelts, save your life kind of knives if you go into the water.
Did you have it with you after you left the house that night?
I don't remember having it.
You said you remember having blood on you?
Yeah.
Where was the blood on you?
On my shirt from where he turned in. It's on me from him being on top of me and where he punched me in the head right here.
So you had blood on your shirt? What part?
My breast and down to my pants.
Was it any on your pants?
Yeah, because it fell in some on the floor.
What did you do with those clothes?
I got rid of them.
Where did you get rid of them?
I threw them in a bag and I don't remember where I threw that at. I threw it somewhere. But I can't find it at my dad's house, so I don't know where I threw it.
Did you throw it at your house?
No, I don't.
What about, did you throw it on the side of the road or did you throw it in the house, in the trash, the landlady's house?
I honestly, I don't remember. I don't.
So that night when you left, did you wear those clothes away? When you drove home?
No.
So when you went outside, and you said you went outside and realized you had blood on you, right?
Yeah.
Then what did you do?
I grabbed his clothes and put them on.
So you took your clothes off and put some of your father's clothes on?
Yes. Cause I freaked out.
But you didn't take your clothes with you?
I threw it in a bag and I don't know where I put it.
Like a regular trash bag or a grocery bag or what?
Walmart bag. Even so, I didn't even believe my dad anymore when he was attacking me. He attacked me.
What did you do with your gun?
I threw it underneath the seat of my car.
Is it in your car now?
No.
Where's it at now?
It's at home.
At the fifth wheel?
Yeah.
Where in the fifth wheel is it?
Cody knows where it is. He doesn't know what happened to it.
Where in the fifth wheel is it?
I don't know where he set it down at.
What kind of gun do you have?
I walked a P-22.
A P-22?
Yeah.
Is it semi-automatic?
Yeah. You pull the trigger and
Did you, when you were going back to the house, you said you cleaned up, is that right?
Yeah.
Did you find any round shell casings?
And I didn't see any
Hey Cheyanne, the day you asked Cody about will the body fit in the totes, did you buy that the day you bought the totes?
No.
When did you buy them, the next day or what?
No, my dad already had toes at that house.
Oh, okay, so you were just asking him if you thought a body would fit in there?
I don't remember exactly on that.
Okay.
My days have all been Morbid,
Okay, forget about the day. Do you remember asking him that?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. You remember asking him about how long it takes maggots to eat a body, though, didn't you? You remember that?
No, sir.
Okay. The gun that was under the couch, is that the gun that's in your trailer now?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of gun is it?
It's a Walker P-22.
So it's a 22?
Yes.
Do you have a concealed weapons permit? Just asking.
No, sir, I'm just going to get one because I was scared for my life. A lot of times when I went over to my dad's house.
Cody doesn't think that you're leaving the gun at your dad's house because you told him one time it was in the glove compartment. Is that true?
That was when we went to the shooting range.
Okay, I'm talking about like this last week.
No.
It was at your dad's house?
Before I left Meredith with him, I had it in the glove department, and then when Meredith came back, I didn't want it to be anywhere near me. And I had her with me, so I left it with my dad.
You don't know where the knife is at right now?
No.
Did you throw it in the weeds or anything?
I don't know what I did with it.
You think it's still stuck in your dad's chest? Is that possible? Or did you take it out?
I think take it out. I don't think it's in his chest.
Okay.
I don't know. I didn't really look at him. I just freaked out.
How was your daughter laying on the couch the whole time this happened?
She was scared and she ran towards me yelling, "Mommy!"
Did your knife have a clip on it?
Huh?
The knife that you had, that's the one that you got from Cody. Cody went and bought a new one, right?
Cody has two of them.
Right, but he said the one that you were carrying was his and he gave it to you, and then he went and got another one.
Yeah.
Okay, is that the knife?
Yeah.
Okay, does it have a clip on it?
It clips in the pocket. Yeah.
Like it has like a hook on it, like this cell phone thing does?
Yeah.
And how did your dad get it away from you?
It slid out of my pocket when I fell to the ground because he hit me.
It fell out of your pocket?
When he attacked me, I fell down on the ground and it falls out because my pants, they fall out of my pants.
Where did it fall? On the floor?
Mm-hmm.
And he picked it up?
Yeah.
And then tell me how your daughter got stabbed with it.
He came at me and I pushed it and it went this way and she was running this way.
And where did it hit her at?
I think it hit her in the neck. I don't know. I didn't really look. I blacked out for a minute, but I
If
don't
I'm being
know.
honest with you, Cheyanne, I don't believe that story. I think you stabbed your daughter.
No.
Okay, you stabbed your daughter because you wanted to get rid of her to save your relationship.
No, I
And
didn't.
you also killed your dad on purpose. There was no self-defense there.
No, I didn't.
Yes.
No.
Yes, that's what happened.
No, that ain't what happened.
Because when you find your daughter, if her neck is sliced all the way open, you don't just run into a knife and that happens. So did you kill her because she was interrupting a relationship?
No, sir, I did not. No, I did not. I didn't do it. Your daddy did.
You did.
No, my dad did. My dad attacked me.
What's the first thing he did? Push you down?
Yes.
And
And
did you-
yelling at me and
How did you fall? Like, did he push you? How did he push you? Show me how he pushed you. Both hands?
yeah.
Can you demonstrate that for me? So I understand? Because if you want me to believe that story, I want to see how it happened. So I'm
He was like this, and I tried this on, and he went this, and then when I did this, and he goes like this, I push her away, and he goes down like this, and hits me in the face.
At what point did your dad and your daughter get stabbed?
And my dad went like this, and she was running towards him, trying to get him off of me.
That was in the floor in front of the couch or the love seat.
Right in between there.
Were your feet towards which direction?
My feet were towards the love seat,
And your head was which direction?
towards the kitchen.
And he's right on you.
Yeah.
And he's straddling you, and he gets the knife, and he's swinging around. How do you get it back? I'm not going to straddle you, but like say, he had it in his left hand?
He had it in his hand.
Is he right-handed?
Yeah.
Okay. So
And
he's
like this, that's what he does, like close like that, where how he told me,
Punch him?
yeah,
Okay.
where you can punch like this to
And then-
knock the guy out of the way, and I push,
Did you do that?
yeah.
And then, so I,
Like, I don't know, I was like flaring my arms
just
all
go slow,
around.
because I don't want you to really hit me.
Oh, sorry. I was
So, I'll swing him, just slow.
And
And then,
because he went like this, I went like that, and then I went like this.
okay, so you push that away. Oh. And then, how'd you get the knife? The knife's still here.
Yeah, and then I caught like that.
That kind of hurt.
And then I, like that, and then I learned how he opened the
Did you
knife.
take karate? Like, where'd you learn this from?
Cody taught me self-defense to protect myself,
Okay.
and I went to
So you
MMA class.
karate chop him,
Yeah,
show me him. Don't really do it.
yeah. I went like that really hard,
And then,
and his wrists are sensitive, and I grabbed the knife out of his hand.
and he's still straddling you.
Yeah, and he comes at me again, and I
How
touch
does
like
he,
this.
tell me what I need to do to come, like, he comes in like
yeah,
this?
yeah, and then I go like this, and
You went
I
under
took a punch in the face.
Okay. Your dad's tough guy, right?
Yeah,
Where did he hit you at?
hit me right here,
You see?
like right
No,
there.
move your hand. Let's see the other side. Okay. So, and you stab him in the chest, and then, how's he get on the couch?
I push him, and then he gets up, he's like, ah, and he falls back onto the couch.
Okay. Meanwhile, your daughter's lying on the.
Yeah, I was over.
Well, he falls on the left seat, right?
Yeah, those seats.
And your daughter's lying on the couch, like all the way on the couch?
When she's like this, like pulling the neck.
Like, but is she all the way on the couch?
No.
So is her knees on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. And
I like Meredith, and next thing you know, I look over and he reaches like this underneath there, trying to grab that gun. He has this leg like this, and I push him, and then we go like this, and I pull it out like that after I.
where did
hit
you shoot
him.
him at?
I grabbed the gun, and he went like this and fired.
But where at? Like right here?
Right here.
On his left neck?
Yeah.
Like right
When
here?
I grabbed it, when I pushed it, and it.
Okay, it went off?
Yeah.
Okay, so what point? Go ahead.
And I just like, I rigged out, and then he goes, and I just pulled it again, and he just, like, his finger just stayed on the trigger. There wasn't that many bullets in the.
So when you took the gun obviously away from him, because it's at your house, so you took the gun at that point, where'd you put it? Like in your pocket, or?
I wrapped it up, and I covered it, and I,
Wrapped it up with what?
the banana that my daughter had.
A banana? A banana peel?
Banana.
Oh, bandana, I'm sorry. And where's that bandana at?
It's underneath my car.
Underneath your car, like outside?
The seat.
Your driver's seat?
Mm-hmm.
What color is the bandana?
Red.
Okay. And so, did you do that before? And then you took the knife out of his chest?
Yeah.
And then did you put that in your car too?
No, I don't remember what I did with that. I don't remember.
At what point did you give first aid to your daughter?
I went over there, and then next thing you know, when I grabbed her neck popped backwards.
And what did you see?
It was horrifying. There was blood coming out of everywhere.
Well, where was the injury at? Can you point it on the neck?
It was straight through all the way back to the back.
It's cut like this?
No, it was like stabbed all the way
It
through.
went through her neck?
Yeah, through her jugular.
Okay. So when you did that, was blood coming out?
Yeah.
And did you like try to cover it, or
Yeah,
what did you do?
I kind of covered it, and I'm like, Meredith, and I felt the life go out of her, and I'm like, no, Meredith, wait,
Did you have your cell
Meredith.
phone with you?
No,
When your dad's cell phone was there?
I did.
Did you go to the neighbors and call 911?
No, sir.
Did you try to call 911?
No, I freaked out because like.
Did you try to put pressure on her neck?
Yeah, every pressure on her neck
With what? Just your hand or
With
what?
my hand.
Okay. Did you try to do CPR?
Yeah.
Well, how'd you do CPR?
Well, I hold her neck closed, and then I pushed on her chest with my hand, and nothing was working. I couldn't hold both at the same time, and I couldn't get her to stop. She just bled.
What clothes were you wearing?
Jeans and a t-shirt.
Where are those at?
I don't know. I don't know what I did with them.
You don't know what you did to your clothes?
No, I don't. I don't know what I put them with. I freaked out that day.
Well, I imagine so.
I didn't know what to do. I just didn't know what to do. And
So where did you take MMA class at?
I went to a couple classes with my friends from Lowe's
Where at?
in Plant City.
Where, in the police department?
No, there's a little MMA class in there's like a little mall thing where Alexander is.
A mall?
Like a little plaza.
Like a little strip plaza?
Yeah.
Oh, now, what else is in the plaza?
Beef O'Reilly's and nail salon and stuff.
Beef O'Reilly's?
Yeah.
And a nail salon?
Yeah.
And what's the MMA place called? Is it called MMA?
Yeah.
Training or something?
Something MMA, I don't remember exactly.
Okay. And how long did you go there? Just a couple sessions?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Tony taught you some moves?
Yeah.
How does he know those moves?
His dad taught him that to protect himself from
What,
people.
his dad know karate or MMA or something?
He knows mixed martial arts.
His dad does?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was teaching when he was a kid. And I was just trying to defend myself.
You said your dad was strong, and how tall is your dad?
He's shorter than me.
Is he really strong?
He's done a lot of lifting heavy weights and stuff, like motors and stuff all his life. And
So he's strong as an ox?
he's strong, but I remember the pressure points that he told me to hit if someone was attacking you.
Who told you that?
My daddy did. He taught me that.
So what pressure points did you hit?
Right here?
You did that to your dad?
Yeah.
Oh, because he didn't show me that.
They're going out like this.
Oh, but I thought you hit him in the chin. You hit him in the pressure point here?
Right here.
There's a pressure point there? What's it called?
I don't know what it's called.
Right in the throat?
Yeah, like,
What other pressure point?
I remember he told me to hit in the nose and
That's not a pressure point. That's hitting somebody.
There's a thing right here on the neck, and there's a pressure point on your arms and stuff. I don't remember.
Did you do all those pressure points?
I hit everything. I was hitting everything with his body to try to get him.
I'm still, the only thing I don't know how it happened is if he's sitting on this part of your body, sitting, how do you kick him in the balls? You can kick him in the butt.
This part of my body.
Right, but how do you kick him in the balls?
He
How?
leaned over.
Huh?
He leaned over me to kind of hold it
He was
down.
off, his knees were on the ground, he was off you,
Yeah.
and how did you knee him in the balls?
I went, like that.
Did they get him off?
No, I made him sit more. And he got pissed and he said, you know, just put my arms anywhere I can, and as we was reaching the knife and everything, he was just like going all crazy.
How far was the knife from you?
Like just right here.
Okay.
It slid out like there here.
Why do you think he was trying to kill you?
I don't know.
What provoked him to just start beating you up? Tell me what happened that started that.
I told him that I'm not like my mom. I'm just trying to get her help, and that I said, you're just being an asshole. And then next thing you know, he says, you know what, I'm fucking tired of your shit. I'm fucking tired of everything in this fucking house. I'm fixing to die anyways, and you don't give a damn. I was like, I do give a damn. He goes, no, you're just too busy with your life. No, I'm not too busy with my life. I gotta work. I gotta support my child. I gotta be able to pay the bills and stuff like you told me you do as an adult. And he said, fuck you, and that's all I remember him saying is, inside of me.
Hey, well, what we do know is that, one question I have is, there's, in the couch and love seat, there's like slash marks there and puncture holes. How'd that happen? Because it was a basically pristine couch and love seat. How'd that happen?
I just cut it, make a little like dogwood on there. I don't know, I didn't want to look at the couch anymore, so after they were gone out of the house, I started stabbing the couches because I was pissed off that he tried to hurt me, and I just...
With what knife?
Just a little kitchen knife that's in the kitchen right now.
Where's it at in the kitchen?
It's by the sink. That's where I left it.
Is it in a butcher block? There's
No.
nine there. What's it look like?
It's just little.
Just a steak knife?
Yeah,
How thin is it? How wide is the blade?
not that wide. It's just like,
Well, because the blade that the slash marks on it are bigger than that. So,
like that.
like you pulled it,
Yeah,
it wasn't the same knife.
no, sir.
I think they were standing on the couch.
No, sir.
I think that I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't believe your story. I think that you wanted to get rid of your daughter
No, sir. I did not want to get rid of my daughter. My
to
daughter
save
was
your
attacking
relationship.
me.
To save your relationship. Because you never told us anything about your dad being aggressive towards you until you said you'd kill you. Right?
My dad.
Huh?
My dad was aggressive to me. He's been aggressive to me a lot lately.
But that's not what happened. You murdered your daughter.
No, I didn't. He was
Yes,
on
you
top
did.
of me and I stabbed her because I was trying to get away from him.
That story doesn't make any sense.
He came at
And the way
me.
you made it sound, Cheyanne, to be honest with you, is that you're like a karate master.
The truth finally emerges from the tangled web of lies and deceptions. It becomes painfully clear to the detectives that Cheyanne's claim of self-defense was nothing more than a calculated lie. In reality, she had committed 2 cold-blooded murders, and the implications of her actions were even more shocking than they had anticipated.
Cheyanne, here's the issue. If this man, that's a grown man, he's strong, because you say he lifts motors and stuff, he's on top of you and he's wielding a knife, you're not taking it from him. You're going to have some cuts on you. There's no way, with a couple mixed martial arts classes, that you took it away. So put your hands down for me for a second. There's no way that happened.
Yes, it did. It did.
You're telling me a grown man was armed, you punched you in the face with a knife, and you got no cuts, no lacerations, no marks. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. There's no way that happened.
Yes, it did.
Cheyanne, there's no way. Now, with just a couple classes, you know how to de-arm someone with a knife and them not be able to cut you. So how did it really play out? Why were you angry? I'm sure he was being rude with you, or saying stuff to you, or being mean to you. But I don't believe he got on top of you with a knife. I don't believe that happened.
Yes, he did.
The evidence suggests otherwise.
But that's what happened. It really happened.
Listen, I've seen training videos. I've been a part of training where people wield knives. If somebody's wielding a knife, you're going to have defensive wounds if you're trying to protect yourself. You have nothing. You have no marks, which would indicate you were defending yourself doing evil. So that, listen, there's no way. There's just no way. Not from a man that can lift, how you said, motors.
He doesn't lift motors anymore, man. He does.
I know, but listen, you said he's a strong man. He punched you in the face. And he had a knife. He was attacking you with it. You don't have any knife attack marks. You don't have any marks. Nobody's indicated they saw you that week. You saw Vicky, you saw Josh, the one who lives on the property. You saw Cody, you saw Cody's family. Nobody's indicated you ever had any marks. Just complained. Or you had bruises on your face, or your forearms, or your hands. Nobody said that. So the evidence suggests that that's not the truth.
That's what happened. That's what happened. That's what honestly thought happened. This is the real one. Yes, it did.
Okay.
Yes, he did.
Doesn't make sense. What show did you say you guys watch all the time?
Criminal Minds and CSI and all that.
So Criminal Minds and CSI and all that stuff you watch. Does it make sense to you that this would happen? Somebody have a knife on top of somebody else and they have no defensive moves on their forearms or hands?
I know karate a little bit from watching all the TV. And I hit on television.
It didn't happen.
Yes, it did.
You don't watch karate movies and all of a sudden become a karate expert. It don't happen.
I know what I know. That's what I did. My arms were flaring around.
So how many stabbing wounds is your dad gonna have?
I don't remember. I just remember I got it from him and...
Listen. He didn't take your knife from your pocket.
Yeah, he did.
He didn't have the knife. He wasn't on top of you.
Yes, he did.
The knife. Not trying to hurt you with the knife.
Yes, he did.
So, when you're telling the truth, you act completely different than when you're not.
I'm telling you the truth.
You're not. You're absolutely not.
I'm not who I know.
Set it for me. Cheyanne, look at me, please. So tell me what really happened.
I don't know. That's what happened.
How can that happen? You said that there was. You said that the coffee table was there. How does all that happen? You didn't fall on the coffee table. And there's no way that Meredith could have ran all the way up to you guys if you're on the other side of the coffee table. So there's no way it could have happened. You can't lay on the floor and her run across the room with a coffee table in the middle of that room. There's no way. Coffee table's not broke. As if you fell on it. So tell me what happened, because that didn't happen.
That's what happened.
Meredith. Or Cheyanne, look at me. Look at me. That's not what happened. Cheyanne. Look up. Look, let's get to the bottom of this.
That's what happened.
It couldn't have happened.
That's what I blacked out about and then didn't come back.
Couldn't have happened. Couldn't have happened that way. So tell me how it really happened.
That's how it happened. He attacked me and I defended myself.
I'm not saying he didn't attack you. I'm not saying you didn't defend yourself. I'm saying he didn't push you on the ground. He didn't get on top of you and take your knife and try to slash you with it. And you didn't do any karate moves to take it away from him. Because if you'd done that, the odds of you not having any marks on you at all, especially when you say punch you in the face, there's no way that happened. You've talked to too many people this week. Vicky and Josh and Cody and Cody's family, all these people, and you've gone to work. Nobody's reported you have any injuries, or bruises like you get punched in the face. So what really happened?
That person attacked me, pushed me down, and got on top of me. He got on top of me, and he hit me here. He hit me here. And then I kicked him, I did what I can, spread my legs around, trying to get out from underneath him.
But he never had the knife.
He had the knife in his hand. He grabbed the knife.
He didn't have the knife.
Yeah, he grabbed the knife. He did. He grabbed the knife.
He might have grabbed it after you stabbed him.
No, I didn't stab him first. He grabbed the knife.
Cheyanne, tell me the truth and tell me how this happened, because listen, there's no way you fell in the middle of the floor because there's a coffee table there. Okay? That's number one. Number two, he's sitting on you. You can't kick him the way you said you kicked him. Alright? Number three, if there's a coffee table in the middle of the floor, there's no way that Meredith ran over you guys the way you said she did. There's no way those things happen. The way that living room set up, and you said it was set up the same way that day, other than the carpet. There's no way it happened. And you said your feet were towards the love seat and your head was away. That's the same way that the coffee table was running.
Yeah, she was over the coffee table.
So she come run and jump over the coffee table?
Yeah.
No. No.
She came running and said, Mommy, Mommy!
So she come running, jump on the coffee table, and jump over the coffee table?
We were like right next to it, like going at each other's. I was trying to protect myself.
Tell me how it really happened, because this didn't happen.
That's what I remember. You
said,
told me.
Listen, look at me, Cheyanne. You said he punched you on this side of your face, and now you're saying he punched you on that side. Then you said he had a knife. Which hand do you have the knife in if he's punching you on both sides of the head?
He hit me this one first, and he hit me this one.
Okay. So if he's punching you on both sides of the head, where's the knife?
He put me on this. He goes like this, and he goes around this, and just like this, and they don't go find this.
No, none of that happened. None of that happened.
Because he had a knife in his hand.
No. So he's holding a knife and punches you? No, it didn't happen.
He had a knife in his hand. I punched him here, and he had this.
Listen, look at me. No matter how many times you say that, it's still not going to be the truth.
And like, he came at me, and I hit him like this, and
somebody that's willing to hurt you that bad, and they're much bigger than you, and they're on top of you, it didn't happen. You just said he's punching you on both sides of the head. How could he have it?
On this side, my head on this way, as he reached down.
No. If you're getting punched in the head, how do you know what he did? You got too many details of you exactly knowing exactly how everything's happening when you're getting punched in the head. On both sides, with two fists. Clearly of which didn't have knives in. And punch with such force that you didn't have any marks. Set up. Okay. Look at me. Look at me. How did it really happen? Because no matter how many times you tell me that, it's still not true.
That's what I was saying, that he punched me and I seen the knife in his hand. I don't know if
He didn't stab her. That ain't how it happened. It didn't happen that way. So tell me how it really happened, how this incident really happened.
And he's attacking me.
Standing up or sitting down or on the floor?
He first stands up and he pushes me down to the ground.
And then
he's on top of me.
No, that's where you lose me. No.
I kicked at him.
Standing up or on the ground?
On the ground, I kicked at him.
But he never got down on top of you?
Yeah, he did. He did. He got on top of me, he's on top of me, and he hit me. I remember, I felt it in my head, I felt it in my head, I felt it in my head right here. And I had daddy's all week, and
You weren't just protecting yourself. Because Meredith didn't do anything to you, and he didn't stab her. No. Based on that, he didn't do it. There's no way this happened the way you're saying. The way the living room's laid out and all the evidence. Just tell me the truth. Listen. Quit putting your hands in front of your face. Look at me. None of that.
Yes, it did.
It didn't happen that way.
But I remember his arm went this way across the
I'm not
eyes.
saying he didn't hit you. But he wasn't on top of you with a knife. That's not how Meredith got stabbed. That's not how it happened.
All I knew
There's no way. She didn't run across the room, jump over a table, and come flying at you guys. It didn't happen.
I remember saying, Mommy, 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 Grandpa's coming. Grandpa's coming. Oh, my Grandpa, stop hurting Mommy. Grandpa, stop hurting Mommy. I remember. What did I say? This is the truth. This is the truth. I didn't know I lied about there and covered it up because I was scared.
I can't hear you.
I covered it up, I was scared. I just had
Cheyanne,
to
look at me.
myself.
Look at me. When you were telling me the truth, you were genuinely upset and you're crying. You don't have any tears anymore. Just because it's a lie?
No,
Yes.
true.
No, we're back to square one. When you were lying to me earlier.
No,
This isn't the truth.
this is the truth. True. I'm scared there. I can't take this no more. I can't take it no more. I can't take it no more. Yes, I know it. Gotta get him off of me. I'm trying to take myself. Everything myself.
Alright, give me just a second.
I want to see Cody. I see Cody.
Hey, what's up?
I want to see Cody.
Huh?
I want to see my fiance.
Not right now. They left.
Soon after dropping Meredith off at her father's home on the night of the murders, Cheyanne returned armed with a knife. Moments after entering the home, she retrieved Mark's handgun that was hidden under the living room sofa. The cuts and bloodstains on the couch suggested that Mark and Meredith were sitting on it together when Cheyanne launched her brutal assault. Cheyanne used the shovel that Cody had noticed in the bathtub to clean up the blood and human tissue from the floor. She created a story about a raccoon to explain the putrid smell that was emanating from under the house. Her father and daughter's bodies were eventually discovered in large containers in her landlord's shed, just as she had said. Meredith's body was discovered with a pink blanket, a colorful bracelet, and a toy stuffed dolphin. Meredith Jessie would have turned 14 this year. During the 4-week trial, her defense lawyers attempted to argue that Cody was a violent abuser and the true perpetrator. However, the jury didn't give much credence to this claim, and after only 85 minutes of deliberation, Cheyanne Jessie was found guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder and obstruction of a criminal investigation. Although the jurors recommended the death penalty, in February of 2021, Circuit Judge Jalal Harb sentenced her to 5 years imprisonment for the obstruction charge, and for the murders, 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole. Cheyanne filed to have her sentence reduced in June of 2022. Her request was denied. Cheyanne Jessie remains incarcerated at the Lowell Correctional Institution Annex in Ocala, Florida, where she will remain for the rest of her life.